March the 15th, 2025. Live from Television City, it's the Orloff Show. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? It's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Uh, I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you fellers. And let's see, beautiful day out there. 35-mile-per-hour winds. Uh, Very nice. Very nice. Uh, how are you guys doing? It's a wonderful day. And we have a link here in the whatever the hell you call it, the chat. Come on in, man. All are welcome. All are welcome. So, what am I doing? Recording music is what I'm doing this morning. And we're going to have some special guests here, probably, in a moment. I have been falling asleep all morning. And I got all these wonderful stickers sent to me by the the disabled veterans send you these stickers with your address. You can, if I put one, Meyer Greenblatt should be getting, according to the post office, should be getting a comic book whose cover I painted today. Maybe he'll unbox it live on the show. I'm not going to be going real long. I'm probably going to do it for a few hours here. Who knows? Oh my gosh. Oh, why? Look, it's our wonderful new cat. He is already famous. He is now a he. His name is Ambrose. And here, she doesn't like to be petted. Oh my gosh, I got a notification it's out for delivery. Oh my gosh. Good morning. I'll join in a second. Okay. Yeah, I'm sick. So you're going to be hearing a lot of coughing this morning. I guess I'm sick. I'm trying not to be sick, but I think I'm sick. Sean Goris, Meyer Greenblatt. Hey, you got the B-Man comic. Just about done with it. Oh, can only very nicely if I do say so myself. Is I guess you want to keep it a surprise, or might you come on and show us a preview? Probably you want to keep it a surprise. You're welcome to hit the link, John Goris. You haven't been on in a while. It's always great to see the fabulously multi-talented John Goris stop by on the Dry to Our show. Maybe we can get John to dig out some comics and magazines that he still has in his collection. My gosh. Uh, is there anything interesting to tell you? Um, I have no idea. Probably not. Um, I was probably not going to go live today, but Myra called and said, "Hey, what's going on?" And we started talking, and I said, "Might as well just do it on my ear." Here's Myra now. What's
Hey,
going on? Out.
it's cracking.
How much? Oh, yeah. John Goris says he's pretty well along on your comic. He got it. When did he say he got it? But anyway, he's working on it now. He says surprises are best. I'm not camera optical at present. I know I suck, but I was trying to get him to come on the show and show his progress on your painting. But he said, yeah, surprises are better. Plus, he can't.
Cool.
His camera's not working apparently. Okay.
Yeah, I just got a notification on my phone right when you went live. I got a message, and it was from the post office saying the package is out for delivery, saying that it had arrived at our local post office. And
So that was Saturday was the day it said it would arrive on the little ticket, and it's actually arriving on time,
mhm.
which is so apparently packages going your direction get there on time. Packages going my direction, at least from Mesa, get here 3 days after the time that they say. So
Hmm.
I think there's postal employees that are revolting, that are angry.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think they're about to eliminate a bunch of positions there. Oh my gosh. So
You want to look at some comics?
yeah,
There's a box of
sure.
comics.
That's that's what life's about.
We have
Let's
any
see here.
comics. Um,
Let's get. Hold on. That's not. I'm not really very. I'm half awake here. Let me figure out how to get this going. Maybe like that. It's up like that. There
so
we go.
we have there's a box that I pulled out, and it's the very first box in my collection. So right now I've got my collection is in short boxes and long boxes, and it's all alphabetized. Everything that is Silver Age size and forward is all together. It's not separated by companies. The only thing that's boxed and separated from the main collection are Golden Age and magazines. So
Yeah.
um, all the Golden Age stuff are in short boxes, completely separate because they're larger. Um, and then
I
everything else
really
is
wish I had never divided my collection. I don't know why I did that. The way you're doing it is basically the way the Overstreet Price Guide. Everything
that's
is
what I
in
based it on.
alphabetical order. It makes
Yep.
perfect sense. I did it for decades, and then I decided, man, I really would like to have all my 1960s and back stuff separate so that it would look like a collection from that time period because I kind of hated I that's the
Hmm.
time period I like. So I separated it all. It took over a year. I did it in the early episodes of the show. There was a guy on YouTube who's no longer on YouTube. The king of comicdom that did it the same way. I wasn't inspired by him, but while I was doing it, I saw his videos and said, "Oh, he's got the same idea." But then I started separating like the Dennis the Menace comics. Then I started separating Gold Key and Dell, and then I never. But so what I've got now is just totally confusing. I've separated the independent comics, and then I've got the the Bronze Age and up all together, Marvel, DC all together, and but now I realize the early Bronze Age, at least the 20-25 cent comics, really should be in there with the Silver Age. And anything after like 1970s, I don't know when to cut it off, but that early 70s stuff, I kind of would like it to be with my Silver Age. It's all insanity. So what you've done it is the best way. It's makes sense. So is this the box A or is it the very first
Yeah,
box?
this is the number. This box is labeled numbers to A, and it's a short box. And then there's another box that's A, probably a whole complete
Has that
box of
anyone ever
advanced.
thought for insurance reasons just to go on YouTube and show every comic in your collection just just and then if they ever question what you had, okay, watch these episodes. I've shown my entire collection on these
That's like
30
something the
episodes.
comic collector geek would be. I mean, that's like basically what he's doing. When you have a collection of that size, and he's basically documenting his collection because of that size and
Yeah,
value of it. So,
he's I think I saw an episode of his show where he talks about insurance, and the quotes he was given were like $1 million a year or something. And you can't insure. I don't think that comic books really are insurable. I don't think you'll get hardly anything for them. They want pictures of every comic. It just becomes not fun anymore. You, it's just not. It's all a ridiculous hobby, and it becomes no fun when you have to do that. It just becomes work, and you don't get paid for it. In fact, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Hey, well, let's see the comics.
all right, so let's look through. This is you're going to be looking at. So this isn't the complete collection. This is just everything that is. It's most of the. It's probably 95% of the collection is filed, but there are a couple boxes that is overflow and stuff that I pull out and read, and then it's in like in a refiling type situation. But
Hmm.
this is 95% of my entire collection. We're going to just look through. So my collection begins with this 1963 title that was an
Oh,
English comic that came out in the early 90s that's really
yeah,
good.
it's
It's
great, and the ads are great. It's
mhm,
very
letters, the ads, the bullpen bulletin parody in here is outstanding every issue. It's really good.
yeah. It was really good. Was it was who wrote that? Was it Alan Moore? I can't remember who
Yeah,
wrote
I
it.
think it was Alan Moore, and we'll take a look. It's good stuff.
It
Alan
was
Moore
really
and
good, but
and
if any of you want it, that
did the
comic
art.
is like $1 comic. No one wants it.
Look at
Yeah.
this. Isn't this great? Shamed by you, English?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's brilliant. I
You
love
can
that
speak
comic.
soon and write like a graduate college if me let you help for a day of 15 minutes. If you've ever been ashamed by you English mistake, I can maybe save you from disappointing years. Have I met numbers countless men and women, being who are held back in their social jobs and lives without often knowing because express themselves they cannot fully.
I've gotten directions written in other language, by people that speak other languages and uh, my wife ordered a kitty litter box a couple of years ago that's made like a giant watermelon or something, and it came from Japan. I couldn't read the directions. I couldn't assemble the thing. Just now, I finally put it together because she wanted another kitty litter box. It's
So this is the first issue, and they started this series off like like it's Marvel. So they start with Fantastic Four #1. This
yeah,
Mystery Incorporated is a parody of FF.
and there's a Thor one
It's not
called
as much
Horus.
parody as it is homage, is what I would is how I would describe it.
Yeah, it really is more homage than parody, but it is a parody, but it's a very loving parody. It's not poking fun at it.
No.
Because Alan Moore is someone that has deep respect for the Silver Age, the early Silver Age. That's why I can't. It's hard. It would be hard for me to do a. If I was to read comics online, I'd want to do it very seriously and dramatically. I wouldn't want to joke around and make funny jokes, because that's to me like reading the Bible and making jokes about it or something. Not that the Silver Age is like the Bible, but you know what I mean. I very respectful of that time period. I like it to be very dramatic, like in the Marvel Superheroes '66 cartoon.
So this is their Spider-Man take. So then the second issue is No One Escapes the Fury. And
Yeah.
so
You imagine if the Atlas Seaboard line had been that.
yeah,
Like if the Atlas Seaboard line that came out in 1975 had, but it still, that wasn't, people didn't like that either any more than they like the Atlas Seaboard. That didn't, it's not collected. No one. talks about it with love like we're doing. It's just something that's in the dollar boxes. And I don't know why.
So it's really looking like, so look at this splash page. This is, uh, it's an homage to Marvel Comics splash page.
Yeah.
Own a nuclear sub, over 1,600 feet long, big enough to score NATO, big enough to scare NATO for over 30 years.
You know, um, a comic that was a parody of the Silver Age that was pretty good, at least for a while, was Megaton Man. I thought that was
Yeah, I have a bunch of those. I love Megaton Man.
it might have kind of jumped the shark at some point. I don't know, but it was good. I remember it being good.
Yeah, I bought a lot of those. The black and white kind of superhero parody stuff that was going on after Megaton Man.
Yeah.
This is good stuff. This is great. I really like this. I wish it's cool. I mean, they did what they had to do, but this could have kept going. But
Yeah.
now I feel like there's not a need for this because if Marvel keeps doing what they're doing, like say they do the first 5 or 6 FF, and then they start up. It would be cool if they did it like in time, and then they start up with Spider-Man, and then and then they do the start doing Tales of Suspense and start doing Strange Tales. Wouldn't that be cool if they started reprinting
Yeah.
that stuff?
Well, people might say, well, they did it with Marvel Tales and Marvel's Greatest Comics, but they never really did it like these facsimiles with the
Not like
ads
this,
and
not
and
in consecutive order is
and
part
and,
of the
and
plan.
Kevin Johnson from Mesa, Arizona's Gotham City Comics, who's on the show all the time, sent both of us a picture of because he's got the new Marvel comics for next week. They've got a facsimile of Fantastic Four #3. It just looks glorious. And apparently Marvel's doing the first 12 issues, but I don't know if I'd stop there. Well, by then the movie will come out and bomb, and then they'll probably want to stop. Even though the trailer looks pretty good, it's
So
not
this
gonna.
is this is book 3, and this is their Captain America homage, and
Yeah,
he's going Steranko. Look, right?
yeah, it's their Tales of Suspense. Yeah,
I mean, there's Kirby there, but at the same time, like this face up here, this looks like Jim Steranko to me. This is what this is.
yeah, yeah. Well, Jim Steranko was doing Kirby and then turning it and adding something to it, but everything was
Look at
based
this.
on
I
Kirby.
think this should be blown up and made into a poster. Look, monster-sized commies.
Yeah, in fact, I don't know why I haven't done that already.
Look at how great that is.
I've never thought about taking that to
That would be nice.
Kinko's.
11 by 17. Wouldn't this be cool?
Yes, actually, that would be great. In fact, that's something I would do this afternoon if I was near a FedEx, but
Let's see. It
I'm
says
not.
full. Let's see what it says. Just imagine your friend's shock when you walk into your room and see the dictator standing around as big as life. Stalin and Lenin, as awful and sinister as any wild dream, a full 6 foot tall, reproduced in full authentic color on durable poster stock.
Yeah, it would probably be cheaper just to find a copy of that, an extra copy of that comic and frame it than to go to the FedEx because it costs.
Oh yeah, it probably would.
These seriously are books that you can get for $1,
Yeah,
and it's a
these are
tremendous
like
bargain.
$1 or $2 bin comics right
Okay,
here.
so you do what comic stores do is because it's name of the comic is actually 1963, so you've put the number comics at the beginning before you get to the A's, and that's me. What I do is I file it under N for 19. But it makes so much more sense. So that's where you're probably coming up to if you have any copies of 2001: A Space Odyssey, we're about to see that. And what other comics start with numbers? I don't know.
After 2001, we're going to get into my 80-page giant collection. Look,
Oh, you put
this
those
is
first. I
this is
see.
Thor. So
I filed, yeah,
I file
that's,
80-page giants under numbers and
you know,
under the number 8. The
Yeah.
reason why I do that is because when the title first, so here's the 2001s.
Yeah.
I have the first 5 or 6 issues. There is one 2000 AD comic in here from the 80s or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I got
I
a
see. I
couple
filed that
copies of
under.
the first
I
issue
f-
of 2001 because these used to be in quarter bins everywhere.
yeah. I filed
Mhm.
those under T. 'Cause you
So I
make more
filed under
sense.
T instead of T. And then after 2001 comes 80-page giant. Now, the reason why
Yeah.
I file it under the number 8 is because at the beginning of this title, like the first 4 or 5 issues,
Yeah.
under the indicia is the it says 80. It's written just like this. But then
Yeah.
later on, they switched it to spelling it out in the indicia. But I go with
Yeah.
the original first issue, so these are
Yeah.
all filed under the number 8.
Right. I have a tendency to file those. Like I would file that with the Lois Lane comics, which I file under S because I have Superman. That I have because the name of the comic is really Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane. So I would file that, and then I would have Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen, would be because P is after G. I'd file, and I have all the Superman related stuff together.
Right.
So that's
So
just how I do it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's other
But I,
ways to do it. How do you? So this is an example, like of how you. How about Marvel giant size? So a lot of people will take a giant size Thor and put it with
oh,
their Thor collection, but in all truth, giant size Marvel is a title all unto its own. It should start with the letter G. It should be in your G's because they're
uh,
not a continuation of the title. It's a whole
yeah,
other title. Even though
yeah.
they're numbered like 1 through 6 giant size man thing, it's not a man thing comic. It's actually giant size. That's
Well,
my
yeah, but
opinion.
I look at
That's
all what
what I
I do is I'll have all the Man Thing comics, and then I'll have any other Man Thing stuff after it. The all
do.
if
Right.
Man Thing didn't have an annual, I don't think it did, but I'd have the 80 this the giant size.
It's so good.
Like I don't have giant size X Men, but I have giant size X Men #2. So that's after my run of Uncanny X Men, and I put all the stuff that's related together. Yeah, that's just how I do it.
These are so great. These smell so good. So this is just my favorite way to read one of my favorite eras and brands of comics, which is this cheesy DC 1950s and 60s stuff, right? It's really
Right.
fun. It's like the opposite of Marvel comics because it's really light and there's not a lot of character development happening here. It's kind of goony and goofy, but it's
Yeah.
really fun. And when you buy these reprint titles, like this is still a pretty affordable title, 80-page giant. Like these are 10 or
Yeah.
20
Yeah.
piece probably, because they're
Yeah.
just
That.
reprints. But they're really cool reprints because it's from 1963 or 64, whatever this
Right.
is. This is 1964, I think. September 64. And this
Yeah.
is 80-page giant number 3, which is
So
Lois Lane.
it's
And
from
when you look under
'64. They're
Indicia,
'50s stories.
when you look down here under Indicia, where is it? The title is 80-page giant with an 8. It starts with an 8. So
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah. That makes just as much sense as anything else to
So
file
there
it
was
that.
a time when I did my collection, like how you sometimes do yours, like how you're describing, and uh, because of my OCD, I need to have like these patterns and systems, and it's
Yeah.
part of why I did good in the army. Like I like organization. Like if you look at my place, I gained comfort and security through organization. So
Uh,
now I really know where everything is in my comic collection now. It's like I absolutely know where everything's at.
well, I kind of want all my Spider-Mans to be together under
That's
S.
cool.
And see, the problem is that you've got Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have it filed under P. At some point, I might have moved them. to S. But
I
it
did.
was at some point they
I did.
changed the name. They dropped the Peter Parker part and just call it Spectacular Spider-Man.
So for
But to
years
me,
I
it's
had it
always
under
Peter
P.
Parker.
Oh shit, sorry. We used to just
Yeah,
call that title Peter Parker. Remember when it first came out?
yeah,
It wasn't called Spectacular Spider-Man. It was called Peter Parker. Hold
yeah.
on.
Because yeah, yeah. Do you need to answer the phone?
I just had to turn off the volume. Excuse me, my cousin's texting me. So yeah, I used to have Peter Parker under P, but then a few years ago, maybe 10 or 20 years ago or 15 years ago, I don't know, I switched it to S for Spectacular Spider-Man. This is number 4 of 80-page
I
giant,
don't know if
25
I have
pages.
that. I might have it, but I don't think. No, I do. I've
Really?
got that one where he's fat, the original issue, but I don't. Oh, look at that
This is a
pinup.
cool back cover. It's got autographs on it. All the guys signed it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that's part of the beauty of these reprints is you get these kind of cool in-house extras like that, and then also they all have these table of contents which are really cool too.
Yeah, yeah, that's great.
80 pages of comics, not a lot of ads in here.
That's the only drawback to me. 'Cause I
Yeah,
love ads.
and this is a lot of Carmine Infantino Flash stuff, which is really fun. If you haven't read it, you should check it out.
Oh, oh, yeah. You guys. I mean, obviously, I've checked it out.
Yeah,
You guys out there in the world,
yeah, and
television land.
like I said, this is an affordable option to buying. You could buy these reprint titles, and they're really cool. Got a neat
Yeah.
feel to them.
Oh, that
It's
one
a good
I've got
price for
multiple
about
copies of.
10 bucks.
These things can be bought. If someone's charging you 20, that's about the high end, maybe.
And that's like a 5.0. So you could
Yeah.
find this in like a 5 or a 6, maybe a 5 for probably 20 bucks, but then you can get it as a 3, like this is probably a 3.0, and you could get this for 5 bucks probably.
And that's perfectly acceptable to me. That looks like a brand new comic.
Yeah. So this era of comics, so I'm not going to buy like a 3.5 or a 4.0 of a comic like intentionally like from 1976 if they even exist. That means that somebody like crunched it up or something. That was like a kid read comic. But from this era and even before, like from Golden Age, and I'm talking to viewers, Grouchy knows what I'm talking about. But the Dells that I started collecting and anything like in the before 1970, I would say anything before 1970, a 3.5 or a 3.0 is going to be fine for me in my collection. It's going to be okay for me. It means that
Yeah.
it's complete, it's being held together. I can read it, my kids can read it, put it back in the bag. It's perfect for the collection. It doesn't need to be a super high grade. Like this is a 3.0 and it looks great.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Another thing is, oh, yeah, that's not. Is that real or is that's a nine like a 2000s
So this is
fantasy
an
issue?
example of what I do with facsimiles. So with
Yeah.
facsimiles, maybe you might be the collector where you're like, well, I'm going to keep all my facsimiles in a box, a facsimile section or something.
Yeah.
That's not how I do it. I insert the facsimiles right into my collection as if they were just a reprint of the actual title and fill it in. And so
Yeah.
this is actually an expensive one. So in this 80-page giant run, one of the more expensive issues is this More Secret Origins issue. It's like $100 book sometimes.
Yeah.
But
They
it's a
did
really nice,
they did some
graceful.
Secret Origins issues that never existed. They were fantasy. They were made to look like 60s editions, but they never really existed in the 60s. Uh, yeah. I did the same thing. At first, I was separating facsimiles. Then I realized, no, I just need to file these with the real comics because I know they're facsimiles, but it's fun to have them all together. And I'll never be able to afford Fantastic Four #3, but I can get the facsimile.
Mhm.
John Goris is giving a movie review. Watched The Devil's Brigade the other night. World War II movie from '68. Had William Holden, Cliff Robertson, Claude Akins. Wasn't great, but had moments. Okay, I don't think I've seen that.
This one has an ad on the back for fighting ships. I think I
Yeah,
saw the Devil's Brigade a long time ago, but I don't remember it. It's like a newer war movie from like the late '60s, but it's a World War II movie, I think.
yeah,
The Kryptonite Man.
yeah.
This is a great issue. This is Superman's greatest Luthor duels.
Yeah, wind is really blowing outside. Well, tomorrow's no Monday is St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah,
I guess I'll do something for that since I'm half Irish.
I'm gonna get. I like. Do you like corned beef and cabbage? Do you like corned beef and cabbage?
I think I do. It sounds good. I think
Well,
I've
that's what
had
you
it.
eat.
I think
Yeah,
Cleo's made it. I don't know.
that's what you eat on St. Patty's Day. I'm gonna get it at
Oh,
maybe I think they have it to the whole weekend at the gas station.
yeah.
My
Well,
favorite
you know,
restaurant is the gas station. They have corned beef and cabbage this
I think
weekend
now
until
that's
Monday.
in the sandwich that they only serve it for a few weeks a year at the barbecue restaurant called the
Ooh,
Irishman. But
let's pull
I
this one out. This is a really nice copy. Hold on. So this is
yeah
another 80-page giant. This is number
yeah
12. And this is also these issues, any of the Batman issues are going to run you a little bit more uh, for obvious reasons, because
yeah
Batman is a popular character, maybe the most popular DC character. And look at this beautiful purple cover. And this is real
yeah
high grade. Like this is probably a 5.0 or a 5.5. I don't know how I got this. I don't remember. I think I got this from my comic shop for only about $10, about 10 or 15 years ago.
yeah.
Very nice shape. Beautiful book. So this is cool. This is the Strange Worlds of Batman and Robin. Look at that. Bizarre adventures in time and space.
Yeah, that was when he was traveling around to different planets in the 50s. That was a great
Mhm.
time. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
Look,
Um,
this is the story of the caveman Batman. Let's go right to that one.
right, right, right. I was just,
But
I
I mean,
just saw a picture of
look
that
at
the
this
other day.
splash page for Captive Planet. Look,
Yeah,
they're writing on some alien things.
wish they had been able to get a giant budget for the 1966 Batman movie and had Adam West and Kurt Ward doing some of those storylines on other planets and stuff
Wouldn't
and
that
those
be cool?
cavemen.
That would have been great.
The dog is here. Hey, dog, you need to eat.
Look at all these words. Look at this, guys. See how comics used to be. Look at all the
Yeah,
words in this story.
yeah, that's exactly.
Wow. So they're gonna turn. So I haven't read this yet, and if I did read it, I forgot. But so Batman and Robin go back in time. They come across this guy who's going to be like the equivalent of the Stone Age Batman. That's him right there. He's like cave Bruce Wayne, and
Yeah,
they give him a costume and they turn him into the Batman of the Stone Age. See, he becomes this Batman with a saber toothed tiger head.
right. You know what I was planning to do this morning? I was planning to record all the episodes of the Mighty My Tour, the Hanna Barbera
Oh,
cartoon,
yeah, that's a good
and,
cartoon.
and which is basically a Stone Age Batman, and
Yeah, he is. He looks like it too. You're right. Got a
and
mask.
Space Ghost is futuristic Batman, but all done just shy of copyright infringement. Uh,
So I'm not a collector that has ever had the ability or real distinct desire to complete all of my runs, right?
Thank
Not
you.
even, eh, eh, but this is a title that this 80-page giant, I think there's
Yeah.
like 14 or 16 issues, and I actually
Yeah.
have them. You're seeing, I've got a lot of them. I'm only missing a couple of
Yeah, I mean, there's one that I think might be $150 one, the one with the first Batman one, maybe,
them. Yeah, and the first
which I think I
issue,
have a low grade copy of that.
50 bucks or something. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple that are really pricey, but
Otherwise, these are $10 comics in like the condition I'm talking about. Like a 3 to a
yeah.
4 is probably going to be $10 these days.
I wonder if they
So
stayed on the stands a little longer than regular comics, like if they had a 2 month, a couple month window. I don't know.
yeah, I think so. It might have been seasonal. It might even have
Yeah,
been that they were like quarterly and they were on the stands for 2 or 3 months, like you said.
I think they were printed in higher, possibly. I'm not. I don't want to pontificate and say things I don't really know, but they're plentiful out there. So I'm thinking maybe a lot of kids saved them, or they were printed maybe in higher. I don't know.
So
I'm just pulling shit out of my ass. I don't know what I'm talking about.
my collection, in whole, my alphabetical collection starts with Action Comics. And this is the very first issue of
Oh,
Action Comics that I have. And it's this
okay.
Interplanetary Olympics issue. I'm a big fan, even though I grew up as a Marvel kid. I was still exposed to this stuff through different, like my friends, through situations like the doctor's office, the waiting room at the doctor's office. So it's like I did read this. I just wasn't like buying the new ones very much like in the 70s. I had preference to Marvel comics, but I still was buying this stuff as a kid in
Yeah,
quarter bins and 50-cent bins because this was really inexpensive in the 70s. Uh,
yeah,
Nobody really wanted it. It was kind of scoffed at in a way, even
yeah. And
into the
it's
early
still pretty
80s.
inexpensive. The Supermans from that time period.
Mhm. But I
No,
really
no,
like these 12-cent Action Comics. They're really good, man.
yeah,
And the art inside is great. The stories are good.
yeah,
I like. So I've got a good number of them. Look at this. It's a skyscraper Superman. This is like the super baby becomes a giant.
yeah. It looks like the Captain Action emblem on his chest.
Yeah, that's the kryptonite, the Krypton. I think this story takes place on Krypton.
Yeah,
Look, and so this is a time period when they're really just doing every cover, man. They're gonna,
right.
what do we do this week? Let's make Superman a baby. How about next month? Let's make him an old man. Let's put him in a wheelchair. Let's make him a bum. Let's make, right. It was just, there's so much great stuff happening. Let's make him president. Let's make him king. Right. They would do all this crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
he became a dictator a bunch of times. That was
Yeah,
great. He had his own flag.
which is what that show The Boys and also Invincible.
Yeah,
This was happening. People had the idea that he's
yeah,
overpowered and that if he had a sliver of evil within him, he could he could rule with an iron fist.
right.
So here we go. It's happening right here. See, look, he's clapped his hands and caused destruction. I think Superman's deadliest hands of doom. This is why those SJWs always want to snap their fingers because they're afraid that the buildings are
Yeah,
going to. So Superman claps his hands once.
that's really the when people got upset about hand clapping. Oh, it just causes anxiety. The noise, man.
I
It's like,
witnessed it right when it happened, first class at my work. So at the time, probably about 2011, 2012, right? Uh, so I went from so what in like a rehearsal. So I used to be an actor and a stage performer, like in modern dance, and
yeah,
it involves sometimes months of rehearsal. So you might rehearse with the same work with the same people for 6 months before you're even on stage performing live. It's like a real long process to create these shows, and then it premieres during the dance season every year, right? And so I'm working with these people, and we do all this stuff. It's all real physical, right? And you're making art with your instrument, which is your body. And so when people are done doing things, like you're making stuff up in rehearsal on the spot, and you're doing stuff and it feels cool, like you're all an artist and everything. People do stuff, and after they're done, people would clap, right? Like in the rehearsal space, like there's 20 of us, and a couple people do something that they just come up with, and they do it in front of the other 18 people, and everybody would clap. That completely switched at one point, and it was right around the time of Trayvon Martin. It was right around that time. It was right when they were, so the same show I was working on, they requested that we stop clapping and we snap. And then they also did this thing one day that I couldn't do, where they wanted everybody in rehearsal, at the beginning of rehearsal, everybody had to put their hands up and say, don't, hands up, don't shoot, or something, for like 10 minutes or some shit like that. I was like, I can't do
Oh
it.
boy.
So I just stood there, and everybody looked at me like, why aren't you putting your hands up and saying, don't? It was really crazy, man. So I witnessed
Oh
it
man.
first person. It sucked. It
Oh
destroyed
boy.
the art community in San Francisco. Like, I saw people, like, there's this critic that, a famous dance critic that for years was like the number one guy within the Bay Area when it came to like recommending and giving people awards and writing articles in the newspaper. Well, this guy was too old. Like, he was like pre-boomer. He was like a Korean war vet and old time San Francisco guy, and he couldn't make the switch. And so they all unfollowed him, and he became like persona non grata. Like, he wasn't the main guy anymore. He wasn't the guy that put on the big benefit at Moscone Center anymore. They replaced him with a woke person.
He says persona non grata is an inside joke. He knows how to pronounce before someone thinks, because a lot of people dislike me. I came up with that little. Hey, John Gora says, is Superman supposed to be immortal? Was his natural lifespan ever addressed? It's just the natural lifespan. They realized in the '60s that shit, Superman's been been in comics since the late '30s. Let's come up with a. Mort Wessinger was an old science fiction guy, and he had all these, and he came up with the idea of multiple Earths. And so, okay, so the Superman that fought in World War II was a different Superman than the Superman you kids are reading in these current comics in the early '60s in the Kennedy era. It's like the difference between these two Earths is that Superman landed earlier, and or Krypton blew up earlier in time on in this different. Yeah, then they started creating multiple Earths, and it was fascinating and wonderful. And in the '80s, they got rid of all the multiple Earths, which I hated. But then every summer, the heroes from both Earths would team up, and there'd be an old Superman and a young Superman. But that's how they. So that's how they dealt with that. But no, he's not supposed to be immortal. Just natural lifespan. But it's hard to. And then Marvel allowed they were when they started creating all their new characters in the '60s. Let's just let them age, let them graduate high school, graduate college, get married, have children. And then they realized, well, we can't do this. And then they had some thing where I don't know. They said for every year of the comic, it translates to a month in the life of the superhero. I don't remember. They had some stupid formula, but because they were trying to explain how the characters weren't aging. And so all the stuff you're reading in the Spider-Man comic for a whole year happened to all of those fights and all that stuff storyline happened in just a month of his life, kind of like dog years to human years. And it doesn't work now because they've been around for 60 or more years with those characters. It's all retarded. I'm sorry, it's all mentally disabled. But
Great advertisements in this era. These 12 center DC comics have a lot of toy ads, a lot of Aurora racing, just a lot of toys. And so it's a really good place to look at old toy ads.
yeah,
Main thing.
DC had a lot of Aurora ads specifically.
Hmm.
for the model kits, and later for when they got into games and other kinds of toys, slot cars. What were some of the other big sponsors in DC? That's a cool issue. Could I see that
Yeah,
cover
that's
again?
cool.
I don't know if I have that one.
Superwoman trained Superboy. Look at all the words, man. Look at this.
Yeah, yeah. That's one I don't have. What issue number is that? Sometimes it's
This
hard on
is
those purple
number
covers to tell.
332 of Action Comics. Let's look at
It,
this. It's a nice purple cover too. It's also in good shape.
yeah, the
332.
it was an editorial thing. DC
Here's
said
a
if
Laura ad.
Aurora, yeah, see model motoring. They said comics sell better if they have purple covers, gorillas on the cover, dinosaurs on the cover, and there were a couple other things that they knew. If the comic sales are going down, throw a gorilla on the cover, do a purple cover. It stands out. But sometimes those purple covers, they'll print the issue number in black ink on top of the purple, and it's really hard. Maybe it's easy when you're 10 to read it. Sometimes, like there, they print it in white on top of the purple. That's easy. But when they do it in black, they don't think about that when they're coloring the cover, that it's going to make it hard to see the issue number for 60-year-old men in the future. But they never thought that people our age were ever going to read this shit.
All right, it's getting goofy. So we're getting to the Go-Go Check era. It's status post Batman television show. And so not only are they making the Batman comics outrageous, they're injecting it into the other titles too, like Superman.
Yeah. And I think they were being printed in bigger numbers at this point because comics were getting really big. Like this issue here, it's very easy to find that. You know, I yeah,
Look how
they're
deep this is.
what?
Like what was that, Brewster's Millions, or what was the other one? Changing Places. Is that what
Trading
it
Places.
was?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen Trading Places in years.
That scene where Jamie Lee Curtis. So that's like Mighty Dog brand in my brain. Remember,
I
she's
I
like
I was
changing.
just thinking the same
I think
thing.
all it is like a side boob or something. You barely see anything, but it's like, remember that commercial for Mighty Dog where they take a brand and it kind of brands it.
Uh,
That's like,
I thought it was a full front, but I may be wrong.
maybe it
Maybe I'm
was a
wrong.
full front, but it's stuck in there
There was
for a second, like for a second full front, like she just turns, taking her shirt off.
yeah, I don't know. I
Here's another purple cover, and this is a great cover. And this, just like what Gratu said, they probably made millions of these. This is a, you see this a lot, right?
Yeah, I don't think I have that issue though. That's ironically, I don't think I have that one.
Isn't that cool? She's socking him right there. Look at that, full contact too. Knuckle sandwich served up. Hmm. So what are they doing here? Are they trying to get more girl readers? Why are they this multiple covers of Supergirl putting Superman in his place? Are you noticing that?
It might have been about the women's lib movement. I don't know, but
Yes.
it possibly girls read comics too. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like 66.
I mean, Lois Lane was specifically geared to girls. Uh,
So this is Neil Adams starts doing covers in the
yeah,
maybe 67 or 68. And this is a
yeah,
cool
that
one
was
where
a
this
big
little
change.
girl, this little girl is like testifying that Superman killed her father in court. Isn't that great? Look at Superman is all messed up. He's all effed up. This is just a bad situation all around.
My gosh.
And then it's look at these. So uh, well, this is kind of orange, but a lot of these ones with Neil Adams, so it goes from the purple to these bright red backgrounds. This is also red and yellow will sell a book, I think. So you see a lot of red and yellow in comic titles in the late 60s, early 70s.
Well, the colors were also they they had to make sure that the last issue didn't have the same color. They wanted the
Mhm.
next issue to have a different color, and then they on all the comics that they put out a certain week or month, they wanted them to have different colors so they'd stand out. So it was it's there was a science to why some covers are yellow and white, and but I'm not
Yeah,
exactly
it probably
sure.
came from the marketing department. They would
Yeah,
tell the art department what the covers needed to be, I'm guessing.
yeah,
So
and
now I jumped. That was my entire collection of
and
Action
then you
Comics.
jump to the 80s.
I jumped all the way from that to the 80s to John
Yeah,
Byrne. I mean, there's like
yeah,
20 or 25 years of missed comics that I don't own at all.
yeah,
So this is a time period that I really like because I like John Byrne. When I was a kid, whenever he showed up, like 76,
yeah,
77 in Iron Fist, he became my favorite artist. Before that, it was John Buscema and maybe Gil Kane.
yeah. I love John Burns' art. Yeah, I mean, I first noticed him when he was with Charlton, but he's like Neil Adams. They're better as artists when they give them full control and they can write too. They're not good
I agree.
writers. They need to just stick to the art. Uh, that's how I felt about Clint Eastwood when he first started directing. Now he's become a good director, but his first movies that Clint Eastwood directed, it's like, man, just stick to acting. But he evolved, He's still
I agree.
directing movies, and shit. I was just thinking about Dick Van Dyke. I looked him up yesterday. He's like 99 years old.
Mhm.
Because I saw a little clip from a Christmas special from 1976. Dick Van Dyke and Andy Kaufman comes out and does his Elvis and his Latka routine, and I
Mhm.
thought, man, Dick Van Dyke has white hair in 1976, and he's still. It's like he might be immortal, but I need to be quiet because whenever I joke like this, a couple hours later, oh, Dick Van Dyke is passed. And if you're just tuning in, no, he hasn't passed away. But I went out ever since I bought that Ricky Nelson Greatest Hits record, and then I found out he had. Uh, then he found out later that night he died in a plane crash on New Year's Eve, whatever, mid '80s. It's like, man, I need to be careful. Uh, it's like the Twilight Zone. Yeah, there was this time period where it was weekly, where they had these, and it wasn't always just Superman on the cover. It was a
Mm.
Yeah, that was a kind of an interesting time period.
This is a great cover. I remember
Yeah.
buying this just for this cover. Yeah.
So you pretty much skipped over action for the entire 1970s, or
I don't have
did
any of
you
them.
have,
I don't have any of them.
did
Here's
you
something.
ever? Oh,
I
that
feel like
one
I'm
is
going
a
to
cool
this.
cover.
They're like dollar bin comics that I bought just because I think I bought this at Jeffrey's Toys in San Francisco in about 2010 for like $1. This was fun. I remember this. So here's like a dollar bin comic that I got one day called Action Planet Comics, and I
Yeah, I've
remember
never
really
heard of it.
liking it. I thought it was good. Have you seen this?
Never heard of it in my life. Oh, is it decent? What is that?
It's
Monster
I
Meat.
think it's called I don't know. It's an off-brand Action Planet.
Yeah, it looks like it's okay. I just didn't know it existed. I
Yeah, I
never
read
had.
it and I remember liking it. I don't even know if there's another issue of this. See, look at this back cover by Brett Blevins. It's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, I would have bought that, I think, if I'd seen it at some point in my life.
Yeah, look. So, like I said, I think I paid $1 for this. It was in the bin.
Huh.
Definitely Kirby influenced.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That looks good. I should leave that out and reread that. That was fun. We're almost ready to take a break. Um, we're to Adam 12. I think this is
Oh
the only
wow.
issue of Adam 12 that I have. We'll look on the inside and see what number it is. But this also came from a bin, like about a 50-cent bin, and when I was in eighth grade, like at Bob's Sidebottom shop in Monterey, and I bought it. I like Adam 12,
Yeah.
and but I bought it because it has Satan. There's Satanists in here. I saw that it said calling Satan's children, and I was like, ooh, because I was at the time, I was son of Satan, and everything that was. I was like, whoa, the Adam 12 with Satanists. So that's why I got it. We're gonna look inside and see what the Satanists look like. This is a Whitman.
Um, yeah. I know I love the Adam 12 series, but I don't have any Adam 12 comics. I don't think I do.
This cover's
I'm
great.
pretty sure I don't.
The colors are crazy. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. There was an episode either of Adam 12 or uh or Dragnet with I think that did have Satanists, but I could be wrong. I know there was like some kind of drug Timothy Leary kind of guy in Dragnet. And there was an issue, I mean, there was an episode of Adam 12 where they have to deal with comic books being really valuable, old comic books, because
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think some kid was tossing this guy's comics over the fence or something, and they have to come out, and there's like, oh, these old comics are worth a lot of money. Yeah, I remember that.
This is Adam 12, number 5. And I found the Satanist story. It's called Satan's Children.
Oh,
It's
what
not this
year did this issue come out?
1974.
And by then, Adam 12 was off the air, I think.
I think it might have been right towards the end. Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
think
it is
Adam
off
12
the
went past
end.
72 or
Yeah,
70, but well, I
I
may
think
be
so.
wrong. Uh,
He's swinging incense.
because did Adam 12 end before Emergency started, or did they run at the same time?
I think it ended like I think Jack Webb started the other show like the next year after that, right? Like after Adam
Yeah,
12 ended
so
with Emergency.
I think Adam 12 may have ended when I was in first grade. That was a great show. I love the opening, the real
Hmm.
dramatic opening theme, and it showed how they got the call, and then they put it on a card, and it went down a conveyor belt
Yep.
and then someone would call the squad cars, and it's just I thought that was so cool. I've talked to police officers. Did you ever watch Adam 12 as a kid? And they didn't even know what it was, but I thought it was so fascinating to see how it was handled before they just have computers and just punch in. I like
Yeah,
that.
I like Adam 12. I feel like did Adam 12 come on early, like 7 or 7:30 or something like that, or maybe 8 o'clock time zone?
I don't think I ever saw Adam 12 in its actual original network run.
I
I
think I
think I
did in about 1970, 1971.
Yeah, my
Um,
problem is from 69 to 72 we were living in Germany, and all we had was one English station, armed services from some Ramstein Air Force base or something, and all you got were certain shows from different, they handpick, I don't know, different shows from different networks, and Adam 12 was not one of them. I remember they had Julia, they had Bonanza. Some of them were old shows like Star Trek that was still a couple of years old, and I remember they had All in the Family, but they had Partridge Family, but if they had Adam 12, I didn't know about. So I have a few blank years where I'm not I don't know. I was kind of away from American TV culture.
so now my collection moves into adventure comics, which is Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, and
Oh
this
yeah,
is some of
that's
my
great.
favorite stuff. This is I like this more than the action comics that we looked at earlier, and I have more of these. I
Yeah.
really like
John
all
Gora
of these.
says, I think I prefer Dragnet to Adam 12. Jack Webb was such a relentless hard ass. Yeah. you know, um, the Adam 12 policeman first appeared on Dragnet before they spun off into Adam 12. That's a great issue there. You know what? It was. I'm just realizing it was the Dragnet parody movie with Dan Aykroyd where they were dealing with Satan worshippers,
Yeah,
right?
they were. They did.
Paul, it's streaming on something. I watched the first few minutes of it the other day. Paulo says no Adam 12, Dragnet, Banachek, Colombo, Hawaii 50, or Chips on contemporary Portuguese TV. I think Hill Street Blues was the first real cop show we had on TV. Oh, that sucks. I don't even. I kind of remember the name Banachek, but what was that? Meyer Banachek? Was that a
I don't know
that was?
Banachek. I remember the name, but I didn't watch Banachek. I don't even know who Banachek, who the
I
actor
think
is.
that might
I
have been
watched
a show
Manic.
that was on TV and lasted one season and no one watched.
Yeah, I
So,
watched Mannix, and that was an early '70s cop show. This is a great cover too. What the heck is going on here? And then
oh,
look at all the words. If you want to know
that's a
what's going
great
on,
issue.
read the balloons because there's a lot of words here.
Yeah, that all of those comics are fantastic, and that's where Jim Shooter was like a 14-year-old kid writing the scripts for those. They're great. So it's not a guy in his 50s writing dialogue for kids. It's an actual kid writing dialogue for kids, and
Mhm.
they're well done. Paulo Banachek was a private detective played by George Papard. Yeah, but no one remembers that show in the United States, Paul. Maybe in Europe, it was not a popular show here. John Gores, ever hear of The Street? It's, came out in the late 80s and was very low budget in verite. I'm about to say verite. Jersey Cops, I think they were. No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Man, Superman's like in my physical condition there. I guess that's not supposed to be good.
I like what's this guy Brainiac 5, I think his name is. Is that what his
Yeah,
name is? He was great. I just like all the characters. That's what I mean. It was just this is a good comic. The 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 Legion is just fun. You got all look at all this
yeah.
stuff going on. Look at this one.
And you were talking about how there's not a lot of character development and things don't in the DC Superman comics, things don't really change. But in that comic that you're showing there,
It does.
because these weren't established characters that they weren't making toys of, they weren't on Saturday morning cartoons, they could have them get married or die, or things could
Yeah.
actually happen to them.
And that's what was happening a lot. That's what was going
Yeah,
on. It just
so
kind of
it was more Marvel like.
hmm Yeah.
So this and Doom
Excellent.
Patrol and something else I can't think of were the most Marvel like of the DC
Metal
comics.
Men. Metal Men was kind of
Metal Men, I was gonna think of Metal Men, but I
maybe
think
not
Doom,
though.
yeah, Doom Patrol was a great. I mean, Metal Men was a great comic, but I think Doom Patrol, you really, like they killed off the in the last episode, the last issue, they killed the whole team off. They blew them up, and then about 10 years later, a few of them come back. I don't know how they have retconned things now, but Robot Man came back in a different robot uh, body, and maybe one of the others survived, maybe Negative Man, but just some of them were actually dead. At least this when I last read the comics.
This
I'm
guy
not
died.
saying that.
Pharaoh lad. He was dead.
Yeah, I'm not saying I like them killing off a whole team. I don't know that that's the right way to end a series, is just to kill them, but at least, okay.
Nice cover. The end of the Legion.
Oh, look, Gotham City says hello. Good morning.
Okay.
Hey, Kevin, is it true that George Wilson book is actually going to come out like in a week or two? Or have you heard anything about that? Or is there anything you could conjure up on your computer? As I was I was brushing my teeth this morning. I turned on the comic book memories show, and I heard that Shannon guy saying, "Oh, the George Wilson book's coming out next week, or the 24th. Is that next week?" Well, about a little over a week from now. But if it's coming out through Diamond, that may be a problem. It may not actually wind up in the stores because that's been a few years. So we've been waiting on that book. Yeah, this is
Look at this
the
guy.
rough thing about showing lots of comics. It gets rough on your arms. People don't realize holding up comics one after the other. It's a pain in the ass.
This is a really fun title. Look at have you the, these covers are great, right? Aren't they colorful? There's all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff going on. Every single cover tells a story. It's not a
yeah,
pinup. It's trying to get the browser interested in the story that's inside of the comic because they're going to actually read them.
yeah. I think I preferred a few years earlier. As far as it seems like the when Neil Adams started to change the look of DC,
Mhm.
I kind of liked the stories earlier. They to me were more fun.
Yeah, here's Neil Adams again. Now we're like probably this is probably 68 we're looking at right here.
Yeah, I think like with the Fantastic Four was at its peak in the very mid '60s. I think same thing with the Adventure Comics and the Superboy and Legion of Superheroes. The Kennedy era and around 65 is going to be the sweet spot. And as you get towards the later 60s, it's they're still great, but um,
So now it's the early 70s and they've given Adventure Comics to Supergirl.
yeah, but the Legion of Superheroes is now, I think, took over the Superboy comic.
Yes, that's right.
They're still coming out. They're just
It's
over
now
on the other
Superboy and
channel. Yeah,
Superboy. Yeah. So it switches over to Superboy, and that's where my collection kind of picks up. And we're coming to the end of my Adventure Comic collection. I really like this cover because she's being dragged by her hair. Look at this.
I know. There's a lot of people on YouTube talking about that era of adventure comics, and it seems like
Really?
everybody's saying, "I've just completed my run of Supergirl and Adventure, or I'm only two issues away from it."
You know that. This
And
is a still Adventure Comics, and now it gets really cool because we get the Spectre with these crazy adult level stories by this guy is
yeah,
Michael Foster, I think.
Michael
Like an episode of
Michael
Twilight
Fleischer,
Zone.
yeah.
It's not really,
Well,
it's not at all like anything else you've read. It's like the Twilight Zone or something, or like an old
yeah.
radio drama, the Shadow or something.
Well, what happened is uh, the comics code was relaxed around 1971. And it was because Stan Lee pushed against the comics code to get those issues of Spider-Man out that showed, drugs in a negative way, but they didn't want drugs at all in comics. And he put them out anyway without the code. And then, I don't know, I guess the code was shamed, but they started relaxing the rules about horror in comics. And just like when the Supreme Court relaxed the rules about the POR, industry, then all of a sudden there was an explosion of adult theaters and stuff. And the same thing happened in comics when they said you could have vampires and the undead and stuff in comics. uh, then all of a sudden everything became horror. DC changed House of Mystery from a superhero title back to a horror comic and made it. And Joe Orlando was working at DC and was in charge of those. And he had worked with EC. He made it like an EC comic, and pretty soon Marvel and DC had all these horror comics out. Marvel had reprints of their pre-code horror. And then they all started doing superhero monster stuff. And then they were putting monsters on the front cover of all the superhero titles. And adventure changed into kind of a horrific superhero kind of thing. What are we looking at there? Is that the Harlem Globetrotters?
Yeah, this was when the Globetrotters went to live action. The
Oh
Harlem
yeah.
Globetrotters popcorn machine. This is from 19. This is the Saturday lineup from 1974. It's
Okay.
when
Yeah.
ISIS and Shazam premiered, right?
Yeah. Well, see, let me see. I didn't watch Valley of the Dinosaurs. There was something on the other channel.
It's
I've still never
for
seen an
the
episode of
Partridge
it.
Family, that Partridge Family in the future.
I
Uh,
didn't watch that either.
Valley of the Dinosaurs. I watched it. I watched all of these. And then
Well,
I really watched this show, the Hudson Brothers comedy show. I can remember when this premiered, the Saturday morning that this came on, because my best friend Garth, his older sister Lisa, who I always had a crush on, and then I eventually ended up dating her. She loved the Bay City Rollers, and she like as soon as this came on, she like suddenly knew who these guys were or something. I didn't know who I didn't know who the Hudson brothers were, but apparently they were like in Tiger Beat magazine or something. But that's why I remember it, because this girl that I liked that
yeah,
show, and there was an emu puppet. See it right here. This emu
yeah.
puppet was really funny. I remember liking that emu puppet.
Are there episodes of this on YouTube?
Yeah, yeah, it's all on YouTube. You can probably find every
I
episode.
I there must have been stuff on the. I watched Shazam and ISIS, but during the rest of that Saturday morning, I watched Land of the Lost, but I never saw Korg, and I never saw Valley of the Dinosaurs. I don't know what was on against. I remember those shows I watched. I watched Sigma of the Sea Monsters, Star Trek cartoon. So
Mhm.
whatever was on the other channels, I just never saw.
Did you watch the Gilligan's Island cartoon? The
Yeah, I did. They're on another planet or something. It
Yeah,
seems like
Gilligan's Planet, I think it was what
it.
it was called.
Paulo asked if they ever made a Perry Mason comic. That was popular here, but only in the late 70s. I don't think they ever made a Perry Mason comic. I don't think a court drama would go over too well in a comic, but that was a
I'm gonna
good
go on. I'm
series.
gonna take a quick smoke break. You can take
Okay.
over.
All
We're gonna.
right.
That was the end of that Dial H for Hero was the end of my adventure collection,
Yeah.
and we'll pick up later after I answer
Okay.
my group here. Let me do the group here.
Well, I'm sitting here vegetating. I um trying to make sure I don't get any sicker, but let me see here. I'm trying to put together a music collection. I'm thinking I'm going to put some ear checks on this tape now. Oh, boy. Um,
Still good. Still good. Why waste perfectly good V8?
are you allowed to smoke inside, or you don't? Or you always smoke outside, or how?
I do what I want.
But I mean, what I mean is, does the apartment let you smoke inside?
Uh, sure, sure they do.
But but I mean, I it seems like does that get into the air conditioning system and get into other apartments,
No, there's no
or
air
is it all?
conditioning system like that here.
You guys may not need air conditioning. That's right. You live near San Francisco.
Yeah, there's no central air in this building or heat. No central air or heat.
Or heat.
Yeah, or heat. There's no central air or heat in the building.
Well, how do you heat the building?
There's a one of those wall like this thing, one of those wall units that's a air conditioner and a heater, but I don't use it. See it right
Oh,
there?
like you
It
have
has
in
a
a motel.
Yeah, it has a remote control. It's just like the ones in a motel. This
Oh,
apartment is this apartment is like a shop is what they call it. It's like a shotgun shape. It's a rectangle that goes from the front to the back,
uh,
and so I don't use that because maybe in the summer when it gets to be 100 I might use the fan and the AC, but the heat, it stays warm in here. I just use this little space heater, right here, and it heats up the whole apartment. It's only
Oh,
a
wow.
1,000 square feet. So yeah, I mean, we could walk. I'll show you the whole. So the front door is right there where that Trump flag is. See that? And this is, my couch, the living room,
Yeah.
the TV set that, with you on it, and
Uh,
then the kitchen, and then the back of the house back here, the back of the apartment. There's a bathroom. There's the the master bedroom, and then the toy room.
oh, okay.
And it's the whole place stays warm. I mean, even like, I mean, it's like we just had snow, the first snow of the year yesterday, and maybe it was 30 degrees. This is as cold as it gets on the coldest day here, probably, and it's still bearable in here. I don't even need to turn that heater on full. I keep it at the lowest setting. It's on H1, and it goes up to 4, I think. So it stays warm in here. That's the story of how I heat my apartment. So there is no vents. To get back to the original, there's no vents where there's no. So if I want to smoke in here, I can blow it out a window, or I can go. There's many smoking options. There's
Yeah.
fans. There's a fan over the in the bathroom. There's a fan over the oven that I can turn on, and the smoke gets sucked in up into it. That sort of thing.
Oh, Live radiate
I
says
got to
good
plug
morning.
in.
Oh.
I have
There
to
were some
plug in.
dull Perry Mason comics in the early 60s, and I believe a couple obscure Golden Age comic adaptations.
I didn't know they did with Perry Mason.
Yeah, if they
Must have
were,
been Dell.
yeah, so Golden Age would, yeah, because Perry Mason existed before the TV show. That's why they show, don't they show a Perry Mason book in the opening credits to let you see this is an adaptation of a book series? And I don't know if it was ever on radio. I don't think so. Anyway, does Meyer smoke a pipe ever? Asked John Goris.
No, I don't. I used to, but not anymore. I don't smoke a pipe.
Yeah, pipes and cigars have a glamour about them.
Yeah, I had uncles that used to smoke pipes. My uncle Clarence used to smoke Prince Albert in a can. Remember that? And that's what. And he had. I remember in the garage, man, there were just so many empty cans of Prince Albert. That's what he had. All of his fasteners inside. Little tiny screws and nuts and bolts were inside of cans that were like screwed to the wall. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. And then all those old guys that I used to be around when I was a little kid, they all chomped on cigars in the side of their mouth and everything like that a lot.
Check on the mail. What time is it? 11:12.
Yeah, it's 9:13.
So that means still almost 2 hours before Kevin's going to open his store.
I guess I can open the windows up now.
Mail has come.
There's a little wind and storminess outside, so maybe we'll get snow again. It looks a little. It's kind of stormy out there right now. It's
Huh,
clouded up, and it looks like the temperature's dropping. It looks like we might get snow again today.
that's cool.
Mhm.
Coming out without a jacket when I'm starting to get a cold. Probably not the smartest move.
How cold is it there? Do you think? Like right out, you just went outside in a t-shirt. How cold do you think it is?
Uh, I guess in the mid 40s, but a
Oh,
lot of wind makes it
okay.
feel colder.
All right.
Uh, but it'll be up in the 70s Monday. I'm thinking. recording the Mad Daddy on. I don't think this is an ear check I've heard. There's not a lot of recordings of the Mad Daddy. Like there aren't many recordings of the Vampira show. In fact, there isn't a complete recording of any of her broadcasts from the early '50s from Los Angeles.
You know what's coming up here in town is that you know how they have the this place is real artsy. They have orchestra and opera and everything. So
Yeah,
I think it's in April. They have it's like a tribute orchestral concert. It's the music of Henry Mancini, and it's like the whole orchestra on stage. And it's like I was like, oh man, I might just the it would be worth it to have to wear, and you got to wear a jacket and tie to these things here. And so
oh,
it's like,
yeah,
yeah, I got to wear hard shoes and put a tie on, but it's worth it. I would buy the single seat just to go and sit there and listen to Henry Mancini's whole like music history for 3 hours from the
yeah,
50s.
definitely.
Sounds
Really,
like
you got
fun,
to
huh?
dress up because you got to dress up,
Yeah,
and
this is
it's a
this
movie
place. You've
theater.
seen what this place looks like. You can't just I can't wear a beanie and a t-shirt.
Oh well, yeah, but
It's a hoity-toity joint. This place.
well, yeah, I saw you were walking by the theater in your video, and it seems like yeah, the current movies look shitty, but then yeah, they had some classic movies that are coming.
Yeah,
Um,
they do like a throwback thing where one movie a week that people vote on, and it's $5, and it will be a classic. And every couple months you can vote on what movies that they're gonna that play. So you
yeah,
can kind of
there's
tell who lives in the town and who votes by what the movies are. Like Ghost, when you see Ghost
oh
and Dirty
yeah,
Dancing, you're like, okay, it's a lot of 60-year-old women that are voting for these movies.
yeah. Well, yeah,
But this is the median age. So I found this out yesterday. I don't know if this is high. It seems high to me, but the median age of residents of Grass Valley is 47 years old. Does that seem old? It seems to me like there's a lot of retired people here. This is a place you come at the end of your career and like move out of
yeah,
the city and move to the mountains and kind of settle
right,
down.
right. Well, yeah, it's just such a beautiful old theater.
It's really nice. Yeah. But yeah, this place is upper crust in certain parts of it. There's like a whole arts and entertainment. It's like there's 14,000 people that live here, but there's opera, there's orchestra, there's modern dance, there's ballet, there's weird acts that we've never heard of, like stuff that comes from PBS or something like that.
Yeah, I
There's
was
yeah,
just gonna say it sounds like a population would have a lot of PBS tote bags that they got
it
from
does. It's about
donating.
50-50. So that's what's interesting is this place is about 50-50 when it comes to red and blue. So in 2020, this place went blue for the presidential election, but in 2024, it went red for Trump. So in just that 4 years time, it switched, even though it's real close, it's like purple, but there's equal numbers of Mercedes to four-wheel drive trucks is how I would describe it. And so the
Yeah,
community is set up to service both those people. Like I can get fried chicken and enchiladas at the gas station, or I can go see the opera all within like a 3 block radius.
right. Well, Kevin says The Art of George Wilson comes out April 30th, 25. Okay, well, at least we've got a date. John Goris, this landfill get all those Prince Albert cans. Library 8 says, holy moly, Gotham City Comics, finally, George Wilson book. Gotham City Comics, it's already on back order, so hope everyone that wanted one got one reserved. It's $75, so probably not a heavily ordered book. Do you recall how many you ordered? Yes, I remember I asked you to order one for me, and I don't. Seems like back then the other people on the Wednesday night show were saying, "I'm not ordering that. That's too expensive." And it's like, okay. And I was like, "Well, shit. George Wilson's an artist I've loved all my." But it is expensive, yeah. But I don't know. So, yeah. Anyway, The Mad Daddy, is a DJ. He was in
Oh,
Cleveland, New York. Forget. Let's see. Where does this air check? I'm recording from YouTube here. This is from April 1st, 1958, on WJW. Uh, it says 104.1, but I don't believe that that's true. I think this guy is an idiot that put this up on YouTube because I don't. This wouldn't have been on an FM station in 1958. See, FM started catering to those type people you're talking about that are in your town. It would when FM first started, it was beautiful music and opera and classical music. It was because it was stereo and it was for the elite people. Most people had AM radios and in their cars. It was like high definition TV when it first started. It was not something everyone had, um, and so
when I first moved here and I saw that the opera and the orchestra and all the stuff I was telling you, when I saw that it was here and I first saw that arts and entertainment center, in my mind, I thought, what do they like film the opera and then what, you come and you buy tickets and you sit in a theater and you watch it on a screen? I didn't even understand that there's like a 400 seat theater, and even though it's a small theater, because of the money, they pack it with like big acts. And I was like, holy shit, there's like an actual like Chinese music, like what I was saying, it's like real famous shit. It's not like the people that play in the orchestra aren't from this town. They travel from Philadelphia or Chicago or New York City. It's real weird. It
it
blew
must
my
be.
mind. A full opera season in this little town? Yeah, a full opera season in this little
So
town.
it must have a big stage in
Yeah,
front of it.
yeah, it's
Do you
got a
have it?
full, yeah.
Do you know what
Orchestra.
year the theater was built by any chance?
I think it looks like it's Art Deco. So it looks like
Yeah.
probably the 40s or 50s.
Okay. Right. Well, so it's got to stay. Have you been in it yet?
I haven't. I've just seen pictures of the inside, but
Okay.
I haven't been in either. I haven't seen a show at either theater yet.
Yeah. Well, there just really aren't movies coming out of Hollywood that I care about. I
Me
don't know of
neither.
any. There's
I
nothing that
didn't
I
see
even can
anything.
think of. I mean, the Superman movie I'm looking forward to. I'll go see the Fantastic Four unless it gets terrible reviews, and I'm warned how horrible it is. I mean, sometimes I'd like to go to see a movie, but they're just not producing anything I want to see. Or maybe they are, and I don't even know it because all I know is what's playing at this little theater downtown right now. They've got Paddington Bear. Uh, Last week it was Dog Man. They tend to play more family friendly movies.
This place here will play a combination of like whatever is the most popular and family friendly, but then also something weird and artsy, like what's been nominated for the Academy Award or something, that sort of thing, like a
Yeah,
mixture of that. But anything Disney or Marvel is always at that theater. It, all the first run stuff comes right there.
yeah. Well, Marvel is completely ruined for me. That's why I'm skeptical even about the Fantastic Four movie
I
because
have no
I
interest.
figure they'll inevitably fuck it up somehow.
I was
Uh,
at the theater yesterday, and I didn't even want to look at any of those posters, dude. I had no interest. I looked at the Captain America poster, and it looked like socialist propaganda. It
well, there
looked
was a
like
Captain America poster. Maybe they're going to play it there at this theater, but I have no desire to see that. Why did they? It's apparently really a sequel to the Hulk movie that came out with was it Ed Norton, which I
yeah,
liked,
yeah, that
but
was
it's
the better
apparently
one.
a sequel to that movie, which was I think the second Marvel movie because I think it was Iron Man and then Hulk. Am I right? Because the Hulk movie wasn't that popular, but I liked it. But I remember what was one thing that I think people noticed is that Tony Stark is in a scene in a bar in the movie, and then people realized, oh, people were starting to realize these movies are interconnected, which was all great for a while, and they just fucked it up so bad, so bad. Um, it's just, I'm, ow, cat with their claws in my leg, ow. Um, so you've got, I guess, the leader is in this movie, and you've got the abomination in the movie, and the leader was set up in that movie like 15 years ago, and but it's a sequel to the Hulk, but the Hulk's not in it. And you've got a Red Hulk, and the Red Hulk makes no sense to the average person because the average person knows a Green Hulk. That's it's like so it's not the Hulk. It's 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 a sequel to the Hulk, but it's called a Captain America movie, but Captain America's not in it. The Falcon's in it, and it makes no sense to anybody. And to me, it doesn't make sense. But anyway, let's see what these humans are saying here. Hey, Gratu and everyone. I'm currently in Rio de Janeiro, says Bronco Bear.
What's up,
That
Bronco? That
Edward
sounds
Norton
like
film
fun.
starts in Rio. Justin says, my son liked the Cat movie, but he mentioned how glad he was the week before he watched that Hulk movie just by happenstance.
Is I think the Ipanema is in Rio, isn't the girl from Ipanema? Isn't that beach close to Rio, Bronco? I think it is. I feel like
I
it is.
think so. That's the only reason I know that country exists is that song, I think. It's some movie called Blame It on Rio.
Too. I haven't been there, but yeah, it came to mind. The first thing I thought of.
Anyway, this DJ Pete Myers, who went by the Mad Daddy, you can see him in Mad Magazine in the issue that has the 8 ball on the cover from probably the Kennedy era. There's a picture of him in the letters page, but he was a DJ, and see, he plays rock and roll, but he plays a lot of really weird rock and roll. Right now, he's playing the witch doctor, you know. But he tended to play. He wasn't like Doctor Demento. Just he played insane music, but Doctor Demento was kind of tough to take a lot of times. It's the only time so many times you can hear fish heads and all that shit. I mean, Dr. Demento would play like one good song for every 15 songs. The thing about the Mad Daddy, he talked in rhyme. Uh, he was just probably the most insane of the 50s and early 60s DJs. He jumped out of an airplane live on the air, and that's a famous. I think there's a whole book that's out about him, and I don't have it for some mystifying reason. But I think he self deleted. Uh, but that's not a reason to remember him. Uh, but he really inspired a young Lux Interior of the Cramps, and they recorded a song called "The Mad Daddy" about him. But so these people are into old music like me. You know, you find a new air check by the Mad Daddy on YouTube, it's like a big deal. Let's let you hear what he sounds like. I think he inspired a lot of the hippie generation because a lot of that, man, what was it? Oh, Wavy Gravy. Wasn't he like the guy that was the voice of Woodstock?
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah, yeah. That Wavy Gravy is what Mad Daddy called the music he played. Wavy Gravy.
I
So I
didn't
think
know that.
that's yeah,
So that what he called. So what Mad Daddy was saying, Wavy Gravy. The Wavy Gravy got his name from this DJ. You think?
yeah, yeah. Where else are you gonna get Wavy Gravy from? It's
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
what I
like
was wondering. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
He
the
just
connection. He was an older guy, so that guy was an older guy. That makes sense, right? And so and that
Well,
was
yeah, this guy was a DJ in the 50s and early 60s. So he's taking something from a DJ from about 10 years before,
hmm
because he had all these yeah, this guy's great. You guys should look up Mad Daddy Air Checks on YouTube.
Remember when Sha Na Na played at Woodstock? Wasn't that weird? Wasn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, the thing about it is, I recall, and I don't know if this was in the Woodstock movie or if it's some outtakes that didn't get into the movie, but somewhere I saw what's at first the hippies were confused by this band coming out doing 50s kind of doo-wop and stuff, uh, because that was so uncool for them
Yeah,
in
yeah,
1969. That was the 50s, the
yeah.
time of horrible, to them, horribleness. And then they started really getting into it. It would be like if someone came out. It would be like if in the middle of the grunge rock period, like let's say if someone came out doing a Village People routine in front of before Nirvana came on, it would be very
Yeah.
jarring in the mid 80s. I think it would be kind of like that. But
Remember when people used to yell "Disco sucks"? Did you ever do that? Like you go by the school dance that you don't go to, and they're all in there, and you just stick your head in the door and you yell "Disco sucks," and then you run away. That's what we did.
well, I remember when it started appearing on the school desks, carved into the desks. Uh, it was Disco Sucks. That was the Van Halen symbol, the little symbol.
DC.
Van Halen, AC/DC with the little lightning bolt,
Yeah,
Rush.
my first locker in ninth grade that I got assigned. I get to my locker and it has spray painted ACDC on the door in black spray paint, just like that. Just the lightning bolt, just exactly that. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah, yeah. It was. I remember my friend telling me right after lunch one day, "There's this new band, the Village People, and all the girls love them." And I said, "I've never heard of them." And then I became aware of them, and at that point, no one was aware that it was an LGBT whatever kind of.
Not at all,
I
man.
mean, all these people were. They just loved them. They just did. They didn't have any idea. Maybe they were naive in Texas, but they didn't realize that. Just like nobody knew that Freddie Mercury was gay. All these jocks that hated people of that persuasion wearing their
Yeah,
Queen
or Lily
shirts, and
Tomlin, or
they
Lily
have to.
Tomlin. There were lots of things that people were just, or I mean, I don't know, like Paul Lynde and Charles Nelson Riley. When I'm a little kid, I didn't even make a connection. I thought they were
No, I
odd.
just thought they were funny guys, but Lily
Yeah,
Tomlin was gay. I didn't know that.
yeah, I think so. I think so.
I didn't know that. Did she didn't really act that way, did she? I don't know what that's
No,
supposed.
but I think I'm pretty sure.
No,
Yeah.
Paul Lynde and Paul Lynde. I think he was maybe off of Broadway, and he played the dad in the movie version of
Bye bye birdie.
Bye Bye Birdie. Yeah, and it's like I'm sure older people must have known that. I
You
don't.
know,
I didn't know
you know
what
who
that
was,
meant. It just I just thought, oh, he's a funny guy. Just like when Jerry Lewis did his routine, I didn't realize, oh, he's actually doing an impression of someone that's mentally retarded. And you just don't realize that. That might have been why he had such feelings of guilt, and why well, I'll devote my life to helping people with muscular dystrophy, because
yeah, if
if
you
he had
wear those
helped the
Coke
mentally retarded,
glasses
it
and
would
the
have been
big buck
too
teeth.
obvious that he was really feeling guilty. Because his whole when he was with Dean Martin, that's 100% what he was doing.
So
It
remember how
was
we talk, how we talk about like the groundlings or about like
yeah.
how certain comedians that, so that wasn't a new thing. So in the 40s and 50s, it was also happening. And except it was smaller and it was the same, but there was these comedy theaters that were in Greenwich Village that would do like short run shows, and there were in these theaters they had specific actors that worked for them, and there was a group of actors that we would become familiar with growing up with television that had been performing in New York on stage, and they were Paul Lynde, Alice Ghostly, that guy
Yeah.
Robert Clary, that was the guy that played the Frenchman on Hogan's Heroes. These they
Yeah.
a lot of these actors, they worked, those three in particular, and then some other ones that we know too by sight, that worked, on stage, and then they ended up coming to Hollywood and getting jobs in situation comedy and game shows, and that's kind of how it happened.
I haven't
Alice Ghostly was
shaved.
probably, imagine what Alice Ghostly's IMDb must look like, right?
I'd
I
have
mean,
to. I know the name. I'd have to see a picture of her to remember what she looked like. Was she the neighbor in Bewitched or
she was
something? Or
one of the neighbors in Bewitched, yeah, but she was like in every single, like she was in everything as
yeah.
far as situation comedies go. She would
I
have a
I
part.
I haven't shaved, and I'm real itchy, and I keep doing this, and it looks like I'm making a motion. Like I just realized.
Oh, look at
Uh,
this real quick. So Bronco
Bronco.
is saying that he's in Rio.
He says his phone died as you asked him a
Oh,
question.
that's perfect. I was about Ipanema, and then look at the timing. The
Top
three
three
richest cities.
richest people, richest neighborhoods here. Oh, Rio's a rich neighborhood. People love the book and film Fight Club, and they tend to not know
Polaniac.
how. Is also the persuasion. What was Pollock the guy that wrote Fight Club? I don't have any
Yeah,
idea what you guys are talking about.
yeah, he is, and he wrote some
Oh,
other
okay.
stuff, but in a similar vein. So this is a souvenir television from
Oh,
Rio, from Brazil. I don't know
oh,
the year because I can't find a year on it, but it's made by Silva Manufacturing, and it has a little MS. Silva is a
well,
very famous Portuguese
the,
name. It's got an MS right there, and it says Silva Manufacturing down here,
yeah,
but there's no year. But you can look through this little viewfinder, and
uh,
you push a button on the bottom, and
I
it
remember.
changes the photograph. And there's about 10 pictures in here. Let's see
Yeah,
if
it's
we
like
can
a
get,
ViewMaster. I remember these things.
see
What
if we can
makes
get
me
the
think it's a little more recent is the screen is rectangular instead of curved like they were in the 60s. That's such it. You know what I mean? It seems like that It seems like TV's always had a curve until about 1980. Am I wrong?
Yeah, this one has a curved front on it. You're right. Let's see if we can get it.
Well, what I mean is the
It's hard to
screen.
see.
The screen doesn't have a curve. The edges of the screen.
Yeah, it
Is
is. It's curved.
Oh, they are curved. Let me see.
Yeah, yeah, it's curved. See,
Uh,
can you see? See, it is curved. It's
yeah,
like a
but
light bulb. It looks
what
like
I
a
mean
light bulb.
is, what I mean is the angles, the corners are more
Oh yeah, they're
rounded.
square.
That looks more like 1980s, where it's. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you mean
Yeah, I'm not
curved,
sure.
bowing out. I meant curvy, like uh, like uh,
If I can get it.
well, the Philco Predict is not a good example of that, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'd say it's probably from the 70s.
Yeah, I think it's the 70s. Can't quite get it.
Okay, here I can. Oh, you're trying to show us the picture inside.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the camera on there, but I can't get it lined
You
up.
got to line it right up with the. You could do it if it's going to take some effort, though.
It's hard because I can't see
Okay,
past it.
you're almost there. Oh boy, I think we just almost saw it, but I don't know if we're gonna focus on it or not.
I don't think it's going to work.
Nah.
It's not. Anyway, you look through here and you click this thing and it changes the slides. And the slides go around and you can see pictures of Rio, and it even has a picture of Ipanema Beach. And it has the picture of the Christ statue. Right now I'm looking at the Christ statue. And then now it's the Crepúsculo na Bahia da Guanabara. It looks like
Oh
it's a
my
big rock
gosh.
formation, Guanabara.
Better be careful. You might summon a demon saying those words.
Godinho Akukar. It looks like it's a sky tram that's in the clouds. It's a really high sky tram. Pria de Flamengo is a beach with a big giant volcanic rock in the background, and there's some hot girls in bikinis. This looks like about 1975.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was guessing.
There's Rio from that. So that big. So Rio has like a giant rock that sticks up. That's the volcano looking thing. It's like twice as high as Morro Beach rock in California. It's cool. The giant mountain and right up the beach. Then there's a train that goes up to the Christ statue, and then there's Ipanema Beach. Girls in bikini. There you go.
Yeah. Well, look at
Looks
this
about
one
the same
here.
size.
This is
Oh, look, there
older, I
you go.
think.
There's
See,
one
that's
right
what
there.
I meant. But as far as the screen
Oh,
being
yeah.
curvy,
Yours is rounded, and this one is
yeah.
square.
Unfortunately, it's missing the back part. It's somewhere. But I think this is one that shows more naughty pictures.
Oh, really?
So it's going to be like more Hugh Hefner kind of stuff. And then I've got some of these. Ah, shit. Sit right here. Then I've got some of these blocks. You see these? They're little building blocks from the early days of television to teach kids. I guess it teaches them letters. What does it do? I don't know. It's just a clown, lenticular, whatever. Just
Hmm.
different. Need to
Didn't
dust these things.
Hanna-Barbera have little TV sets that had their cartoon
Yeah, I think.
characters
Yeah,
on?
yeah, they did. This one has a little Indian kid in a canoe.
That's cool. It works well.
Oh boy. Yeah, he was in Cleveland, Ohio at this point in 1958. And then him on the radio, the Mad Daddy, and then on television there was a horror host called Ghoulardi. And between those two influences on people that lived in the middle of America and Ohio tended to, and then of course Mad Magazine and things like that that had a tendency to uh, get a generation of kids ready to be very weird. Let's see what these humans are saying. Bronco, that's neat, Meyer. I showed my fiance. Bronco says, I haven't visited Christ the Redeemer yet, but I've caught many glimpses of him in the distance. Wow. Are you on vacation? I guess. Or visiting? Maybe you just told us. I don't remember. I guess I could go upstairs and show some comics, but I'm not feeling like going up the stairs. So you guys get nothing. What was it that the end of Willy Wonka? You get nothing. Nothing. It's
Good
just that
day.
when Gene Wilder would do his freak out routine.
Yeah, he's a good day.
You, the viewers, get nothing. You think I'm showing you comics? Fuck you.
You drink the fizzy lifting drink. Yeah, you get nothing.
You think I'm going
Go
up
make
the
your own
stairs
show.
for
All
you?
of you. Go make your
You
own
son
show.
of a
Record
bitch
yourself.
bastard. And he did his freak out routine in Bonnie and Clyde. And young Frankenstein,
Hey,
it
did
was
you ever
his
see this
thing. He
movie
would have
called?
a nervous breakdown.
Well, I mean, he lost Gilda Radner, but you remember
No, I mean
the?
he would have his nervous breakdown in
Oh yeah,
movies.
he would. The
No, I
Frisco
didn't mean in
Kid.
real life. No, that was the thing. He would freak out
You
because I
would.
think what was he? He was a newlywed, or he was with his
Silver
fiancee,
Street.
and Bonnie
That
and
was the
Clyde,
kid
and he
that
sees someone
Richard
killed, and he's
Pryor.
freaking out.
Yeah, he
Seems
was a
like,
blind guy. And did you see the Frisco Kid with him and Harrison Ford? It's a really good movie.
yeah, I think so. Oh, and then the producers, he did a lot of freaking
Yeah,
out. Too. Is
meanwhile,
that where he premiered? And that must have been where he
must have been the
first.
producer.
Uh,
I don't know.
Wait, I don't know if Bonnie and Clyde or the producers was first. Probably Bonnie and Clyde was 67 and the producers was probably 68. I don't know. I'm guessing.
So
Paulo will know. He knows everything. Bronco says we're both in Rio for our visa process. God willing, we'll get approved and be able to come back to come to the U.S. and start our life together. Oh,
oh, that'd
apart
be
from
great.
missing family, we're excited. Oh, that's great. 'Cause, well, what's her face? That horrible woman that were in that Flintstone movie that they had in there as Betty Rubble. What was her name? Was it Rosie O'Donnell? Who played
I
Betty
never,
Rubble?
yeah, never heard of her.
There was a Flintstones live action movie, and it was really well cast. Rick Moranis was Barney. He looked like Barney. They had John Goodman as Fred Flintstone. It looked like then they had a horribly ugly comedian as Betty Rubble. And Betty Rubble was, for a cartoon character, attractive. I think anyway, she moved out of the country. She moved to Ireland because of her TDS. She's all emaciated now and just horrible looking, unrecognizable.
Did you see Trump kind of destroy her with the Irish Prime Minister there yesterday? It was hilarious. Maybe the day before. You see that clip?
He
No.
did what now?
So, so after she uploaded that TikTok, which I think
Oh,
was
he talked about it.
on Thursday, it was she didn't know, or it was a coincidence. She didn't realize that the day after she posted that, the Irish Prime Minister was scheduled to come visit the White House and meet with Trump. And he is on board with everything Trump is talking about, and he's very friendly with Trump. And
She moved to the wrong
a
country.
reporter asked that guy who's sitting next to Trump in the Oval, or wherever it was in the he asked at the White House. He asked the reporter asked that Irish Prime Minister, how do you feel about Rosie O'Donnell moving to your country? I think she will be a bad addition. He said something like, normally Irish people are very friendly and happy and known for their welcoming attitudes. Why would you allow Rosie O'Donnell to move to your country? And the Irish Prime Minister was like, I don't know who she is, right? He didn't know. And Trump said, you're better off not knowing. He fucking
Oh, that's
hilarious.
right. She was the one that Trump insulted. Yeah, in that when the CNN, what's her name?
Megyn Kelly.
Megan Kelly. Yeah, okay. All right. It's all coming together now. I'm
Yeah,
putting the
yeah. She's
dots
had a
together.
long run.
Okay, that's what
Yeah, that's
she
what it was
said.
all
You've
about. He got the
insulted all these
final.
women. Only Rosie O'Donnell. Okay, no wonder she got out of the country. Okay, well, uh, that's fantastic. I also heard, you know, people that make less than $150,000 shouldn't pay taxes, and I think that actually came from that would be pretty good. That would certainly help the economy. Uh, and what else have I heard lately that was interesting news wise? This will get people to unsubscribe here. But I've got so many new subscribers because I've been showing cats that I can afford to lose a few people that don't like Trump. I don't know.
Yeah, your thumbnails are like it's like a lure, like a fishing lure. You put some cats on.
Yeah, but I had some great cat
Plastic pictures
videos
of
up
cats.
yesterday, and I put a picture of Leonard Nimoy seductively lying on a couch in a
Yeah,
neck,
post
and
picture of
he's
that
like
picture.
camouflaged into this horrible '70s couch. And, and between that and another one, I put up the three original Common Riders kind of in a embrace, and that one has some great cat footage. No one's gonna know it. In fact, it's almost all cats playing with each other.
Common Rider on the
So I can't always be accused of just putting up cat pictures to get people to watch. There's some hidden cat footage, but you got to look for it. But I figured people that like Common Rider should be rewarded with kitten footage. There's so few people that even know what Common Rider is. Uh, Man, I just think if I could somehow, if YouTube had existed when I was young, I could have, and the people I hung out with then, I could have millions of subs because the people that I, some of them are no longer alive, like my friend Tom and Joe Riley. Man, these were amazing people, and they weren't just comic book collectors. They were well-rounded. They were, and some of them were epic. Uh, like some of them are still. I probably should get some of my old friends on, but some of these people were like they were like I don't know, like Hunter S. Thompson or something. They were just like bigger than life people that. But Joe Riley's, he did the hypnotic eye, and there's a presence. His presence is felt online, even though he passed away when MySpace was still popular. And I don't know if when YouTube started, but uh, I just wish, I don't know. I've got to do. I got to do something with this channel. I got to find more. We've got to find more interesting people that share our vision. There's people out there that I need to. I just need to work at it. Maybe over this next week I'm going to be off. Maybe I'll try to contact this Steve Mannion. I think that guy's fantastic. I'd like to have him on as a guest. I was thinking that guy Jay Stevens would be interesting to talk to, but then I hear he's got TDS. Jay Stevens, the guy that makes these horror comics and the Harvey Comics house style, he might be a great guy, but I don't know. I've seen interviews with Steve Mannion, and it seems like he's pretty grounded. You know the song "The Greasy Chicken"?
Um, Not by name, no.
It's
You might
it's
know
an
it.
insane. It's what's playing now. I don't know if you can hear it. Uh, I know a lot of these songs that the Mad Daddy would play because Lux Interior, the lead singer of the Cramps, he was a kid in the '50s and he listened to this, and then uh, he would talk in interviews about some of the great records, and then people would seek them out, or he would do cover versions of these songs with the band, the Cramps, and so people are into the Cramps started to become fascinated with this old music, and then they became record. They probably already were record collectors, and they sought out these old obscure '50s, '45s, and '60s garage rock, and and put out compilations of the music, and it's really inspired a lot of people. And then, sometimes you would wind up finding a mixtape of that Lex Interior had put together and like handed to one of the roadies, and then it is spread across the nation. Everybody got copies of this audio cassette, and then everyone's, we got to find this music, and uh, YouTube's made it very easy to get this music now or to hear it, but I don't know if many people seek it out.
What year was this that you were into the Cramps and that people were following Bucks Interior like this?
Well, the Cramps started probably in '76, but I don't know that I became aware of the Cramps honestly until oh boy, was I still in high school? I don't want to lie. It would be real cool for me to say, yeah. Oh man, how did I do that? Eh, I I could say, yeah, I was into the Cramps since 1977, and when they were playing, but I that's not true. When I first heard the Cramps, I thought, man, this is like that Stan Freberg record, Heartbreak Hotel, and they must have been inspired by that, and uh, so Stan Freberg, right?
No. Tell me who Stan
Oh,
Freberg.
okay. Stan Freberg was he did a lot of the voices in Warner Brothers cartoons. Uh, he
I know the
was
name.
the ones that weren't Mel
Mhm.
Blanc. It's like man, I'm trying to think some of the characters, some of the characters that weren't Mel Blanc, like what was there were two dogs that were based on the movie of Mice and Men, it's like George is my friend. Do you remember that? He did I think well anyway, Stan Freberg was this guy that did comedy records in the 50s for RCA and into the 60s. And then he became an advertising man. And he did a lot of advertising campaigns for products using his humor. He his records were very much like early Mad Magazine on vinyl. And in fact, some of the earliest Mad paperbacks, he does an introduction to it. There's you see introduction by Stan Freberg. I could probably find a paperback in there. Uh, uh, I could probably play a few seconds of one of them here when this ends without getting a copyright maybe problem. He would do parodies of popular songs like Weird Al Yankovic would do later, but he would make the songs sound just like the original using Billy May, the conductor, and uh, he did a parody of Lawrence Welk that was spot on, and it sounds exactly like Lawrence Welk. And he did a lot of records where the person singing breaks character. Like there was a Yellow Rose of Texas parody that was a big popular song. I think Mitch Miller did, and anyway, they're singing along, and then the the snare drummer goes crazy, keeps going crazy during the record, and the guy has to stop and yell at the snare drummer. What else? But he did a parody of Heartbreak Hotel when Elvis Presley was a brand new recording star. And I actually,
Melodies were
he
popular in the
wasn't
50s.
RCA, he was Capitol because Elvis was RCA. Stan Freberg was on Capitol. What were you saying?
One time I asked my uncle what, and this was probably about 1977 when I was like buying records when I was like seventh grade. And I asked my uncle had records and a stereo, and I asked him what his favorite band was. I asked, who's your favorite band? I thought he was going to say like, like country and Western. Anyway, it was Spike Jones. He
I was
said,
gonna think
he
you
said,
were
I
gonna
have
say
more
Spike
Spike
Jones.
Jones records than anything. And he showed, and he had like 8 Spike Jones records or something. He loved Spike Jones. That was, and he's a World War II and a Korean War vet.
Yeah, Spike Jones was great, and some of the songs they'll start off completely serious, and then it'll just go ape shit with sirens and everything. Uh, um, yeah. Um, well,
Well, that was a
anyway,
kid in
he
goodness
makes
trouble.
fun of Elvis because Stan Freberg was like this guy that just hated everything new. He's kind of like me with modern comics and modern movies. Just like, I hate it all. But he television was new. He hated television. He preferred the radio, and probably because he could do all these voices and he wasn't, a leading man type guy. He hated the medium of television, and uh, and he hated rock and roll, and so he made fun of rock and roll, and making fun of that Elvis song and exaggerating all the things that he thought were ridiculous about Elvis. He wound up making something that transcended, and it became like a punk rock song, like what would ultimately become psychobilly. It's like rockabilly by adding all this, making fun of the echo that's on the Elvis Presley record. The echo goes insane, and then uh, to the point where it sounds like a Cramps record would sound decades later. Um, oh,
What's the name of that? Do you
he
know the
did.
name
Oh,
of
he
that?
did Dragnet parodies. I'm sure you've heard of them.
I'm looking him up
Where,
right now.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
I'm
He did
looking
a
him up.
parody of. It's called Dragonette, I
I
think,
see
or
it. St. George and the Dragonette,
yeah, yeah. It's
1953
like
Capitol
it
Records.
sounds just like Jack Webb, and he's talking to the fire breathing dragon because
Little
he's
Blue Riding Hood. Do you know the name of the Elvis song that you were just talking
it's
about?
Heartbreak Hotel, yeah,
Heartbreak Hood. I'm looking it up. Oh,
and
he did a Christmas record called Green Christmas,
right.
the meaning of Christmas. Oh,
Um, all of this stuff is great. Oh, he did a parody called, the Meet the Press is still on the air, but it was on the air back then, 60 years ago, and he did a parody of Meet the Press, and it was called Meet the Funnies. And then he's talking to Dick Tracy and Little Orphan Annie and all the different characters very seriously, like it's one of those Sunday morning serious news shows.
a great
That was
kid.
Yeah, he was great, man. Now he had a son. Actually, here's what you'll know him. And I didn't really like these commercials, but in the '80s, he did a series of commercials with his son for Encyclopedia Britannica, and his son was this blonde-haired guy with glasses, and Stan Freberg was the off-screen voice. I don't know if you remember that. That's his son Donovan Freberg, and who I'm friends with on Facebook. Stan Freberg is no longer with us. He had a kind of a sad end where he married some lady that made him stop associating with all of his family. It just can't. And he was real old, and she was younger, and so there was some. Okay, I'm now at a position where the Mad Daddy ear check. I can look this stuff up and play some of it. Uh, yeah, it's all great. It's just like the Harvey Kurtzman Mad comic book from EC. If that was something you could actually hear, that would be Stan Freberg.
Okay, I found
Uh,
the encyclopedia ad, and I totally remember this kid now. Okay, so
yeah,
I
yeah, that's
remember
his
this ad,
son.
and and he has a YouTube channel, Donovan Freeberg.
Yeah, yeah, and he's never defriended me for decades. He's very much on the other political side. He's seen all of my shit for since the
Oh, really?
MySpace days, and he's never defriended me.
Oh, cool.
Look, let me.
So yeah, it
Well,
looks
of
like
course.
They worked for Encyclopedia Britannica from '87 to '92 on this ad campaign. That's what it.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I was saying here, yeah, towards in the 70s, he grew his hair into this weird afro, it making him seem kind of strange looking. He
He's a
was
tough kid.
he was
He's a,
more of
I'm
this kind of
gonna subscribe to him.
50s looking guy is the way I, but then when he grew his hair into that afro, I thought it was kind of weird. Oh, he
I
does a
subscribe to Donovan
oh, he
Freeberg.
has a whole album called
He
The
makes videos.
United States of America, and it's like a Broadway musical about the founding of the country, and it's the music is great, and
Why
it's
don't you see if Donovan Freeberg will come on your show? He makes videos.
well,
He makes videos. He has a low number of. He's got less than 1,000 subscribers, and he makes vlogs. I mean, I'm not
yeah.
watching him. I'm just looking at his videos right now, and he's made stuff in the last few days, and
Well,
he does puppets. He does hand puppets.
yeah, he's good. The someone's taken actual footage of Lawrence Welk and put it under the record. It was a 45 he put out. There was a pair called Wonderful Wonderful, and it's two-sided 45. So let's see. This will probably get me in trouble playing this. But how else can you tell people? It sounds just like Lawrence Welk.
So it is.
Yeah, let's see. Here's the Dragnet parody. The legend you are about to hear is true. Only the needle should be changed to protect the record. This is the countryside. My name is St. George. I'm a knight. Saturday, July 10th, 8:05 p.m. The Banana Boat parody is a pretty big one, too.
Yeah, that was the first one that comes up.
I'm trying to avoid getting He has a whole bunch of commercials. This is a whole collection of his commercials from the 60s because he became like an ad man. Potatoes, glad to start. Hey, stuff. How about a little variety once a week? I think he had some with Clayton Moore playing the Lone Ranger. Let's see if I can find one of those. Oh, here it is. Century, giblet gravy, and sliced turkey. Colored by paprika, now appearing citywide in a frozen food section near you. Pizza roll. Pizza roll. Pizza roll. Pizza roll. Pizza roll. I'd like to talk to you about that music you're using. That's funny. I've been meaning to speak to you people about the same thing. Have a pizza roll, Kimasabi? Just take them out of the freezer, pop them in the oven for 10 minutes. That's it. Who was that man anyhow? I don't know.
Yes, that was a great commercial. That's hilarious. So I think that frozen food was way better in 1970 than it is now. Like it tasted better. Like I think
Yeah.
TV dinners were better when they were in that foil tray with the foil wrapped over the top and you couldn't microwave them. You had to heat them up in the oven. I think that everything, those old pizza rolls and those old Chung King frozen egg rolls, way better than they are now.
Yeah. Let's see. This is the Yellow Rose of Texas. Yeah, don't let me startle you. I'm just doing the rebel yell, yeah, to kind of kick things off. You know what I mean? There the Yellow Rose of Texas. Let's see. This the quest for Bridie Hammerschlagen is there. There was a they did this thing where they would they hypnotized or they put someone under for they were forget what it's someone something about reincarnation back in the 50s and yeah no, that's a parody of that. Um,
So these songs were some of this was they were getting record play like on the radio, some of it was that
yeah
but I think the majority of this was word of mouth because these were cocktail records. These were records that were part of an entertaining type of a thing where you were sure you listened to the record when you bought it, but then you listened to it again when the couple from across the street came over to play mahjong or bridge.
yeah.
That it was a thing. It was, and it wasn't really advertised on television that much. I don't think. I think it
Well,
was like a
he'd be on shows like The Tonight Show and Ed Sullivan, but this is like him making fun of political correctness back then, where they're singing "Old Man River" and the censor keeps telling him to say "Elderly Man River" and to correct the grammar in the song, make it proper grammar. You know, but as far as the Heartbreak Hotel, the Elvis parody, it's a okay here. Well, since my baby left me, when I found a new place to dwell, when it's down at the end of London's dreamland, with coaches, well, I'll be so lovely, baby, I'll see a little further in the record where the so lovely, like a child. Well, your baby leaves you, and you still can find some room. There's the part where the during the it there's a musical break in the song and it gets all crazy and he says, "Ah, it's all right. It's close enough for jazz." I mean, it's to the point where it was so early that they weren't really even sure what this music was called. They were still calling it jazz. So at the end, the echo gets completely out of control of it. So that's too much.
I think that so I think that my uncle would like have drinks and listen to Spike Jones. You understand what I'm saying? Like it was a part. He would, you know what I mean? He would smoke a cigar, maybe have a couple highballs, and listen to a Spike Jones record and get some yawks just to get a couple laughs. That was I think his
Yeah.
modus operandi.
Have you ever heard the Spike Jones version of "My Old Flame," where it's this homicidal Peter Lorre voice singing?
No, I
Uh,
don't. Maybe I
well,
have. Maybe I have. That sounds familiar.
says my new lovers all seem so tame. They won't even let me strangle them. And I think it starts real tame, and then Peter Lorre takes over. Uh, oh, there it is, "My Old Flame," Spike Jones. 1947. Yeah, it starts completely normal, with a regular singer. So it's very much like the Orson Welles War of the Worlds. You could hear this on the radio and think, "Oh, I'm just hearing a nice new version of this old standard," and then at a certain point, it turns into this insane. Let's see if we can find where it takes over. Paul Frees does the voice. Okay, this is where it changes. I'm just trying to.
Even think of her name. I'll have to look through my collection of human names. But it's funny now and then how my thoughts go flashing back again to my old flame. My old flame. My new lovers all seem so tame. They won't even let me strangle them. For I haven't met a girl so magnificent. Oh, my old.
Oh, anyway,
That's funny.
I'm getting all kinds of copyright claims. I guarantee you. But anyway, it's yeah, that's Stan Freberg's worth investigating. He's let's see if I can find the funnies. I'm sure they'll have the whole album up here. And uh, let's see, face the funnies. Trying to remember. I think maybe Alley Oop is one of the characters. He's, but the thing is, with what I find funny is when a parody seems like seems very authentic to the original. That's why I liked National Lampoon, early Saturday Night Live. Why I liked the early Mad. Well, I always liked Mad, but when you get an artist that can recreate the look of the original comic you're making fun of, it becomes funnier. If Saturday Night Live in the early days would have commercial parodies, and they'd be shot on film to um,
You know, what was
and
good was that Firesign Theater record, with Nick Danger, but on the other side of that record, it was
uh-huh,
this guy driving in a car listening to the radio, and there was this advertisement for Ralph Spoil Sport from Ralph Spoil Sport Motors here in the city
uh-huh,
of Emphysema. It's a
right,
beautiful car, kids, with doors to match. It has all kinds of air conditioned control. Remember how great that was? That was
yeah.
great.
Now, yeah, and the radio show, the Nick Danger radio show, sounded just like uh,
Rocky
just like an
Rococo.
old radio show.
Yeah,
And
it was
oh,
beautiful.
I stay look,
Give me that
Fireside
picture.
Theater actually did commercials for a car dealership that was owned by this guy that was kind of a hippie. It was like a VW, like in Los Angeles, and they did these insane commercials. Have you ever seen those?
No, I don't think I have.
They're on YouTube. I'll show those. Oh man, they don't show the front of the album. I think I've got it somewhere around here, but it's on here. Here it's 16 minutes. Face the funnies. Maybe it'll show it.
Our panel of experts are with us once again tonight. Mr. G.L. Spoon, Miss Edna St. Louis, Missouri.
See, they're all voices that you know from cartoons. Stan Freberg is a cartoon voice. Dawes Butler, June Foray, who's Rocky the Flying Squirrel, and Peter Leeds. I know that name from somewhere.
And Dr. Linus Coit. I'm your moderator, Fulbrook Mason. Now, to meet the panelists, first of all, Dr. Coit, I believe you received your doctor's degree at MIT. What was your field? I received my doctor's degree in Little Orphan Annie. That was my major. My minor was Little Abner. Next, Miss Edna St. Louis, Missouri, who received her master's degree in Tarzan.
Yes, the subject of my thesis for my master's degree was Tarzan and the Apes and his influence on the 20th century culture.
Now, our third panelist, G.L. Spoon, a roving reporter. And you covered the comic strips, didn't you?
That's right. The funnies are my beat, yeah.
And what school did you attend?
Well, I didn't attend any school as such. Let's just say I'm from the School of Hard Knocks. That's not original, but it's very apt.
Actually, I don't know if they actually talk to the cartoon characters or they just talk about the characters.
Really guilty of the triple murder.
Now we're getting some
Yeah, they talk about the comics. That's what it is.
expert witness.
The front of the album shows the comic characters actually sitting around a table.
There are different dresses. That is a fact. Take it from me. That's my subject. She breaks them up with a nice little blue sweater and chic clip.
We're talking about Little Orphan Annie always wearing the same. Arguing about Tarzan here.
Billionaires in the world, that's all.
That's all. Well, then why doesn't he spring for a few bucks and get her a home permanent?
You really look like a rat.
A rat's nest, eh? Listen, madam, I noticed the Marcel has gone out of Tarzan's hair lately.
Well, he's
You kidding?
fingernail test.
He's wearing a hairpiece.
He's wearing a hairpiece.
Well, I suppose that crew cut that Dick Tracy affected is a derriere three.
Oh, no. Oh, look at this gal. You hit a man when he's down and wounded.
Anyway, the Firesign Theater. Yeah, they're hilarious. They were, I guess, they played on late night television and in Los Angeles, but they're actually real commercials. And
What was it? Proctor and what was the other guy's name?
there was Philip Proctor, there was David Osman, and
Two of them did like stuff together, like after Firesign Theater, that would be shown like on PBS.
and then and then they would reunite. But their best stuff was their early stuff. I mean, they also did this stuff where they would dub old movie serials, and they cut it into something called J-Men Forever. I didn't think that was as funny as their classic stuff, though.
No, like the two albums, the Nick Danger record and that one, Don't Crush That Dwarf, Hand Me the Pliers. Those two records, I think, are the best ones.
Yeah.
The Lennon Marks cover is the Nick Danger.
Yeah, that was a great one. There was another one about called is it Everything You Know Is Wrong? I think.
Is that the one that looks like a classic painting or something like that?
I just well, the one I'm thinking of is about an alien invasion, I think.
I don't think I've heard that. Did you ever listen to the Lemmings record?
Yes, of course, yeah. And there's actually a whole that you can see a videotape of that off-Broadway play on YouTube with John Belushi and Chevy Chase and everybody.
Watch that.
Okay, here's some of the they've got like 6 or 7 of them, but here's number 1. It's Jack Poet VW.
Hi, friends. Know you're enjoying our $1,000 movie, The Revenge of the Atomic Fly, just as much as we are. Yes, you guessed it. I'm Tristan Cyborg, general manager here at Jack Poet Volkswagen, 5944 Figueroa in beautiful Highland Park. Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about dependability? Are we talking about economy? Are we talking about performance? We're talking about dependability, and that spells Volkswagen, but don't take my word for it. Let's talk to our prize-winning salesman, Coco Lewis. Thank you, Ralph. And thank you, too, for making me number 1. And speaking of numbers, how about 25491? We're at 2549111, which adds up to 5. And that stands for value and judgment. So let's judge for ourselves. A 69 or a brand new car with a 36 or a 40 horsepower engine. Or if you want a custom car, then talk to the head of our custom car division. Take it, Bob. Take it right on the chin every time, Coco. Here's the number again. 5. Are you having trouble getting through custom cars? We've got a car for you. Yes, we do. We've got stars. We've got stripes.
Hippies too.
We've
These
got
guys are
flat.
dirty
We got
hippies, you
every
guys.
conceivable type of
They
automobile.
really are.
We've got convertible. We've got topless cars. We've even got.
Well, they were radio DJs that started doing this routine.
Hi, Mom. That's right. It's Coco Lewis down again at Jackpot Volkswagen 5944 North Figueroa in the Bronx. What are you looking for? A Mustang or 69? A brand new, completely used car. Two-way sneezer windshield and blood-spattered mudguard for you. Take it away there, Bob. Hiya, friend. Yes, everything's a go-go at Jackpot Volkswagen. If you and your family been looking for a new, young Oldsmobile Enforcer, well, friends, you will not find it here. But how about this snazzy 1957 Nash Rambler, only 2,500 oily moving parts in this vehicle, Tony? Thank you very much. Yes, sir, for you young punks out there with a good, steady family and a large stub, here's a choose 1947 Chevy.
So these are real commercials that really are
So what
from a
was the?
real
So what
dealership.
do I search to find these?
$1,000 movie to
I
revenge
just
the
typed in Firesign Theater commercials.
Oh, really? And it came up.
His name is
Uh,
Christian Cyborg. Did you hear
all right.
that?
I'm gonna look that up later and add those. These are great. I'm on the road. I'm gonna have to.
Oh,
I'm taking the phone with me, so I'm gonna walk
oh,
to the
okay.
store and then maybe take a little walk. So
Okay.
I might just the camera would be off for a bit and maybe the mic would be off. I'm still here. I'm just going into the store.
Yeah. Well, my goodness. How many copyright claims did I just acquire from that? But it's all right. That's they didn't shut the feed down, so but it's not like I'm ever gonna monetize this video. Um, once you do a show, it gets views until you do the next show, and then people don't ever notice. People only see the last one or two videos that you do, and then only rarely do people go back and look at the old shows. So shows only keep accumulating views until there's something new. It seems like that's the way that maybe it's just the way it works on YouTube or how people think or they want the latest thing. I don't know. Oh, I forgot about people actually talking on the oh, no one's talking. Good. Let's see. Well, it's not good. It's just I haven't missed any. Bronco says we're both in Rio. Oh, I already read that. Oh, everyone. Okay, here. I've only missed one. Last Frontier. Hi, everyone. Cool. Yeah, Last Frontier, man. Have you got have you gotten those comics out yet? Or it's okay if you haven't, but I'm just wondering because I'm eager for expecting a package. I'm gonna order something maybe on Thursday from Gotham City Comics, but it's always fun to know there's something on the way. It's fun to go to the mailbox and think, oh, something's gonna be there. But okay, so Firesign Theater and Stan Freeberg are. I discovered them both in the summer of '76 because there was a local FM station that on Sunday morning had something called the Comedy Hour, and they'd play clips from old comedy records because there was some FCC rule that if you were a rock and roll station, you couldn't play rock and roll 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You had to have some time where you did other things for the community. So usually on Sunday morning, these album rock stations that would play Led Zeppelin and everything would on Sunday morning they might have a news show or a call-in show where people would call up and talk to somebody and or they would do play old Bill Cosby records or something. So it was all just for the FCC, so they could say, no, we don't just do this one thing. We help out another. I don't know. That's the way it used to be. Yesterday, some woman they were talking to Trump, and she had this microphone, and she put it right into his face and hit him in the mouth with the microphone. Did you see that? And Trump kind of went back and raised his eyebrows and said, "This woman's about to be famous for that." But I don't think he was thrilled with being hit in the mouth with the microphone. But that's how about that? Uh, Let's see here. It's a copyright claim. Let's see what this show looks like. Comic book explosion. It says there's 12 watching. Amazing. Show looks like comic book explosion. It says there's 12 watching. Amazing. Let's see. Well, is that somewhere? Oh, I was in the middle of recording music. So, oh, I guess I should. Oh, it says, yep, this should be by Monday. I didn't check the tracking today. Okay, Monday. Yeah, some Monday. St. Patrick's Day is not a day that the post office rests. I don't think they rest every day. No, I'm just kidding. The post office here locally is good. It's just there's this one city that's in between me and Gotham City. Not that there's a real Gotham City, but the store, and it's a crazy post office, man. They keep mailing the package, sending the package out, and it comes back to them over and over again, like in a loop. Uh, what the hell time is it? 12:30. That means that Gotham City is open. No, it isn't. 12:30. Let me see. It's 12:30. It's 10:30. He'll be open in half an hour. That is. Is that right? 12:30. Yeah, he'll be open in half an hour. So let me put the link here if he wants to come on, so he could show us the books that are coming out next week, like Fantastic Four #3, Postcom. Anyone else that wants to come on, you're welcome to come on. Last Frontier or anybody else? Last Frontier, are you on your spring break or? Let's see here. At some point, I'll probably duck out and have lunch with my wife, but for right now, all is well. Authentic fart sound effects. Let's see. Watching a 12-hour car race in Sebring right now. 12-hour car race. Wow. How many hours are you into it? Wow, do they eat lunch in the car? That's a good question. Maybe they just have it. Well, the better question is you can go 12 hours without eating, but maybe how do they poop and pee? Is the question. Maybe they just have an IV hooked into their arm for their nutrition. I don't know, man.
Many of my victims have joined my unholy legion of the undead, becoming creatures without souls, living on.
I thought I just put the link there. Did I? Oh, yeah. Here's the link to come on. Oh, break is in late April for the kids. We still. Oh, yeah. He's a custodian. So that's right. They make them work during the break. Were you at that school during COVID? Did they make you clean the walls and everything? I wonder. They said all the custodians were sanitizing every centimeter of the school. I wonder how much of that was smoke and mirrors. I wonder if how man. Oh, a red dot. Oh, Meyer disappeared. I didn't even I didn't even realize you were gone. I'm sorry. I thought you were still there. Let's see. You're in out somewhere interesting. Where is that? You don't see self-driving cars there, do you? You might not be able to talk without looking like a lunatic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I lost connection with you. I got to turn the volume up. I can't barely hear you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I lost connection when I went into the store and came out.
Paula says they have 2 or 3 drivers per car. They switch. Well, that's not fair.
Oh, is that
That's not fair at
some
all.
sort of a long race or
He's
something?
talking about he's watching a 12-hour race, and then Gotham City said, "Well, wow, do they eat lunch in the car?" I said, "Well, more importantly, how do they poop and pee?" And then he says they switch drivers. That's not even interesting. How is that even interesting? It's got to be one guy. Otherwise, yeah, you got to have one winner for a car race. How do you have multiple winners? That's just not right. That'd be like those old dance contests during the Depression. If let's get some new people in now to
Yeah,
continue
they shoot
dancing.
horses, don't they? Here's
Yeah, I
that
never saw
Fiero.
that movie, but I've
That
seen the old
Fiero.
photographs of those dance contests where they look like
Yeah,
they're holding up
I have too.
cadavers.
Wow, look at the wheels. Are nice on that Fiero. I had a friend who had one of these when I was in the army. It's winking. It's like blinking at you.
Well, I can barely see. Is that like a beat up car, like that's primered, or
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you?
It's a it's a beat up old sports car from the 80s called a Pontiac Fiero.
Was that a nice car?
Yeah, it was an affordable sports car. It was like an entry level American made sports car. Paulo knows all about it. Yeah.
Yes, I didn't know. It looked like I wasn't sure I was getting the joke.
Yeah, it's like it kind of, what would you say the body style looks like? It's like they're trying to make a Camaro look like a Porsche.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Paula says this is sports car racing. The winner is the car, not the drivers.
Mm,
Gotham
okay,
City was Herbie
that
the
makes
first
sense.
self-driving car?
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Can you see what I'm showing or not?
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna walk around. Let's go check out the cemetery real quick.
Last Frontier says we worked the whole shutdown. We even polished the kick plates on the doors. Wow. Yeah, someone might have sneezed on them. Man, that must have sucked. Well, what was Herbie supposed to, it was just supposed to be a living car, or was there supposed to be a demon powering it? I wonder. Did people ever get inside Herbie in the movies?
Yeah, Herbie was
Seems
a
like
race car.
I know. I just don't really remember if
The
it just.
first, yeah, it's actually pretty good. Herbie came from San Francisco. Herbie
Yeah,
was like Dean Jones built him. I think Suzanne Plachette and Dean Jones, and he had
yeah,
like a house down in the marina. It was really pretty cool, actually.
yeah. I like the movie. I just trying to remember if I ever remember them being in the car, or if the car would just go around by itself.
Both, yeah, both. They would be in it, and then it would just take over driving.
Oh, okay. You could totally change that and just dub over music from The Omen whenever it takes over. That chanting from The Omen, and
This
then
is a
turn it
really
into a
cool,
horror movie.
this is a very, very eccentric and cool looking old mountain house. Can you see it?
Yes.
This is the old railroad yard. And then this used to be an estate right up here too. That's been demolished right through here.
Hmm. Wonder why they demolished it.
I'm not sure. I think that the property was sold or something. You can see how old this area is, but look at the size of this tree.
Oh,
You see that?
damn. Yeah, shit.
See how thick it is at the base? This is
Yeah.
like, I don't know, a couple hundred years old. That's a very old tree. That tree was here before we got here. Like maybe it was little or something when the gold, like 100 years. I don't know. I learn new stuff about this place all the time. Yesterday, I read a sign that blew my mind about how I didn't really know. I mean, I haven't been repping it properly, but Grass Valley is the most famous California gold rush boomtown. It's considered the number one. It was because President Polk came here and stayed at the hotel here and then went back and made a national presidential address and talked about the gold rush. And that's what brought a bunch of people here. Yeah.
Well,
So
what
New York City, Chicago.
is there? Some buildings or one building that is the oldest? Is there like an old part of town that's like original anywhere?
Everything, I haven't gotten that deep into it, but everything, the oldest stuff is like 1848, 1850. A lot of it burned in 1855 and was rebuilt. But there was really nobody here but 3 families and some American Indians until 1848, when
Huh.
they discovered gold in the creek by my house, and then they discovered deep gold deposits in these quartz mines that are all within a less than a mile where we're standing right now. The whole town is built on gold mines, and in 100 years, from 1850 to 1950, they extracted over $400 million worth of gold from just this 1 mile square area. It's the number one strike in all of history in the United States.
Huh.
That's why all the presidents stayed here. I didn't really realize it until yesterday.
Huh. Well, you ought to get out there with a pan and start sifting.
That's what everybody talks about. Like I joked yesterday, if I had a ground floor apartment, I would already be digging in the back bedroom closet, digging through the
Well,
floor. I'm
well,
just
I wonder
joking.
if do they sell little pans to sift like as the souvenirs? That would be.
Yeah, they have that for kids, and I did it when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Apollo says Fieros had potential, but they required aftermarket tuning to be really interesting to drive. Best examples had a LT1 short horn shoehorned in the engine compartment. Is this a cemetery? What are we looking at? Oh,
Yeah, we're looking at a cemetery with a lot of large plots.
yeah, I was thinking, is that like a Nephilim buried there? Is that
Look
like
at
a
this one.
giant
See this?
guy
This
in
is
that?
an entire cement. Can you see it's a cemented down plot? And
Are they
there's
trying
just,
to keep dead people from coming back up? Or what's, where
I
are
don't
they?
know. Look, it's completely cemented down. This husband and wife, Helen and George Jones, and there's no dates.
Hmm.
2 of these people are doctors.
Oh. You ever heard of a
I don't know why the
garage?
plots are like this. Heard of what?
You ever heard of a garage rock song called "Legend of Tarzan" by the Graystokes?
No. I haven't. That sounds cool
This
though.
is it. Listen to it. Yeah, there's a lot of music out there that can be discovered. They've got a picture of Betty Page up for some reason. With this. Yeah, well, this is cool. It's a very different looking cemetery than what I'm used to.
Look
Uh,
at this. Is an unmarked grave,
yeah.
and I'm looking at the what looks to be the oldest spots. Look at this over here. It says John Meek, native of Indiana, died September 12th, 1883, aged 46 years, 8 months, and 13 days. They got it
What
down to the
year
day.
was it?
He died in 1883.
Okay. Well, putting native of Indiana, that means everybody was new to town. There
Oh,
were
yeah,
no
everybody
people
came here
born
for the
there.
gold. Like I said, until 1850, it was 3 families and Indians. And
Yeah.
that's the only people that lived in the valley. And actually, from this view, you can see the valley pretty good. So we're in this naturally formed valley in Tahoe Forest. So we're completely surrounded by trees and high mountains in every direction. And the water that runs through that creek, it comes from these high mountain tributaries. About an hour away from here, really less than an hour from where we're standing, is the spot where the Donner Party ended up having to eat each other. And
Yeah.
this is one of the places that they were trying to get to because this
Oh.
spot is, we're surrounded by giant mountains that are like 5,000, 6,000 feet and higher. And then if you can get here through the pass, look, like an hour away, there's like 6 feet of snow on the ground. But here it's all warm and safe. And so that's it. And they ended up finding gold. And then now there's about 14,000 people that live here.
Well, you should start a souvenir stand and have shirts that say, "I'd eat your flesh to get to Grass Valley,
Yeah,
California."
that's not a far fetch. I mean, that's kind of, look at this giant. Okay, this right here is a guy that made a ton of money here off of gold. Look, it says James Watt, born 1846. So he's a little baby when the rush happened, and it died June 1916. A native of Edinburgh, Scotland. Friendship Memorial. Then there's another guy. Look at this thing. It's huge. Oh, this is the Freemasons, right?
Uh,
Oh,
I,
shit.
I
Here's
don't know.
another old tree, right? A lot of old trees in the middle of this cemetery. Look,
Oh, it says must have a lot of vampires under there.
a lot. Can you see them all?
Yeah.
So this is pretty much just people that lived here after 1850, and most of them, just like you said, are from out of town because they came here to make money off of gold.
Yeah.
But this is
Hey, when are
interesting.
they
I've
going into Fort Knox? They were
never
talking
seen
about
them.
we're going to go into Fort Knox to see if the gold's still there about a month ago, and then I heard nothing more about it.
Okay, so I just thought of something. No, that wouldn't make any sense. I'm just thinking, is it possible that they buried these people under concrete to keep grave robbers away from stealing all the gold jewelry that they were buried with? Or assuming
Well,
or thinking that these people would have gold? I'm
I
just
don't know. I
thinking
mean,
about
I know
something.
that the where you're at like changes how cemeteries are in some cases. Like in New Orleans, don't they bury everybody above ground?
Yeah, but there's nothing here like that. I mean, it just freezes
Yeah.
in the winter and it's hot in the summer. You get a
Yeah,
couple of feet of
I
snow,
can't
maybe.
figure out why I've never seen a. It's like it almost looks like a parking lot, half
Yeah.
cemetery, because you
Can
can
you?
just
It's
park
trippy,
cars
huh?
there.
Yeah, yeah, it's a trip.
Hey,
Here's another giant old
what if they
redwood
made
tree.
parking cemeteries parking lots, and then you could just park your car, and then there'd be a tombstone. It's like this, I'm parking on this person. You just park cars on. That's probably a bad idea, but I'm
Yeah, a
sure
lot of
some
European
Democrat would think
people.
of it.
There's another Freemason,
Huh.
Hamilton and Louise Eddy. Is that a crypt? Let's go look.
The
Go look. This
crypt
looks
of
like a
dark
crypt.
secrets.
Yeah, it looks like a crypt
Crypt
to
of
me.
terror. Crypt of evil. Yeah, this is weird, man. I've seen I've seen these in Texas, these where they're
This one's
rounded
new.
concrete, like over the grave. You see those. It's like it looks like a nuclear fallout.
This is the newest one I've seen. This is 1999.
Yeah,
With the family plot. These are like old family plots. Here's more unmarked. See those crosses?
yeah.
Those are
Well, this
unmarked.
it says it looks like the cemetery from Night of the Living Dead, but I think what makes it look like that to you are the trees. So I mean, it seems like I remember grass in the Night of the Living Dead cemetery.
So it is a crypt. It's an above ground crypt like in New Orleans, like you were saying. The
Yeah.
Hollebs, Linda and Leo Holleb.
What's the difference between a crypt and a vault?
I'm not sure. I would think a crypt has a body in it and a vault has money in it. I don't know. Or a vault can hold
Well,
other
I
things.
don't know. There's the
I'm
vault
not
of
sure.
horror. I thought that was
Yeah.
also
I
a
don't know.
cemetery term. Well, a crypt. Some crypts are walk-in crypts. That wasn't one there, but is a
No,
crypt just above?
it's not a walk-in crypt. It just has a front entry for the two caskets.
Maybe what in a mausoleum is? What is a mausoleum exactly?
I think that's where it's a building you go inside of where there's multiple different
Oh, all right.
um, whatever
So,
people inside of buried in there.
so in Dark Shadows, where they have the family, was they have all the different. What is that? There's the back room where Barnabas Collins was. What do you call that? Where you walk in and it has a door. I don't know. Man, I used to know all this stuff, but
This is so weird how it's all cemented over.
yeah, there's some reason behind this. This is strange.
I really do think it might have something to do with the wealth. It's to discourage people from opening
Well,
the
yeah, maybe there were a lot of vultures that descended on this town, and they, yeah.
yeah, I think it's possible.
Not Last Frontier says they are trying to repatriate the gold before the audit. It is said they shipped it to other countries through the years. I
Wow.
heard something about there was a lot of gold coming back in, but it seems like if they wanted an audited it now, then we would know for sure about their skullduggery. Paula says the Vault of Horror means that's some pretty valuable horror.
Look at these. Can you guys see this?
No, well, I can see a cemetery. I can't see. I'm looking at my
So,
phone. I'm still looking at
oh, okay.
something
So
about the
I'm looking
size of a
at
postage
one of
stamp.
these plots, and these grave markers are like engraved in the metal.
Yeah.
It's like it's engraved in metal. It's not engraved. It's the opposite. What's that called? Where it's do you see it? It's a picture of the creek and the valley
Oh.
before anybody was here. It shows Wolf Creek and it shows Grass Valley without any houses. Both of
Oh.
them do. Look, they're different though. No, they're the same. All three of them are the same.
Oh.
They replicated it in 1971. Fred died, and then John died in 46, and Richard died in 44. They were all related, and they're all Freemasons.
Okay.
But
Wonder if
it's
the
like
whole
an
cemetery is Freemason. Is that possible? Maybe that's the deal.
maybe we're in a section of it. Maybe that is possible. I don't think the whole cemetery would be. I don't think this is like the Freemason cemetery or anything.
Well, I
Look at
see their
this.
symbol on that one.
Yeah, there's symbols on a lot of them.
Yeah.
This is an interesting headstone. It's made out of bricks.
Uh.
1957. Billy Sue Casella, 36 to 57. She was only 24 years old.
Oh.
Beloved by all.
That's kind of a weird tombstone.
isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't.
And this must be her father, Ralph Casella. He was a chief warrant officer for. That's as high up as you can get as a helicopter pilot.
Was he? Did he die in Vietnam?
No, he lived until 1982. He served in World War II in Korea.
Okay.
Oh, this is trippy. Let's go. I want to look at this one down here. It's stone.
I enjoy walking around cemeteries. I haven't done it in a while.
Yeah, is this okay? You don't mind? We're almost done.
No, I really enjoy. I wasn't being sarcastic. It's something I've always enjoyed,
Look at
especially the
this.
older ones where you look at the Civil War dead, and then you put the connections together. There was a cemetery I used to go to where I used to live, and it was people all the that's where you saw all the streets in town were named after the people that were buried. It was like an old, like Cooper Street was a big street in the town, in the city, and there's the Cooper, there's Fielder, there's all the people that all the streets you've grown up driving on. These are who they were. Um, um, yeah, yeah, that is a weird cemetery. I've never seen that. That could be. I'm sure someone would be able to tell you why all
Yeah, yeah, I can
the
find out.
concrete's down.
They love their history here. It's not. I just
Maybe maybe
looking at
it's
it.
to give jobs to the concrete people. Maybe the masons were trying to help out the people that. I'm not even joking. It's like.
That might be. You might be. Maybe this is like bricking it over. I don't know though. Look, this
But
is all
then
masons right here. More masons.
maybe they didn't want to have to mow the lawn. But there's a lot of edging you've got to do, weed eating around where the concrete
Yeah,
hits the
this is.
grass. Uh, Instead of just having a lawnmower. Yeah, this seems very complicated. Oh wait, Apollo's got a possible idea, but hold
Oh,
on.
let's hear it.
Apollo says, "Ask Chat GPT. The practice of burying the dead under concrete during the California Gold Rush was not a widespread or commonly documented custom. Concrete or other solid barriers might have been used to prevent the remains from being
Yeah,
disturbed by animals, floods, or even grave robbers, and it
that's what I
contained
thought
potential
too.
disease spread."
Ah,
Well, are
potential
you
disease
maybe they
spread might be
can't?
it. Potential does it might be scarlet fever, but I
Uh,
feel like it has to
y-
do with money. I'm not
yeah,
kidding.
I
I
think
really.
so too. I think
Yeah.
so, but I wonder if you could dig down deep, or if there's a lot of water down deep, uh, or maybe
No,
it's solid
I think
rock.
it's
Maybe they
solid
have.
rock. If they had to, that's how they found the gold. It's all we're on top of a mountain, or like in the
If
valley
you're on a
surrounded by
mountain,
mountains.
maybe it's like instead of being 6 feet of dirt, maybe it's like rock, and they have to bury the body real close to the surface so they cement over.
Maybe
You think?
that's a good point. That's a good point too.
Because if it's solid rock, and you'd have to dig down 6 feet in rock. I don't know. It might
That
just you'd
might
have
be
to
it.
use dynamite maybe to make a hole.
No, well, I
Imagine
mean,
blowing up dynamite in a cemetery to make a hole.
that doesn't make that much sense because the people that lived here, even back in the 1860s, this was the spearhead of technology of digging underground. They like invented hydroblasting and these
Yeah.
giant drills, and yeah, I mean there was some serious engineers from the East Coast came here to get that $400 million worth of gold within 1 mile of where we're standing. So
Oh,
there's a lot of money buried. There's a lot of rich people in this cemetery.
yeah. That it may be to keep. Yeah, grave robbers away. That's weird. It is strange. I've never seen anything quite like that.
Look at this one. Classen Montez. Jesus. Look, it's got a staircase going up onto it.
Oh, that almost looks like a toilet there.
Yeah, this urn right here.
Yeah.
It's all
Yes, look
white.
how
It's all
classy
like
I am.
this is
That
like
looks like
white
a toilet.
Italian marble. It's all like white Italian marble too.
Yeah.
This is expensive. Oh, look, there's another. Look at that gate. Let's go over there. Holy crap. See the wrought iron around that one?
Not yet.
Well, okay, sorry. We'll get there in a second. I forget you're looking at a tiny TV screen. I want to look at this one too. It's like they have they have a yard. People party here. There's broken glass in this one. Sucks.
Yeah. Well, I hate when they start
Oh,
toppling
yeah, this sucks.
tombstones
Somebody
and
broke
smashing
that.
up tombstones. Those kind of
Yeah, I
scary.
don't like it. Oh, look at this. This one's caved in with a
Ooh.
tree growing out of it.
Ugh. I don't like that.
And here's
Uh,
more unmarked graves. Oh, I
yeah.
want to go look at those and make sure they're unmarked. Hey guys, it's been me the whole time. I want to look at these. What is that? Manzanita? Trimmed really close. Yeah, this is just an unmarked, like, uh, what do they call this? An L bar? An iron bar? There's
What's
multiple.
weird? It's
Yeah,
weird.
this
I've
is,
seen crosses like that that were made out of wood and from the 1800s, and they're still standing in Texas. And I was
okay,
thinking,
this one has a sign, but I can't read it. It's all rusted over, but this one has a
uh,
sign. Oh man, this is interesting too. Right here, look at this mortar work or this cement work, molded, or poured and molded. This
uh,
looks old. Carry glass, 1888. Jesus, this is an old one, guys.
what
Barely.
year was the Donner Party? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact year. I'm gonna guess 1847,
Oh,
1849,
early.
all the same time as they discovered gold here. Those people got stuck trying to get here.
Do you think? I wonder if there are any survivors of the Donner Party in this cemetery.
I don't know. It's
Oh, how many
possible.
people survived? I wonder.
Totally possible. I don't know how many survived. All right, this is what I wanted to come look at. Look at this.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Oh man, look at that. It says in loving memory of Thomas L. Hughes, a native of Boston, Massachusetts, died December 18, 1858. Oh, he was only 15. Okay,
Oh,
look. Thomas Hughes, a native of Boston, died December 18th, 1858, aged 15 years, 5 months, 9 days.
oh,
Thy loss to us was sadly felt. No greater loss could be. Yet still we'll bear and not repine if it's a gain to thee. Through life thou ghost to us no pain, but bliss without all. We know our loss has been thy gain, or firstborn noble, our firstborn noble boy.
oh boy.
What happened to this? So they came from Boston, and in a short amount, he only lived to be 15, and they came here obviously for business reasons, as everybody else did, and they must have been successful because look at what they built for their son.
Yeah.
Now, this is a creepy spot, you guys. I mean, it's beautiful at the same. It's sad. It's a cemetery, but this is an extra creepy cemetery to me. It's really uh, just like the town is pretty creepy, you guys. There's a lot of dark history here. I haven't even learned about it all, but there's a people got shot in the street here routinely, gunfights and stuff like that
Yeah.
happen, and
And
a
this.
lot of problems with prostitution and women. A lot of women were murdered. Stuff happened here, guys.
Mm,
Well, look at this, just on the ground.
Ooh.
In memory of Charles Jackson, died October 22nd, 1875, aged 44, native of Northampton, England. And look, it's just, this has been here since 1875. It's just on the ground, you guys.
Yeah.
That's not good. So yeah, it looks like, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of people here that passed away they made a point of saying where they were a native from, because this
Yeah.
is, everybody was coming here and building a new town.
Yeah.
This one's toppled over.
Yeah.
It used to be upright right here. This is another really old one. 1865. Native of England. Another native of England. 1898. Oh, this is Odd Fellows. I recognize those three links of a chain. So this is like a rival of the Freemasons.
Or is
Another
this?
like,
I don't know if are they
yeah,
related in a way or.
I don't know if they're related or if they're not related. I'm not sure. But there's an Oddfellow Lodge that's a block away from the Freemason building, and the lodge is. There's also an Elks Lodge, which is huge here, like a giant Elks Lodge.
And then the Shriners are Masons. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know that much about those secret society things, about that type of stuff. I don't think my
Mhm.
uncles were into that. I don't think any of them, because they were, I don't know, because they were immigrant. I don't know. Were Portuguese people in on the Mason thing? None of my uncles, they were all farmers and ranchers. And I don't think that they didn't have any like elks or moose lodges or anything like that. You know, they had like a Portuguese business society or something. You know, I think so.
Yeah.
Look at this. Holy crap, you guys. So I think this is an adult and a baby,
Oh.
and there's no writing on the headstones, and it looks really old.
Yeah.
This old gating, like from the 1930s or something. This fencing, see it?
Yeah.
And these giant trees covered in moss. I thought I saw some mistletoe. These old oak trees, mistletoe will grow on them. And when I was a kid, we would climb the trees to get to the mistletoe, like a tree like this, climb up there to tear down mistletoe. And then you could take it door to door. You could break it into small pieces, just enough so people could hang it in their house for Christmas. And you
Yeah.
could I would sell mistletoe door to door for like a quarter for a little piece of it. And me and my friends did that. And the ladies that would answer the door were always really happy to get fresh mistletoe from the kid in the neighborhood that would climb the tree and get it.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a thing here. If you live in the mountains, I guess. In memory of the Onger family. It's just, there's no individual headstones. It just says the entire family.
Oh boy.
It's completely bricked over with moss over the top and stones. It looks amazing. I think that there's beauty to this, even though it's creepy and unfamiliar the way it's set up. I want to look at this white one. One more, a little bit more. I think it's beautiful, but it is creepy. I've never seen a cemetery that looks like this. That's unimproved. Like, I mean, we're in the woods, you guys. There's like no nice walkways. There's no place to drive your car and park it to come over here to look at these.
Uh,
Oh man, these are busted up. It's too bad because it's from 1937 and it looks like it's baked. You see it? What is this,
yeah.
enamel? It's enamel over the cement. There's another one right here. Luck, it's in pieces, but it's all there. No one has messed with it, other than it being broken. It's too bad this old house is painted yellow. It just does it makes it look shitty to me. If this house was a different color, it's an old house right there next to the looking right out at the cemetery. All right, I just want to look at this one because it's unique. See, there's no Freemasons over on this side, and it's still cemented over.
Hmm.
Jeez, look at this. Just says JB or JR. So when I look at these, sometimes, like in my mind's eye, when I see the year that the person died, I think about the funeral, and I think about people that knew these people standing around their funeral at that same spot when that stone was brand new,
Mm-hmm.
and so someone was there just for JR. And some of these people, I don't know that they had funerals. The ones that are unmarked, there's a lot of unmarked graves here.
Mm. Vincent's thanking you for giving the tour. He says it's really interesting.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you guys are liking it. We're almost done. I'm ready to turn out of here.
How
Oh, look.
far is this from where
Okay,
you're living?
real short walk. I just saw something. There's a sign to this portion of the cemetery, Odd
Yeah.
Fellows and Masonic, it says. Do you see it?
Oh, okay. Is that the part you're in or the part you're about to go into?
It's the part that we came out of. So
Oh,
that
so all of those guys.
all the spots we were looking at the beginning, almost everything we looked at was in the Odd Fellows and Masonic
Okay.
cemetery.
When you
So
leave
and
that
then this
part,
is
do they still have all the cement over the graves?
yeah, these over not all of them, but some of them do. Not as
Okay.
many though.
But it's more of
It
you know,
is more it is more of the relatives of the Odd Fellows and the Masons. You're right.
okay. Well,
Oh,
that
here's a
might have
sign.
been to give work to I don't know what the
Yeah, you're
hell.
right. It might have been a traditional
Honestly,
thing
I've never seen
for
anyone.
Masons to have their. It could be, yeah. All right, let's look at this real quick.
Oh, did you check your mail yet? I guess you haven't.
No, I'm going to check it on the way home. It says, "Lest we forget, this
And
memorial flagstaff dedicated in eternal memory of those war veterans resting within the portals of this cemetery. Who served in the wars of our nation and those who gave their lives defending America's eternal freedom. Memorial Day of 1954, this was erected.
oh boy.
American
Wow.
Legion, 1954. Yeah. I don't think they've replaced the flagpole. I think that's the same flagpole from 1954.
Yeah. I've got a flagpole. I wish I knew how to maintain it because the rope is broken and I don't know how to restring it. And I talked to some guys from American Legion and they were going to come out and look at it, but I don't think they remembered. And it's not that they, because they're older. Or if they came out to look at it, they probably thought, "Oh man, it's halfway rusted through. There's no real hope for this flagpole." But I'd sure like to fly a flag. I wonder what
Just
it costs to get a new flagpole.
look at all these walnuts, you guys. There's like edible walnuts from this tree above us dropping. But look at how cool this spot is. It's like
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Would you like to try some walnuts that I got in the cemetery? That's like something the Adams family would say. Is you think the tree might be obtaining its nutrients from the roots down there where the dead people are? It's like a little, I don't know, man. Is there little traces of dead people inside these walnuts? DNA.
Yeah, I guess that could be a possibility, maybe.
I
Probably not, though.
don't know. They're probably fine. So, St. Patrick's Day. I guess I could give a tour and show green things in the house on Monday. I wonder if Kevin's going to emerge.
Okay, you know what I just thought of, you guys? I just realized
What's that?
this is definitely not the cemetery where people get buried. This is the old cemetery. We didn't see anything that looked like it was a fucking maybe one that said 1999, another
Yeah.
one that said 1982. I don't think people are getting buried here anymore.
No, yeah. Sometimes these old historical cemeteries, unless you're really in,
Yeah,
uh,
unless you're being put on one of those family plots, like we saw a couple new additions.
yeah,
These are all people that died a long time ago.
yeah. This old historical cemetery I used to visit in the town I used to live in.
Hey man,
The old,
I'm gonna lose my battery power. I'm down to 5%. I'm gonna die. I'll come back on in about 10 minutes when I get to the house. Okay.
oh, okay, it's
I'm at
fine.
5%. My screen just went black.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm still seeing you, but
Yeah. Well, you can see me, but I can barely see you.
all
I didn't
right,
realize it. I just got an alert on my screen. It said 5% battery. So
that's all
I'll be
right.
back in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna walk
Sounds
home and
good.
plug in.
Sounds good. Well, um, yeah, the only I saw a new grave in that. Well, it was somewhat new. It was my journalism teacher in high school. I saw that her grave was there, but so she must have been part of an old family, and they, you know, cleared her to be buried in that historical cemetery. I used to go to that cemetery, and I kind of adopted a grave and of a girl that died like in 1908, and I would, put flowers on it, and because it was covered in foliage and stuff, and I cut that back and started treating that grave like someone cared, and that was something I used to do on my show back a few years ago when I started the show. Anyway, today is Saturday. Let me see what's going on. Hold on a second. Um, it's 41 degrees. We're supposed to get windy conditions in about 45 minutes. Wind gusts up to 19 miles per hour, making the temperature feel like 26 degrees. But Monday, the temperature is going to get up to 71, and Tuesday, it's going to get up to 73. See if anything's going on. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Let me see here. Well, one anniversary the hell, that no one thinks about as we're moving into spring break. 2025 is it's the 5-year anniversary of the spring break that never ended. There's a lot of schools they went to spring break in 2020, and um, never came back to school the rest of the year. They that's that's something. 5 years. So that will leave a mark on the world, on the nation, and everyone, but especially a generation of young kids that went through that, uh, as far as being young and learning to speak, or very early, Sesame Street kind of age, and everyone's wearing masks, and you don't have access to the older people in your family, grandparents don't visit, and you're not at school. And I think it will, that generation that's growing up, there'll be a lot of speech impediments, and uh, there'll be a learning gap, and there'll be a lot of in about 10 years. Yes, in about 10 years, you'll be encountering a lot of people in their early 20s that speak a little bit funny. They just speak with kind of strangely. They have speech impediments or odd ways of speaking because they learn to speak and everything. Watching, with people with masks on, and it's really important to be able to see the lip movements and everything of adults when you're learning to speak and everything. Anyway, but it affected everything. All of that last 5 years has taught us a lot about, you know, how some people follow like sheep. It's taught, how did all these horrible things happen in World War II, where people blindly follow leaders? Well, you saw it happen. You know, whether you're one of the people that would have been, well, people that were led like sheep through those days of the pandemic. Well, they don't realize it, but other people realize that those are the same type people that bought into everything in Germany in the 30s, and the people that saw the bullshit. Those are the people that, were the resistance fighters. Those are the people that, you know, oh well. Let's see what these humans are saying. Oh, Last Frontier. Our school shut down March 13th to September 20th. The kids from then have never been the same since. Damn. I think that he's a custodian in a high school. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. All those kids were, yeah. Even the older kids were. Well, I'm talking about the little kids, but yeah, even the older kids were yeah. People, yeah, a whole generation. Uh, it's gonna it's gonna take a couple of decades before things get back to it. Really hurt. I mean, just not being able to go to your graduation, not being able to go to prom, not being able to, and then when you come back to school, you have to wear a mask. You have to wear your mask, and then you take it off to blow through your instrument, which makes no sense. And then put the mask back on. Go in a restaurant, take the mask off. Then you can eat, and then you have to put the mask back on. Well, does that make any sense? But people buy into it. All right. Oh well. Oh well. So oh, all the social distancing and mask Masking lasted for the whole school year. They came back. Yeah. Yeah, people don't. It affected everybody. And it was timed. Well, I think they intended for it to be far worse. They wanted to get rid of as many baby boomers as they could, so they wouldn't have to pay, you know, pay for them as when they got older. But they it wasn't. But it was all a very evil thing that was done. Um, but I don't think they could have gotten away with it when the World War II generation was still around. They waited until they were pretty much all gone before they pulled a lot of these shenanigans they've been doing the last few years. Uh, oh well, you came here to talk about comic books. You don't want to talk about the real world. Well, what else? There's some girl whose last name is Spoon or Fork or is it? What is her last name? It's something ridiculous like Twig or Spoon. I don't know. Some redhead has been cast in the new Spider-Man movie. People think she's playing Jean Grey. She was in the Stranger Things series. It's some ridiculous last name. Like, I don't know. You probably all know who she is. Uh, Also, it was impossible for some to have online classes. They had to use their parents' cell phones. Oof, yeah. Yeah, some schools had, the students had Chromebooks or laptops that were assigned to the students by the school, and then that allowed them to interact with their teachers. But uh, you're never going to be able to really learn through that method because there's always some way to be secretly. I could look at you and I could have my hands like, well, I could be holding a video game system back behind the phone, but so, and I could probably be looking like up here and be playing a game. And the teacher sees all the little squares, and they can't tell that your eyes are slightly diverted that way. You know, and it's like what Trump and Musk have been doing to get everybody back into the offices in Washington D.C. because they've been working remotely for 5 years, maybe even longer, not actually going into the office. You don't really when if you're not at your workplace, you're not really giving 100% because like I got a dog here. I might be distracted by the dog or by this Mad Daddy radio air check that I've got going here. I could turn the sound down on it and put captions there so I could be reading what they're saying. And there's all kinds of ways you could make a little video loop.
Reach the internet right now. Check your modem or router connection and try again.
She says she can't reach the internet. I don't even know where that's coming from. That's the ADT system. Can't reach the internet. Uh, Wonderful. What are these humans saying here? Someone said something. Paula says kids here now have problems with reading comprehension, paying attention, and sitting still. Well, I don't know if that started before, but I'm sure it's far worse now because of that. Yeah. Also, it was impossible for some to have online. I already read that. I just missed it. I missed this comment before it. Okay. It's so rare that people comment that I've had. No one care. No one comments on this show, and they don't comment because most people watch it on their television. Oh, I should tell you about the stats on this channel. Here, I'll be disappearing for a second, but I think you can still hear me. Uh, damn, I think you can. Oh, I lost a subscriber. Whenever I go live, I lose a subscriber or two. I probably offended someone for not talking about how wonderful the pandemic was. If you say, oh, it was bad, it was evil, then you lose. People love that stuff. They love being a victim. Uh, anyway, let's see here. According to this, my subscribers have gone up 933% in the last 28 days. That's because I gained 31 subscribers, all because of the cats. Um, and it says 41.4% watch on their TV, 25.8% mobile, 24.5% computer. Well, anyway, according to this, I used to be there was only people 55 to 64, and then a little bit over 65. Sometimes I'd have some people 45 to 54. But now I've got 11.7% of the people watching are 18 to 24, 13.8% are 25 to 34. I've never had those age groups before. 5.6% are 35 to 44, 8.7% 45 to 54, 55.2% are 55 to 64, and 4.9 65 plus. The percentage of gender, 81.7% is male, 18.3% is female. That's the highest percentage I've ever had of women watching. Usually it's not more than 10%. Usually it's like 1, 2%. And I've got 67.5% watching from the United States, 2.8% United Kingdom, 1.4% from India. Now, that only adds up to about 70%. So that's 30% unaccounted for in other countries. I wonder where they're watching from. That 58.5% are subscribed, 41.6 are not subscribed. Anyway, why do you care about that? Hold on, how do I get back to the show? Hopefully you could hear me when I was off. I wanted to show you how much the demographics have shifted just because I put up some cat videos. And specifically one video of the cats that's less than 2 minutes long. I think it just the camera angle of the two cats looking up at the same time in synchronization with some Roy Clark music playing. It just somehow something about that video, everything seemed to work uh, by chance, and it went viral. For me, viral. It got 1.4 thousand views, 1,400 over 1,400 views, and some of those people subscribed, and that's where some of these new views are coming because I guess YouTube must have recommended it since it was a short video and it had cats, and so there's a lot of people now. That's why I put a picture of a cat up. For one of the reasons for today's video, but I don't know if they'll have any use for listening to me talk about things when the cats. I don't even know where the cats are right now. They must be upstairs with my wife. Uh, uh, oh my goodness, Paulo's being a rebel, saying bad things about Dr. Fauci. How dare you? He's a wonderful world citizen. He's one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. Dr. Fauci, how dare you? So anyway, um, so I've gained viewers because of the cats who have now been with us for 2 weeks. Two cats that we both thought were both sisters, but it turns out one's boy, one's a girl, and they've been wonderful additions to the household. Still a little bit of fighting going on. They're play fighting with each other, but the dog and cat kind of a little bit jealous, but it's great. Um, so we're like, we should have a Statue of Liberty in front of the house. Bring me your dogs, your cats, your huddled masses yearning to not be out in freezing weather. We'll take them all, man. I'd love this place to just be dogs and cats running around, shitting everywhere. I'd love to just be surrounded by them. I love dogs and cats. The more the merrier, man. So, uh, what is it? Donald Trump is posting on Truth Social. Let's see what he's saying. Let's see what's going on, man. Okay, Donald Trump says today I have ordered the United States military to launch decisive and powerful military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. They have waged an unrelenting campaign of piracy, violence, and terrorism against American and other ships, aircraft, and drones. Joe Biden's response was pathetically weak, so the unrestrained Houthis just kept going. It has been over a year since a U.S. flagged commercial ship safely sailed through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, or the Gulf of Aden. The last American warship to go through the Red Sea 4 months ago was attacked by the Houthis over a dozen times. Funded by Iran, the Houthi thugs have fired missiles at U.S. aircraft and targeted our troops and allies. These relentless attacks have cost the U.S. and world economy many billions of dollars, while at the same time putting innocent lives at risk. The Houthi attack on American vessels will not be tolerated. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. The Houthis have choked off shipping in one of the most important waterways of the world, grinding vast swaths of global commerce to a halt and attacking the core principle of freedom of navigation upon which international trade and commerce depends. Our brave warfighters are right now carrying out aerial attacks on the terrorist bases, leaders, and missile defenses to protect American shipping, air, and naval assets and to restore navigational freedom. No terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. To all Houthi terrorists, your time is up and your attacks must stop starting today. If they don't, hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Do not threaten the American people. Their president, who's received one of the largest mandates in presidential history, our worldwide shipping lanes. If you do, beware because America will hold you fully accountable and we won't be nice about it. Oop, wrong place. Okay, so that's a Truth Social that just got put up on Truth Social. So apparently we're with the Houthis. It sound like that's out of Dr. Seuss. Man, I gotta stop drinking that. The soft drinks are making my cheek. Look at it. It looks like I'm a chipmunk with a bunch of nuts. Look at this, fat, giant amounts of fat that stick out. My God, it's horrible. Okay, there's a red dot. Could it be? Oh, it's Meyer Greenblatt.
Hey,
What's going
uh-huh.
on? What do you know about the Houthis?
Not much. I heard what you just read.
Man, that was a long post. I've never seen him write that long on True Social. So I didn't even know about that. I guess there are those pirates. So yeah, I didn't even know about any of that. No one talks about all that. So What would he be utilizing? Would that be the Air Force? Who would be going after the Houthis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking probably drones to begin with.
Oh, drones. Yeah. Okay.
I'm thinking
I
high
forget about.
flyers. Yeah, yeah. So computer operator people, and then also high level aircraft people that operate big bombers and stealth type things.
Oh,
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
hmm.
That'd be my guess.
You back home?
Yeah, I'm home. I'm plugged back in and I'm home and I got everything set up already.
Okay. Did you get that package?
I fucking forgot. Excuse me. I'm sorry I used the F word. I'll be right
Oh
back.
my
I forgot
gosh! I
about it.
can't
I'll come
believe
right
it.
back. I forgot about it. I'll come right back.
No, I mean I can't believe you cursed on this show. God damn, that's
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
I'm joking, gosh.
I'm just because I had to, I had I took off my pants, my boots, my sweatshirt, my jacket, my hat, put my sweatpants on, put my sweater back on. I got all comfy and everything and
Oh,
lit a candle, cracked a couple windows, rolled a doobie, all this within
my
like the last
gosh.
8 minutes before I, came back on with you. Plugged back in, we're at 17% and I forgot the dang package. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Oh my gosh. That's legal there, apparently. Don't worry about it. Oh
It's
my
about
gosh.
40. It's about 40 degrees here. Maybe
I
40, maybe
think
45, maybe 45.
I forgot what I said it's here. I think it's about that here. But it's windy. But it's good. It blew all the leaves that had accumulated in the or all through the fall. They all blew away. So then I didn't have to rake once. Oh boy. Who else is watching? Man, we got 11 people. Who else could be watching?
It's not here yet.
Oh, okay.
The mail hasn't come yet.
It is almost two. Two. Yeah, Kevin should be open, but he might be real busy. Go check my text messages. Uh, Let me send a text to Kevin and say, "Come on if you want." If yeah, the Mad Daddy would play a lot of records that you don't hear on oldies stations now, but must have been big then, or at least regionally, that are insane, but they're not commonly remembered records today. Yeah, Jimmy Clanton has been completely forgotten today. Maybe with good reason. Just like Seven Seas has been forgotten. This is a bottle opener from Seven Seas, a long forgotten amusement park in Arlington, Texas, that was right next to Six Flags Over Texas. But
What
I
was the
think,
theme? I don't know anything about Seven Seas. Was there a theme? Was it like an international thing where they had things of all seven seas?
well, it really was just, it was just like they'd have dolphins jumping, and
Oh, it was like
it
Marine
wasn't.
Land, or it was like
Yeah, it
Marine
was
World.
just a place to go to see fish, and they had a big giant pirate ship, which I think might still be there, right, right near the Ranger Stadium for the Texas Rangers baseball team. I think I remember they still had this pirate ship, but yeah, I don't know.
70s?
I never went to
1970s?
seven.
Yeah.
It was 70s. I remember seeing a commercial for it. You know, I remember it existing. This Seven Seas bottle opener. I don't know how it came into my possession. It might have been from my older brother.
It's
I think
cool. It's a
Seven Seas
souvenir.
was gone before 1974. It was very early 70s, but it's my bottle opener. I think it's neat. I don't know why I think it's neat, but it's just, I don't know. Is I mentally ill? Possibly. Yeah.
Out here, right around the same time, early mid 70s, was the big push for. We had two parks here. We had SeaWorld and Marine World. And at SeaWorld in San Diego, they had Shamu. And so the commercials were all over California. So at the time, first we lived in LA and then we moved to San Jose. And so I remember, I mean, kids that we went, kids I went to school with, like during the summer, everybody was, I mean, their parents were making the 5, 6 hour drive to go see Shamu. And so it was like a big deal. It was
So Shamu was, I've even heard of Shamu. So he was some big
super
superstar.
famous killer whale. It was like a big deal to go to see the Shamu show. And I don't even know if it was one killer whale or not, but they build it as you're seeing Shamu, you know.
Yeah. Are there not many killer whales in captivity? Is that why he was a big deal?
At that time, I think so. I think that was like the first one. It was the first big media push for this thing that they were doing with
Yeah, I
the
remember
killer whale.
Shamu, and I remember Pele, the soccer player that was big back then. I care less about him either.
That
There were
bicycle kick
things
is
in the
pretty cool.
'70s that I didn't care about, and Pele was one of them. Uh, who else was horrible in the '70s? I mean, not
You think
necessarily horrible, but
Pele was horrible?
why not? Maybe he was great, but it was just like Pele. Really? Why would I care about that? I don't even like American football. Why would I care about someone whose name is Pele? I didn't like. Who else did I hate? There was a lot of stuff I hated. Some things I hated that I later grew to love, like Kiss. I just thought I didn't when they were actually big. I was thinking, that's stupid. Of course, I never really listened to their music because as far as I know, it didn't play on the radio. I don't think it did. Maybe it
No,
did on some stations, but I never heard it.
I didn't hear it when they were at their peak, and when I was the biggest fan that I was of Kiss was about 76 and 77. None of those, nothing, not even Rock and Roll All Night was getting played on the radio, or Detroit Rock City. Not the radio I listened to. I was listening to
Uh,
Top 40 and like KFRC and uh,
yeah,
AM stations and a couple FM stations, but not, yeah, no.
yeah. The album rock stations would have looked down on that, and
You're
and
right.
I don't
They
know if they
did.
were ever really top 40. I don't think their music ever broke into that. It was more stuff where you had to go over to your friend's house and they'd throw it on the record player, and it was
That's
weird.
how I first heard it. That's how I first heard it. Was my buddy Garth had their very first album where their makeup looks completely different. You know, their
Yeah,
makeup's not established yet.
yeah,
I think that album has the song "Strutter" on it, which is a
yeah,
great
yeah,
song. I could be wrong, but that's how I first heard him, and that was through his older brother, who was a real dick. His older brother was such an asshole, like throwing. He used to like throw darts at my friend, like real darts, like across the
yeah.
room at him. You know, remember how kids would have older brothers that would do that sort of thing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
his
saw my
name was
older.
yeah,
Yeah,
his name was Chemo. Chemo. They were Hawaiian, and just the name Chemo. When I hear it now, I just in my mind I think of just a big bully that's gonna like throw a
uh,
Chinese throwing star at me when I'm not looking. You know, fucking Chemo. Yeah,
yeah, um, yeah. There's a lot of horrible shit in the '70s. You kind of forget about it. How horrible everything was. But I'm trying to remember. I used to watch like early in the morning on the weekend. It seems like on the PBS affiliate, they had it was like a college class, and it was about the Revolutionary War. And I remember the Revolutionary War era music they would play at the beginning of it, and I'd like to see if there are episodes of that on YouTube, but I don't remember the name of the show. What I need to do is dig into some of my old TV guides and look to see what the name of that show was. Um, so I don't know. I just got radio play and MTV play in the '80s. Yeah, no, I'm talking about
yeah.
in the '70s. In the
But at the
'80s, yeah,
beginning, yeah, at the beginning, it was kind of a, like you said, kind of a word of mouth type thing. Maybe you were attracted by the record display, like at like Record Factory or Tower
yeah,
Records here. That I saw that too. Like when I bought Kiss Alive 2, I was already a fan. But when you go into the record store and you're not hearing on the radio, but there's a whole end cap with like Gene Simmons spitting blood, I was all over that when I was 12 years old.
yeah. There was, and then, they were all over magazines, and they had the Marvel magazine, Color magazine, comic book. Uh, and yeah, they were huge, but I never really heard their music. I think the thing that prejudiced me the most against Kiss was reading the Joe Branticelli. Uh, he was a comic book uh, commentator, and he had a column in the Warren magazines and Creepy, Eerie, and Vampirella, and uh, and he would complain about shitty comics, and he did a whole
I
diatribe about how
remember
much he
those.
hated
Yeah, that was
Kiss.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that guy. The
he
articles in
hated.
heavy metal. Yeah,
Oh, well, he might have done heavy metal too, but I remember him in
I thought he
Warren.
did. Oh, maybe it was Warren.
It
Maybe it
was
was. I'm
Warren.
wrong. Yeah, it was Warren.
Yeah,
I'm
but
wrong.
I remember he just talked about how shitty Kiss was and how terrible it was that Marvel did that stunt with the blood, and how low they'd sunk to do that, the blood and the red ink. And
Uh huh.
I thought, yeah, he's right. I hate Kiss, and I didn't really know their music. And then, it wasn't really until, I remember the '80s, they were unmasked, and yeah, and they did but they were better with the makeup on. But then in the early '90s, I really started to hear their music, and well, then I became pretty fanatical there for a little while. But I
Did
was
you ever
really,
see that? I'm sure you've seen it. The Linda Carter uh, variety special. She does a kiss routine where she
yeah,
dances to sings "I Was Made for Loving You" with these really
yeah, I've seen
passionate.
that. I don't think it's really them though, right? It's
No,
like
it's dancers. It's
ballet
dancers in
dancers.
makeup
Yeah,
behind her. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Um,
You know this kid Chemo, who I say kid now, but when I was a little kid, he was like 15, but he was like an adult, like an evil adult. He was like Bruce Dern in a western in 1969. You know what I'm talking? Like a
yeah,
real evil bully like that. This kid,
yeah.
his side of the room. It's the first time I saw like holes punched in a wall, and like a kid that wrote on the wall next to his bed. I was like, what the heck, you know? Like the bedposts were all covered in like peeled off wacky packages and everything. I was like, holy shit, this is like my mom. I couldn't do it in my house. Like it was like a showroom. I couldn't do anything like that at that time of my life. In my room, of course. But yeah, it blew my mind. But he listened to Grand Funk Railroad and Molly Hatchet. Those were the other
Oh.
two bands I remember that he had that I thought sucked. I was like, I don't like this at all, man.
Well, I don't know much
I
Grand
could be
Funk
wrong.
Railroad. They had a song on the heavy metal movie soundtrack, and I might have heard one other song, but I don't really know them much. And Molly Hatchet, I've got a poster that I think I got from my older brother, but I know he didn't listen to Molly Hatchet, but it was a cool. I mean, they had good taste in the artwork they would put on the front cover of their albums. And there was
Mhm.
one, I think it's a Molly Hatchet record with this green goblin ghoul kind of guy with an axe or something. And I think it was on the cover of Heavy Metal. But I've got
Yeah,
the,
I feel like they had like Kelly Jones covers, or the covers were
well,
almost Rosetta covers, or
well,
some of
I
them
think
were.
Molly Hatchet actually used Frazetta
Yeah,
paintings.
they were
Yeah,
for Rosetta. Yeah.
yeah. But I don't know what their music sound. I don't know if I've ever heard of How would I hear it? I guess on album rock, but
Yeah.
the
They
album
might have a
rocks.
couple hits. Both of those bands had a couple hits. And I remembered in the end, after everything about that chemo thing, I
Mm,
actually have Tomb of Dracula #1 that
yeah.
was chemo's. So the person who bought Tomb of Dracula #1 off the stands gave it to his little brother, who was my best friend Garth, and he gave me all of his comics. And in there is Tomb of Dracula #1 with a little bit of airplane paint overspray on the, where you can see it was sitting on a desk when somebody made a model and sprayed a little spray paint on it.
Uh,
So that came from him. So in the end, even though he bullied us, I got Tomb of Dracula #1 out of it.
yeah, I've never had Tomb of Dracula #1. I've got a facsimile. I think I started with #4 off the newsstand or three, the one that had the vampire brides on the cover. Yeah, I really like those Marvel horror comics.
So that the Marvel horror comics, that could be something that they could reprint in facsimiles out of continuity. So you know how they're doing like 62 right now? They could
Mhm.
jump to 72, and if they started Tomb of Dracula from Tomb of Dracula #1 and made
Uh,
that a monthly or a bi-monthly facsimile, I would buy that.
yeah, I maybe they could. I
Werewolf by Night, I would buy Werewolf by Night too.
I think they did a facsimile of the first Moon Knight a few years ago.
They did a facsimile of an issue of Tomb of Dracula, like #25, as one of those J.C. Penney reprints. I have it.
Of Tomb of Dracula.
Yeah, yeah, Tomb of Dracula in like one of those J.C. Penney reprint comics from like 1992 or 1994. I
Okay,
have it.
yeah,
I think it's Tomb of Dracula 25, where he's like, there's a woman sitting in front of a mirror or something, and he's behind her.
yeah, I don't remember that being effects. I thought I had all of them, but you're probably right. Yeah, I don't know. I know. I think I have a Tomb of Dracula #1 facsimile I got from Kevin. Um, I think so. I just can't even remember what I've got.
I'll go and look. I'm gonna go find it when I finish the cigarette. I'll
Okay.
check.
My gosh.
Big show
Um,
today. How was that cemetery? Did it look okay? I mean, well, you might not know
it's
yet. You can't see yet.
no, I could see it look good. It looked better on a big screen. Yeah.
Yeah, it might look good on the TV.
Yeah.
So I got to thinking about that. So I can ask Jude, who's lived here her whole life, and then also my neighbor has lived here his whole life. I'm pretty positive both of them grew up going to field trips to all these places and learning all this history. And they would be able to tell us why those unmarked crosses are there, what those mean. I don't know what
Yeah.
that means.
Do you is there a local historical society or
Yeah,
museum?
yeah. There's a the library here as a historical society. The library building was built by the Carnegie Foundation in like 1904. When I saw that, I was like, why would the Carnegies from New York City come to this little town in the mountain? It's gold. A ton of money was here or is here. So the library is crazy looking. It looks like a library in a city, but it's in a little town. The big high will like 15 feet high windows. You know what I'm talking about? Like I've filmed it before. I've shown it on my videos
Yeah.
before, but I just have to go there. This place is really into the history. There's like a historical society, and it's all deep here, man. It's like a lot of ladies. This is ladies in Mercedes territory. There's a lot of widows with money here. That's why I'm
Yeah.
trying to get it in. Trying to I remember how you said I think Meyer's going to get a cat eventually. So I'm not going to get a cat here in this apartment, but I might get a girlfriend that has a couple cats and a couple dogs and a big A-frame with a deck and a pool and a hot tub. I'm looking for
Oh,
that. Um,
oh, are you? Oh
so
well.
somebody else's cat that I go and stay at for a couple days, a couple nights a week. But I don't
Well.
need my own. There's plenty of ladies with cats and dogs that could use my help. So maybe that'll line up here eventually. I just
Well.
got to get my teeth fixed.
No. What do you got to do with your teeth?
I'm just joking. But I'm not really actively looking either. I don't really care.
Yeah. Let me see if I got a text message back from Kevin here.
It's
No, he
expensive.
must be super busy. Yeah, I keep seeing notifications on the top of my phone about this Trump
That's a
and the Houthis.
that's a really good looking cat right there, Alan. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a good this that's a good screen right here. You know what he's doing is he's distracting the viewer from your jowls.
Yeah.
No, he looks good. He looks like the cat from that book Cat. You know what I mean? By B. Cliben. He looks like the
Oh,
classic
yeah, yeah.
classic
Right.
tabby cat that's shaped like a meatloaf. You know?
Yeah. They're apparently all fat. Yes, I was concerned, boy, this cat's fat, but apparently they're supposed to be. I just don't know. Because it's not that he eats an astronomical amount of food.
But yeah, I got to
So,
get my teeth fixed. I do. I avoid the dentist because I hate the dentist, and so I have to get like implants or something. They got to do something.
yeah.
I hate it. I already have a couple of them, or even dentures or something. Eventually, like I don't know what they call it, like a partial something.
Mm,
I didn't take care of my teeth as well as I should have. A lot of drinking and smoking, a lot of
mm,
late nights and not brushing, a lot of sleeping outdoors or in sleeping bag, the whole thing. Just not
yeah.
not having a solid home base for a number of years, that sort of
Yeah.
thing. Meatloaf cat, and not caring a lot. Like a depression, like not looking in the mirror for days, that sort of thing. That was
Yeah.
one of my symptoms of depression is like poor self care.
Oh boy.
Not showering, not shaving, not brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
eating bowls of cereal, drinking soda pop, all that stuff. A lot of years of that.
Yeah.
So otherwise,
Well,
my genetics held up really good with not that much work. Like I didn't have to do much to stay in shape. I think it's just genetics, but the teeth part, you know, I don't know.
well, this Last Frontier said that the comics he sent should be to my house on Monday.
Oh, cool.
Uh, um, oh, Paulo just sent a message. Dental care has gone up a lot in Europe. Salaries went up 10% in 10 years. Dental care went up 250%. There are no dentist offices anymore. It's all clinics set up for using insurance money. Hmm. Well, yeah, they just got a dentist in town. There was sometimes dentists will leave, and then you have to go to another town for a dentist. But they just got a dentist in town. Oh, it's our fire tug. It's turning that way in the U.S. as well, Paulo. Well, I'm just curious how things are going to go as we over the next few months and years. It's weird because I don't really know. Like it's hard to predict how things are going to go. It sounds like there's some headway being made in the uh, trying to stop the Ukraine war, but I'm not sure where that is and negotiations and
Oh, mailman is here. Might be a
oh.
couple. I'll wait a couple minutes, but I think he might have the package. Hopefully.
Or it might be a female man or a
Yeah, the
female
mail carrier.
mailman, female carrier.
The mail carrier.
But carrier makes you sound like you're carrying a disease.
It does a little
A
bit. What would it be?
mailman,
The
it could be a
mailman
mailman or it could be a female woman.
or a male person
Yeah,
or a female person?
uh, a male life form, a male carbon unit that carries mail. Companies are buying up multiple offices in my area, says Veritech. Paulo says, and there are two things that aren't covered by universal health care: dental and ophthalmology. Wait, yes. Shemale man, he says. Oh my gosh. Is it ophthalmology or is it? I didn't know there was an L. I could be wrong. I was, I thought it was up. Maybe I've never seen the word. I've only said the word. I didn't know. I thought it was ophthalmology. I didn't know it was opthal, but it
It
could
is.
be.
Paul is correct, but I think he might mean optometry though, because but
Optometry is ophthalmology. An ophthalmologist, you, I
is
would
it
always go
both?
to an ophthalmologist to get my prescription for my
Oh, then I guess
glasses.
he's right. Then that's
I
correct.
mean,
That's it.
optometrist can give you the prescription, but an ophthalmologist is more of a in-depth doctor, I think.
Yeah, I thought that's
My
for a
mom,
problem, but maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know.
maybe I don't know. I just remember my mom would always take me every year to an ophthalmologist,
Yeah, I
not an
don't even
optometrist.
remember.
I don't know. I don't know the difference, man.
I don't either.
Where and when did universal health care come into existence?
In the army, they just call it the eye clinic.
Yeah.
It's just the eye clinic.
Yeah. Um, the economy is going to take time. The extreme Democrats need to relax. Oh, they're trying to say, well, the grocery prices aren't down. Your president's a failure. Friar Tuck. It all started in England. That would explain poor dental coverage. Yeah, I don't know anything about all of that. Universal health care. What is that? Socialized medicine? I don't know what it means. Drew, I got to get up. Drew, can you hear me? Drew's under a blanket here. If I move, and okay, she knows I'm getting up. Okay, guess she can freak out, get scared. This song by the Champs, the same band that does Tequila, is like real stripper kind of song. It's called Train to Nowhere.
I think I'm going to find that that's not the only old cemetery here. I think that there's going to be a Chinese cemetery, and I think there's
Uh-huh.
going to be an Indian cemetery. I think that there's going to. I'm thinking in my head, noodling it through. I think there's got to be another cemetery that's older or the same as old as that with regular people in it. Because that was a lot of wealthy people we were looking at this morning, that those Masons and those odd fellows. So there's going to be a regular cemetery, and it's going to be segregated because there was a bunch of Chinese people here that worked in the mines and died. There was a bunch
Uh,
of natives here that lived all the way into, they still live here. There's still Native Americans that, that are related to the tribes that used to be here or that was here. So there's going to be an Indian cemetery too. They would have segregated it.
uh,
I'm just noodling it through.
this
Yeah.
this is the card you'd get if you were part of the Bad Daddy fan club,
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
1958. And then you put your name there is an Ubla Dubian in crazy wavy standing when tuned to WJW.
Wow, that'd make a cool T-shirt.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta run to the restaurant.
I'm gonna go check the mail. Just leaving.
Today, the fruit miss who plans a picnic for two has it so easy. She simply puts a few 12-ounce 2-glass mirror cans of Cotton Club Orange in the deep freeze overnight. Then into the picnic pack they go. After fun on the beach and an invigorating swim, today's happy pair take time to enjoy the wonderful refreshment Cotton Club True Fruit Orange gives. And lunch tastes better too, for the Cotton Club mirror cans also become the refrigerant. Cotton Club Orange is truly a time-tested flavor. It's been a favorite since 1900, and its style and taste will never change. Why not enjoy the pleasure of a glass of Cotton Club Orange right now?
You know what made me think of it was I was thinking who are in these unmarked graves? Like who is mixed in here with these other people that just have an iron an L bar, whatever that is. Like it's a piece of like commonly used metal that that they were uniformly using as grave markers, unmarked grave markers, mixed in with people that had money. So I'm thinking, who are they? Who are they burying around them that they're not naming? And so I was thinking that's maybe poor people. But then I got to thinking, why would there be poor people mixed in? Maybe they're indentured servants who are like family. That's my guess. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. Or maybe they're unknown people that died in the mines, but that's also weird. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think about the unmarked graves? Like who was in those?
Paula says Cadillac's winning his race right now.
Oh, cool. I actually think I have a new Cadillac, a Matchbox that's coming in the mail today. if I'm going to go check in a second. Along with your package, there's something else coming, and it just happens to be a miniature Cadillac. It's like a 2020 CTS or something like that.
Oh, okay.
It's a new Caddy. All right, I'm going to go check them out.
Look at these publicity photos Mad Daddy would do. Uh, maybe relatives after the Great Depression. Oh, my wife's awake. Oh my goodness! I was just about to go up to see if she was awake. She was taking a nap. It's 2:15. It's 2:15 to 3. It's just a little more than 2 hours till we eat dinner. Let's go see if she wanted lunch.
Did you ever see a Martian beard? The whiskers are purple and curly and weird, and two faces are harder than just one.
I've been watching for a little while, like half an hour. Oh, really? Paula says I'd go with family members. Is it possible with identification tablets? We're stolen through the year. Oh, it's impossible. Some identification tablets are stolen through the years. I don't even know what you guys are talking about because I went to the restroom. But I'll read your comments anyway.
Until you find the 60 miles in first state, and that's what you get when you harvest your spring in adjustable. Because this ain't no job.
I've never heard of shaving being called harvesting your shrubbery. This is good, man. Oh, what? I can't forget I still passed out this morning without taking my antibiotics. Do you need to get you something, and then could we still eat at 5 if I brought you some food now? All that fuss, and I just passed out. Yep. Oh man, I can't believe. Oh, I can't. She said I can't forget. Um, how have you been feeling, Greta? Says Polo. Well, really tired. She got some cool stuff yesterday. She got some cool. Well, she got some. We went out this cool place yesterday. And she got some cool stuff. I'm really tired too. I was. I just kept falling asleep. I was trying to watch. I was trying to watch something this morning, and I just kept falling asleep. And then I went out and I got some bottled water and some bottled Dr. Peppers, some dog food, and some forks, plastic forks. And then Meyer called and we started talking. I said, "Why don't we just do a show and we'll just talk on the show?" I really didn't even plan. I was going to record Mighty My Tour cartoons this afternoon, but you know, oh, I better turn down this music. Oh, you won't just get a copyright claim; you get a copyright strike playing Elvis or the Beatles. Uh, you can show them my small world collection by Avon. Yeah, but I'm too tired to go up the stairs. It's just a little, unless they're down here. No, they're upstairs. Yeah, I'm too. If I was not, otherwise I'd be up in the attic. I just too tired, man. Um, and is there a special at the restaurant? I don't know. Are we gonna go out or are we gonna stay? I don't know. Oh yes, there's donuts left. I ate two of them. But they're down here. They're on top of the Elvira pinball machine. I had to put them up high so the animals wouldn't get them. If you'd like a donut, and that what we're not in daylight savings time yet, but my sleep cycle this week was all out of whack. So tired I went to bed before midnight a couple of days. Oh, you normally stay up that late? Yeah, I've been real tired too. And yeah, I don't know.
All right, the package is not there yet. It's not here yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not here yet, but I did get this. The Matchbox came.
Oh, you got that from a different like from
Yeah, it's
FedEx or
from
something.
Amazon.
Oh, Amazon. Okay. Oh,
Well,
Matchbox. Okay. Are they still made
yeah,
in, well, I doubt they're made in England. They're probably made in China, but Matchbox was a
yeah,
British
and
company.
I think that they're owned by, I think that Matchbox is owned by the same company that makes Hot Wheels. It's Mattel. So,
Oh, they
so they
bought them
used to
up,
be,
huh?
yes, they bought them up. See, there's a Mattel symbol right there.
Yeah. Interesting.
I like the yellow. It's a nice card. It still has a throwback look to it. It's got a real traditional look to it to me. This is just a
Eh,
regular Matchbox. This is what a new Matchbox looks like right now.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I don't see Matchbox cars very often.
Let's pop it out and take a look at it.
They had a Batman the Animated Series Batmobile Hot Wheels car at the supermarket yesterday. Is that a hard to find one?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen it. That sounds cool though. Oh, it's got a nice feel to it. It's a nice car.
So that's a Cadillac from a few years ago.
Yeah, this is what does it say? 2021, 19 or 2000, 2021 Cadillac CT5, not CTS, right? I thought it was a CTS. It's CT5. CT5V. Now, uh, that V identifier, Paula will know what all that means. I don't know what a
He
CT5
just
means.
asked you if it's a CT4 or
Yeah, it's
CT5.
a CT5. It's a CT5V, and it's blue. It's a nice
Isn't that
looking car.
weird that you just happen to get that in the mail while he's watching a race and they're winning?
It's totally random. I ordered this last week because it was on sale.
That's so weird the way the Cadillac doesn't have a back end anymore. It used to, it
It
says
really
hardly.
doesn't even look like it. I mean, it's a nice looking car, but it looks like everything else to me right now. So it doesn't really excite me that much. But
Yeah,
I collect these cars, and so that's why
yeah,
I bought it. I get something out of this. I'll have this on the table here for a couple weeks now,
yeah.
playing with it, and eventually it will end up with the other cars in the collection. And then my grandson, his favorite thing right now is miniature cars, is Hot Wheels and Matchbox. That's all he wants to play with. He's 5, and that's all he's interested in is cars.
Uh-huh.
So I'm giving him car stuff all the time, including cars. He has a huge collection.
Does he like a particular time period of cars?
He's 5. He'll just take anything and everything. Sports
Almost.
version has a Camaro ZR1 engine. These
Oh,
have a plastic bottom and plastic wheels, like the new Hot Wheels do, and an all metal body. And some nice decal work. It's not showing up well on the camera, I don't think, but the little tempo decals are nice on the lights in the front and the back. And all the paint work on these cars now is done by a computer mechanism. There's no people involved with paintbrushes here with these, and it's not even actually the details are digital decals that are teeny tiny inkjet printer comes through and does all this stuff like according to a program. It's not even like a slide decal or anything like that. I've seen like there's videos on YouTube showing how these things are manufactured now, and there's
oh,
really no people involved. It's all machines. mean, other than the design process, the people designing them, but it would be interesting to see what AI Hot Wheels cars looked like. That's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Or action figures too. Like, what if you programmed an AI to make some fit to make a to design action figures, and you could input what you wanted it to be like a Mexican bootleg mixed with a Marvel character, Marvel superhero or something, and then see what that looked like, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sure there's people doing it already. Anyway, this is a nice little car by Matchbox. All right. And if the package isn't, well, tomorrow's Sunday. So there's a weird thing. I think I haven't told you about it, but I told Kevin about it. So in this town, there's no Amazon vans. There's no, there must be FedEx, but I don't know. So the Amazon uh, arrives here. Amazon packages are delivered to the post office in a big 18-wheeler truck every day. And then postal carriers like the mailman, he just delivered the Amazon package. So the mail carriers delivered all the Amazon packages. There's no Amazon vans driving around all day like they are where I used to live in San Francisco. That's not
Mhm.
here. It's just the post office that delivers everything. The
Yeah.
post office is small and very personal. Like, I've been there a couple times already. And if it's not here by the end of today, tomorrow everything's closed. So on Monday, I'll go in Monday morning and they might be holding the package for a signature or something, because it's like
Yeah.
old school. Yeah, and it's quaint. It's not a hassle. It's the post office is just as close as the cemetery that I was, everything's like a 10-minute walk basically in this town. It's all, you saw the
Yeah.
town from the cemetery. It's pretty much just like less than a mile square area.
Yeah. That's so it is here, and FedEx
Yeah, it's similar
delivers
to
the
your town, except
Amazon.
it's more built up with but it's similar. You know what I mean? You could tell it's like a little city center and then some old houses and then outlying houses.
Yeah, FedEx definitely delivers all the Amazon. Yeah, I haven't seen an Amazon truck since we lived in Texas. And all the Amazon stuff shows up with white powder all over it because they go down these gravel roads in the country, and billowing white dust comes up, and I guess it gets into the truck and gets on the surface of all the packages. So you
That
get,
sucks.
yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Oh, this car on the bottom, hey Paulo, it says CT5V Blackwing. So I don't know if that means something that it's a Blackwing. That's a cool name though. I like that it's called Blackwing.
Yeah.
That's what I'll tell Kai it is. Hey, this is a Blackwing. He'll be, oh, that's a cool name.
A special posted for dinner. I guess I need to take her some donuts. And I should put the Dr. Pepper in my refrigerator. I'll be right back. I gotta get up, crew.
Okay. You're gonna be gone for a second, or
Yeah, I just gotta go upstairs. She was wanting a donut, I think.
how many people are watching? 12 viewers, according to my article.
AC and you're going to be sold on the going steady ring or maybe the necklace design. They got a boat down there in the green jewelry line. Incredible but true man live. You can buy one for your girl for just $12.95. And if you don't have the cash, go on and take a peek. Because Mr. Green will trust you. Only 50 cents a week is all it takes. Don't get lost, for goodness sakes. Remember the address. That's 726 Euclid, next to the Hippodrome. You're going steady. And you'll want to take it ho, 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 ho. It is now for the second time coming through. This is Ray Sharp and Linda Lee.
Somebody told me that there's an underground subterranean tunnel system under this town that connects different, there's avenues underground that connects different parts of the town to the three major mines, um, and also to the Main Street business area where all the saloons and dance halls and where the opera house used to be. And these avenues pass also underground to where the old mayor's estate is, as well as like some of the largest Victorian houses that are here that take up like quarter of a city block. A couple of them are like half a city block. I'll walk by and film some of this stuff, and maybe eventually I'll be able to find a way to film these tunnels. I don't know. I got to keep talking and keep meeting people. But so I heard from one of my neighbors that it used to be set up so that if you were the neighbor, if you were a neighbor or a friend, or you lived in these neighborhoods and had access to these tunnels in the wintertime when it was all snow and ice, as well as during Prohibition time, you could travel underground in these stone underground tunnels under this town, and they would come up in the back room of a saloon or a bar or a dance hall in town, as well as taking you all the way to like the corporate management offices of the mines. Like the miners weren't using these tunnels to get to the mines. The people that owned and ran the mines were going there. That's how they would get to work. Like, remember how I said everything's like within a mile. So, but instead of traveling above ground, they were traveling underground around here, like the elites. It's kind of weird, but I'm going to find out more about it.
What I got yesterday is one of these cloth calendars from 1975.
Oh, that's great.
So it hangs up like this. They
When
have
did
a
you get
ton of
that?
them, all from the original. I guess it's all from the original same lady that owned them all.
Hey, if
I
that's
got.
75, that works for this year.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were telling me that Marvel calendar. Let's see here.
Yeah, it works
March.
for this year. Today's the 15th.
Yeah, Saturday. I
Yeah,
can
so
hang this up maybe in the
yeah,
master bedroom if she wants it to be there. Yeah,
that'll work
that's
for
good.
this
It
year.
works. Yeah, well, they had a bunch of different years. They had 1967. They didn't have my birth year. They didn't have her birth year. So it must have been from some old lady's collection. She just saved these cloth things. And the
Where
other
was
ones
that
are
at
more
again?
like pictures of, you know, uh, quaint little farmhouses and stuff. But this was the one that had the smiley face. I had to get it. It's
That's
just ten
cool.
dollars.
That was there in town. You found that?
Yeah. The local vet, his wife, well, he's a collector of stuff, and his wife is a big collector. She used to own a restaurant, but she converted an old church into this antique store. She has every Barbie that ever since the 50s, so she's a big time, she's one of the she's a female collector. Uh, so what was this? Is this Fisher Price? What is these little people that look like this?
Yeah, that's Fisher Price.
I think my older brother drew a face on him with
Nice.
frowning, and it's like
That looks
an
good. Yeah.
angry Charlie Brown.
I think that was like that kid he came in like the school bus. There was a bunch of kids that came in a school bus, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think
Well,
that's a
that's the only
kid.
thing I've got. I hated those kind of toys like that and the Weebles and all that. I always thought that I don't like those weird,
I
stupid
didn't have
things.
any of that, but I had little cousins that had that, and my mom had it at our house that they played with.
Well,
She
anyway,
had
I
like
uncovered that the
she
other
had a
day.
Weeble airport that
Oh
would
yeah,
come out when my little cousins would come to visit.
yeah. I remember that stupid Weebles wobble, but they won't fall down commercial. That's another horrible thing about the '70s. Oh my gosh. Well, my gosh. He's got all these publicity photos where he's like an EC horror host with a hood on and like he's completely insane.
Kevin must be busy. He's got to be
Uh,
busy today,
he
isn't he?
has to be, yeah. Um, yeah, one of the things that keeps him busy is women coming in now for these Monster High dolls. Uh, he's. I remember the Mac lads talking about a fat boy wobbles like a weeble. It's a weeble, not a weeble. Weeble wobbles. Yeah, they were
They don't
called
fall down.
weebles. Yeah. Well, she was born in '78, so that's about the time those commercials were on the air.
Yep,
Uh, so
that's true.
she would think they're singing Weevil, because who the hell knows what a Weeble is? They were horrible toys. What were some of the other horrible toys, man? We talk about the good ones, but
Do you remember
uh,
this thing called a cootie? Remember the cootie? It was a
I
bug that
remember
you
that.
plugged the legs into. It was kind
I
of
didn't
cool.
mind. Yeah, I
It was
thought
kind of
that was
cool.
good.
I had that. I had a cootie. Do you still have
What?
yours?
No, I never had one, but I know not to hate it. What I wish I still had was a game called "Don't Break the Ice," and
Oh
I
yeah, sure. Yeah, I remember the
I don't know
commercial for
where
that.
mine went or why it would have been disposed of, but apparently it didn't.
That
Something
was a cool
happened. I
game.
remember exactly where it was in the closet. I don't know why it wouldn't still have been there.
Hey, have you
Uh,
ever seen that King Kong game? My cousin Kelly had that King Kong game. It was like the Twin Towers. You know what I'm talking? It was like you put
yeah,
it
I've seen
together.
a commercial for it. I bet
Yeah,
it would be
it,
an
it was
interesting thing to
it was
have
pretty
now
cool. I
with what.
remember loving that. Like here's what would happen. I would go visit my cousins Kelly and Sean in Sacramento, and they would have new or different toys than me, and I would want to play the stuff that they'd had already for a month or two, the whole weekend. They'd be like bored with it already. They're like, "Really, you want to keep playing this King Kong game? Like we've had it for a month. We're tired of playing it." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't have this King Kong game, man." Yeah,
I wish they had
Battling
made one.
Tops again. I was like, I only
Oh,
came over
Battling.
here to play Battling Tops. I was like, I don't
Oh,
have Battling Tops, and it's just me at home. So there's not a competition. Like now, it's the three of us against each other, and we can actually play the game. And they're like, Battling Tops again. It's here somewhere. That's what it would be like.
yeah. Battling Tops was a great game. There's another, remember Booby Trap?
Booby Trap. Booby Trap. Is that with the springs, and you had to
Yeah.
take things out, and it would slam shut? Is that it?
Slam shut. Yeah, you had to take out these little circular shapes, and
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, it might slam. It's
Yeah, it was a
really
good
it
game.
slams shut hard. Uh, Battling Tops. You know,
What was that one? This is an old game that my Uncle Clarence and Aunt Millie used to have in their closet that I loved playing with, but nobody wanted to play it, so I had to do it by myself. It was something with a miner. It was a donkey, and there were all these little pieces that you put into the saddlebags. And does that sound familiar? And it would kick if you. It was like a balance game, kind of like the game of Jaws, like that.
yeah, it sounds familiar. I've never played it. You remember Cuckoo Choo Choo?
No. Uh-uh.
Yeah, that's I've got it, but I think it's probably not working. I need to
How
get a
about
new Cuckoo
so
Choo Choo.
you might have not had to deal with this, but I had two older sisters, so we had mystery date. at my house?
Oh, I
Mystery
never
Date.
never
Yeah.
played that, but I remember the game. I remember the commercial.
So you
We
remember
used
the
to play it
commercials?
on
We
Night
had
Flight all the time.
my sister's games were Mystery Date and that Barnabas Collins Dark Shadows game. And so I
I
wasn't
had
even like
that.
allowed to play those games. They were just like in her room. You know what I mean?
The Barnabas Collins game I got Christmas of '72. And I think the show was probably already off the air then, but
They had a
that's where you're
Ouija board
building a
too.
skeleton and it had fangs too. My older brother had an Ouija board. I still have it. It's barely, it's kind of in the garage. I think part of the box. It's one of those things where you keep being told you don't ever let it in your house, destroy it. And it's like, but it has such a cool box cover. It was my older brother's. And it's like, well, no, it's a conduit to demons. Don't let it. It's like,
Conduit to deep.
no, I mean, people really say that
Oh yeah, 100%
that
they do.
they,
People do
that's
say
what
that, but
happened
it
to
doesn't
Linda
mean it's
Blair.
true.
Remember, she was talking to Captain Howdy with her Ouija board. Look what happened to her. Shit, man, that's fucked up. What Captain Howdy made her do. Uh, but yeah,
Tarot
so
cards. So they had tarot cards too. This was
oh
all
no,
hippie stuff in the early 70s. These
yeah,
my
the
older
hippies
sisters were
got
in
into
college.
there were the
Yeah.
hippies that got into Jesus and the hippies that got into the witchcraft stuff.
That they got into the witchcraft. They were not into Jesus. Yeah. They rebelled against
Yeah.
it because we were Catholic and they grew up, with all that in
But
my mom's
they
house.
call them the Jesus freaks, and then there were the witches, and yeah, I remember how that. But yeah, after the Manson thing, hippies kind of were never quite the same. Um,
Yeah, I would
oh
agree.
gosh, uh, but I don't remember that happening because I was shoot. We were probably already in Germany. I didn't. If there was news about that, I didn't. I got my news through Cracked and Mad. Yeah, I mean, that's how I found out about what's going on in the world with Watergate and stuff. so I, and so and and my dad always got U.S. News and World Report and the Army Times. That was his source of news. He always got the blandest news magazine. Time and Newsweek would have colorful covers with stuff, but U.S. News and World Reports was like highlights. For it always looked like it had the same cover every month. And
Yeah,
U.S.
it
News and
did.
World Report is just all a bunch of words. It's just like it's the most. It's like buying Mantovani records. It's like, damn man, you choose the worst records in the record store when you buy your hi-fi. You get the most boring magazine on the whole newsstand. It's like, oh well. Um, that's just because he'd buy these records, and then the inner sleeves of some of these records in the late '50s, early '60s would have pictures of the other records you could get from RCA or whatever. And you'd see these amazing records that are really cool and worth a lot of money and a lot of fun to listen to, and then you see, oh, but this is the one he bought.
Hmm.
It's just like,
Mitch Miller. Yeah.
he might have a Mitch. Well,
She had that.
something.
She had Manavani, Mitch Miller, and what was that? The Ray Conniff Singers. I was like, why would you? I'm sure I
Yeah.
love the Beatles. I love the Ray Conniff Singers. I love that song
Well, the Ray
yesterday.
Conniff singers, if you listen to them now, they're great. But if you listen to
Right.
them then, it's
In
like now
1970,
there's
that's what she's choosing to buy. Yeah. But yeah.
oh,
They're
that's the
like a cover
picture.
band.
That's the picture that was in Mad Magazine with Alfred Newman on his shoulder holding onto his ear in the
Oh, that's
letters
cool.
column. Uh
Oh, last
Gary
night I
Davis
was like
says
on a. Oh, what's this? Which was one of my
Gary Davis
collections.
said Which. I've got actually
What's
two
up, Gary?
two copies of Which. No, he's not on, but I wish he'd come on. What is Witch Witch? It's a game I need to show you. It's a whole haunted house that you go through with little kids, kind of like Candyland, except it's a
Mm-hmm.
whole haunted house with different rooms. The Witch
Oh, I
Witch.
don't think I've seen that.
And then I have another one of the Disney Haunted Mansion. Uh, Let me put the link so
Yeah,
Gary
I don't
can
think we had those. We
read
had
from
Green
it.
Ghost, but
Green
that was it.
Ghost
Green
was a
Ghost.
game my older brothers had.
We
I
had that.
vaguely remember it, but it was gone before it could be handed down to me. But so I bought a new one, or I bought one for myself off eBay years later.
That
Uh,
box is amazing.
and they reissued it. Sears reissued Green Ghost, but I compared the two. The reissue doesn't glow worth the shit, and it's not. It's a very cheap version of it.
Oh,
Um,
that's too bad.
but the original, I have an original. It's got a little bit of a tape pull on it, but that's a great game. Just the packaging of it, everything. Okay, Alan, come over here. There's a dog under that blanket. Be careful. Oh, this is gonna be bad. You don't want to. The cat's about to walk on top of a blanket that has a dog under it. It's that's not gonna be a good thing. Here he is. Hey, what's going on there?
Hey guys, how's
Hey,
it
what's
going?
up, Gary?
Hey,
Hey, buddy.
good. Do
Yeah.
you have a copy of Witch Witch there? I'd have to go to the basement to show mine.
I've yeah, well I've got I'm not really sure. Hold on a sec. Um Which Witch was a fun game.
Yeah.
Um no, let me see if I can find it real quick.
Oh man,
Friar Tuck just got back
I'm
from the
so.
comic store. Hit the dollar box hard.
Oh,
That's hitting
cool. You should
hard.
come on and show us what you got. I
Yeah,
was just
yeah.
gonna say I'm
Friar
so
Tuck
happy
comes
that
on.
Gary joined because I love seeing Gary's collection. He's got a
Yeah,
ton of stuff.
come over here.
He's
No,
gonna show
Gary.
us
No,
games, all
I was
kinds of stuff.
calling the I was calling the cat Gary. Uh, Alan, do not walk there. There's at least I think. Yeah, yeah. This is gonna. Okay, she went away.
Yeah, Tuck, show
I
us what
just
you got after Gary. Oh, look at this. I
there's a
haven't seen this.
commercial for this on YouTube also. Yeah, see how cool that looks.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a fun
Oh, he
game.
got 90s and 2000 stuff.
Well,
You can build like a little haunted house
yeah.
and go through it, and eventually you wanted to get to this top part right here, the clock, the top of the clock. That was a fun game. It was a fun game. Chloe, you should let Chloe play
Cleo.
yours, or Cleo. I'm
Yes,
sorry. What was I
I've
saying?
been intending to do that. I've been intending to play
What do the
games
game
with her.
pieces look like? Because for me as a little kid, a lot of how much I enjoyed the game relied on what the pieces of plastic were shaped and what the little people looked like.
Well, I'll show. I could show you this, but I've got it kind of taped shut with some
Oh,
painter's
well, you
tape
don't
because
have to. You don't have to.
Why would you
the
do
box
that?
itself is kind of falling apart. So I've
Oh,
got some
that's
painter's
why.
tape,
That's why.
and as you can
Well,
see, there's
oh,
painter's tape holding it shut so that the
Oh,
pieces
okay.
don't fall out
It's
all
because
over the
I'll
place.
well, yeah. Don't open it then.
I'll open it next episode. I'm too lazy
Okay,
right now. Um,
but yeah, it's really cool. There's not so much. It's not so much the pieces as there is there's like little trap doors. Like there's a trap door right here. There's little things that you have to avoid. Um, and there's cards that you draw, and sometimes a card uh, tells you basically to drop this little steel ball down the chimney.
oh yeah.
And depending on which direction the ball goes, if you're in one of these little danger spots and the ball goes that way, you have to go all the way back to uh, like the beginning of the room and start over again. So there's
Mm,
all these little pitfalls and things that you have to avoid. But it was fun. It was a fun game.
yeah. I,
There's a British version called Haunted House,
oh
and
no.
it's basically the same artwork and everything, except it doesn't say which witch. It says
They
Haunted House.
they just didn't want to offend the witches that live there.
Don't know, I
Caller
guess.
says games marketed as edgy, but then they're from Milton Bradley. And my wife says, "Is the Ouija board?" by Milton Bradley. I don't remember. I think so. It's got a cool. It's the box I've got has this cool specter that looks like it's you know it's neat looking, but I recognize it as being something I probably shouldn't have. Ouija was Parker Brothers, and my wife laughs at
Oh,
probably the fact that Paulo knows everything.
yep.
Yeah,
I,
Ouija board. I don't know about that,
I
man.
would say avoid the Ouija board.
But games called Witch are fine. No, I know. I just don't know whether I should just. It's just like I try to keep it away, but because I figure the demons can't get from over there into here, so they're out in the garage, man. They can hang out there, man.
Well, someone told me that one of the biggest things that a lot of people forget to do when they're playing with the Ouija board is when they're done, they forget to put it on the thing that says goodbye,
Oh,
and that supposedly is what leaves the door open. I I
all
don't
right.
know. I tend to avoid it, and I don't want it. I don't want it in my home. I've just had some bad experiences with Ouija boards, so I
Yeah.
don't like them. But
Well,
And
my brother would. He knew how to manipulate it to make me, as a kid, think that it was really moving.
went and got a couple
It's
games. Hold on, let me
all
turn my
right.
volume. That were easy to grab. So this is a real weird, interesting game called the Animal Trap game,
huh? Wow.
and
Yeah.
it's it's made by MPC. Where is
Yep.
it at? Right here. This is the same company that would make the little plastic figures that we grew up with,
Oh,
Multiple
okay.
Product Corporation,
Yeah.
right? And so this is a unique game in that the playing pieces are the little animals that we used to play with in the 60s and 70s. This game is like from about 1958, I think.
Yeah.
Huh.
Here's the spinner is a rifle,
Oh, wow. That's cool. I've never
and
even heard of this game.
the board is really cool and colorful. I feel like I should have this on display somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. That's something. I've got some great. I've even got some game boards, but I don't have the game, and I don't know how to display
So, and
them.
then
Or
look at the
I
pieces.
would I would
So when
frame
you
them and
open
put
it
them on the
up,
wall.
look at the spot
yeah,
where the
that would cost
pieces
money.
go. They're all named.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
cool.
labeled. And like this is a rhino that you probably grew up playing with when you were a little kid, if you're about 60 years old, like I am.
Probably. Yeah.
The same MPC rhino, the same MPC camel. They're all made by MPC as pieces. So you're the animals in this game. Well, actually, hold on, you're this hunter is who you, so you this one person's the hunter, other people are, another person is animals, and then another person are these natives it comes with.
Oh,
Oh.
cool. That's awesome.
It's walrus.
How fun.
Here's this alligator. You guys probably played with this too.
I
Those are
didn't, but
cool.
it's cool.
Here's another one of these natives.
Looks like he had a spear at one time.
Yeah, they have spears. They have spears.
Oh, you got the spear.
Those are cool. Wow. How fun those would be
the
to play with.
the hunter has a gun somewhere, so the hunter holds a little gun. See,
Oh, neat.
I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere. So yeah. Oh, look at this bear.
Wow.
And this deer.
That's
Oh, this is
cool.
a great one. I forgot to show you this. So See, look at this little monkey it comes with. This monkey is made to ride on this camel. He goes like this. Oh, he goes somewhere. He rides on somebody. Where is it?
Friar Tuck wants to see the native guy again.
Sure,
There
hold
were
on.
two, weren't
I'll
there?
show you. Let's see. There's one of them is this silver. One of them is in silver. Yeah, it looks like he has a bone in his nose.
Wow. That's kind of cool. That's really cool.
And this comes off.
Oh.
Oh, the shield? The shield
Yeah,
does?
the shield comes off. These are called, they called these ring hands. This is an NPC toy that they were making in the 50s where the figures had these, you know, they came with weapons and accessories that you plugged into.
And didn't the NPC make the monsters that had heads that could come off
Yeah.
and you could
The
interchange those?
top horrors, I
Yeah.
think.
Like, look, this guy, this is like a tomahawk and a knife.
Yeah.
My wife watches these cosmetics videos and they do the same thing where they put their hand behind it to make it better for you to see. Uh,
Come on.
Pretty cool.
Oh, and this guy that's in red. Wow.
That's cool. You said that was
So I didn't know
a
what this
game that
was
was
until I found it. I didn't know this existed until I found it, and it was super cheap. It was like 15 bucks or something. It was super inexpensive. And then once I had it in hand, I realized that it was like a very rare, one of a kind situation where a toy figure company that produced the figures came up with a marketing idea to not only sell the figures inside of bagged and carded, you know, groupings at the 5 and dime. Let's turn it into a board game, because the board game really is based around the figures.
That's really
It's
very
just like
clever.
you're just chasing each other around, spinning a spinner, and it's like a regular kids game. But the selling point are the little pieces, and it was an idea that somebody must have come up with. It was a good idea.
When you bought it, did it was it complete?
Yeah, it was just how I showed. There's even rubber bands in here. It even has the original old dry rotted rubber bands that were originally holding the figures down.
Oh wow.
Here's the
That's cool.
instructions. You can see, look at it, not a lot of instructions, right?
Yeah.
So there's I can't find a year, but there's no zip code. It just says New York, New York.
Friar Tuck
Isn't this a
he
great
wanted to see it.
image on the box?
Yeah. Friar Tuck says he may have found one of those native figures as a child behind his sister's apartment back in the 80s. He said,
Oh, okay.
So
Cool.
wanted
Wow.
to see
You know,
it
they
again.
might have come, the native figures might have come one or two in a pack of jungle animals. It's possible.
He was never sure when they were made or how old. Well, they could be more recent than the game because they made those figures for many years. But oh yeah, that one.
Ooh,
This is the Mystic Skull by Ideal.
that's
Game
cool.
of Voodoo.
That was their voodoo game, and didn't they make one called Kabbalah?
Yeah, they did.
Was that one with the spinning eye? The Kabbalah one?
I think so. I never had that or the Mystic Skull. I've always admired the Mystic Skull's box. Yeah, John does too. Of course he would.
All right,
It's
so
Cool.
this
like
game is
that box
goofy
looks like
and
one of
really
his
weird.
videos. John Goris's animation.
So this game, the Mystic Skull, doesn't have a game board or pieces. The game itself is a spinner
Oh,
with all this stuff on it, and the spinner is a cauldron. And
oh,
Oh,
you take it involves a lot of assembly here. So it's very particular how you set this thing up. because it's voodoo. The whole process is voodoo, I guess. I don't know. It's there's a magnet in the skull. So you have to put this piece right here that plugs in needs to be complete everything. Like if it's broken and doesn't fit in right, it won't work. Because underneath the spinner is a wheel with magnets on it. And underneath the skull is a magnet. And it has to be the exact, I mean, it has to hang just right for it to work. And then you take this bone and you put this bone inside of here and you stir it around and it makes it stick, right?
Oh,
So
wow.
you spin this like this with this thing right here. See this? And then you got to stir. This is all you got to have it on the table when you're doing this. So it's like the spin is reliant, it's random, but it's reliant on the dexterity of the person spinning it in a way, right?
Yeah.
And then what happens is when you land on the spots, you either have to add pieces to your voodoo doll or add pins to your voodoo doll, or I mean, you have to either you get an opportunity to fill your opponent's voodoo doll with pins or remove pins from your own voodoo doll. So the whole game is just a counting game of adding and removing these little pins that go in the voodoo doll. That's it.
How funny.
Yeah. Everybody
Wow.
gets a different colored voodoo doll. There's about 300 little freaking pins that go into everybody's voodoo dolls. Yeah.
My mother would have never let me have that.
Well,
Look at these
it
voodoo
was
dolls.
before
They
your
have
time,
unhappy,
though.
weird
That's
faces.
from probably what 1966 or so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
She probably, I'm sure she probably had a problem with which when I was a kid, but
Yeah, I got that. I think Christmas of '72. Which?
yeah. They had a really cool Disney Haunted Mansion game made by Lakeside.
I've got that too. Yeah.
That is a really cool one because it's very three-dimensional. And it's got pieces that resemble the characters in the Haunted Mansion ride. And I guess it's got like gears and stuff. And it's, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I
That's
was going to
cool,
show you
man.
the art on the board is pretty cool.
Yeah, they look like potential tattoo designs.
That's cool. So is up to 4 players?
Yeah, it's 4 players. But that one's cool. This reminds me of the art like at Adventureland in Disneyland in like 1968. That's what it
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, there was a fascination with this. Gilligan's Island had a bunch of content involved, like voodoo and headhunters. Remember?
I do remember that. And Skipper was violently superstitious and he didn't.
Yeah, Gilligan was always getting like almost having to marry the chief of the tribe's daughter. Remember?
I remember
It's kind of
that.
a heavy set, a BBW they call them these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Gilligan got wrangled into a lot of different things.
The same thing happened in that movie with Bela Lugosi, the Brooklyn Gorilla movie with the Martin and Lewis um, imitation. What was that? The guy's name that
Oh,
his whole career was just pretending to be Jerry Lewis.
the Bowery
Right?
Boys.
No, it wasn't the Bowery Boys. It was these 2 guys that pretended to be Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis in a couple movies,
Right.
and one of them has Bela Lugosi, and it's the same storyline. The Jerry Lewis guy gets paired off with the daughter of the headhunter, and the Dean Martin guy gets the beautiful native girl. Yeah,
How
Yeah.
funny. How funny.
yeah, and
Well,
Bela
fellas,
Lugosi. It's a pretty good movie.
I don't mean to cut it short, but I could only come on for a short time. My son is
Oh.
visiting his grandmother, and my ex-wife is going to bring him back over to my house, and he and I are going to watch movies and have pizza. So I just wanted to
Cool.
come on. I saw you guys talking and stuff, and Gratu said I wish he'd come on, and I wanted to come on and say hi, and but I do have to go. So I'm glad I got to see you guys, and hopefully I'll get to spend more time with you guys this week. I hope. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
buddy.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
sign
it'd be
off.
good.
Pop
Take
in
care.
anytime.
I will. We'll see you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Take care,
I'll
Gary.
probably be on more often over the next week. Uh, let's see. My wife says, "Have fun, Gary." She just asked if I want a donut. Not right now, but maybe after dinner. Um, so anyway, listening to an air check right now. This is Jimmy O'Neill, October 9th, 1961, Pasadena. So KRLA. Jimmy O'Neill, I think, later was on. Wasn't he the host of Shindig on ABC?
Oh,
So
I don't know.
a lot of these guys
I've only
start.
seen a bit of Shindig.
Well, it's like these guys start as radio DJs, and a lot of radio DJs aren't photogenic, but this guy, is a good-looking DJ, so they would grab those guys and put them on TV. And,
Right.
and Jimmy O'Neill, I'm pretty sure, was the host of Shindig later, about 4 or 5 years later. Uh, Bob Crane was a DJ, and then they later put him, in Hogan's Heroes. I don't know who else moved. A lot of the DJs are not going to make it on TV. Um, let's see here. John Goris, there's a great episode of Gilligan's Island where a famous Tarzan actor crash lands at the island and his agent finds him to get him out. He does something majorly cowardly, not very Tarzan. Do they actually use the name Tarzan, or are they? I'm
So I
wondering.
remember this episode. I don't think they used the name Tarzan. I think they called
Yeah.
him Zomba or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
I believe it was Denny Miller, the actual actor that did play Tarzan one time in that one Tarzan movie in
Yeah.
like '68 or something like that.
Yeah. Right. I think so. I remember that. My wife says, I'm wondering what movies he's going to watch. I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to like just keep Gary on. It sounded like he needed to go. But I was thinking the same thing. What movies are you guys going to watch? But John Scoris says, so he and his agent decide to leave everyone there so as not to damage his rep. Oh yeah, the episode that I remember loving as a kid, and I couldn't wait for it to be a rerun. There was a vampire episode. It seems like with it opens and it's like a Hammer movie, and I don't remember how that worked, if it was a dream or whatever. But
It
it
was
was like,
so like the last season they had a lot of these dream episodes that like there was that one, there was another one that was like Jack and the Beanstalk, there was another one that was like maybe the one you're talking about was the one where Marianne was like a washwoman with a Cockney accent. You know what I'm
yeah,
talking?
it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like a vampire movie. It was like watching
yeah.
a
It
Hammer
was
movie,
great. That
and it
show was
was
great.
that episode, and that I couldn't wait for the Zombo episode of the Munsters to be repeated because it was showing like the ultimate horror host that Eddie Munster idolized. And those two episodes were really two things that changed my life right about that same time in 72. And also seeing Seventh Voyage of Sinbad for the first time, just stumbling on it on a Saturday afternoon or late Saturday afternoon. I couldn't believe it. I After that, I was doing is drawing the Cyclops, and because when I saw him roasting a living human on a spit and licking his lips, I mean, that is such a great image that stuck with me. Um, so, oh my gosh. Um, Anyway, happy Saturday, fellas, says Missing Mars.
Hey, you too, man.
Missing Mars has never come on the show. I mean, Friar Tuck has, but Missing Mars has never done that. What is he hiding? I don't know, man. think of something interesting that I've been watching lately. Um, uh, I think that's a dare. Stop. I want Kevin to come on. I want to see that Fantastic Four #3 facsimile, but he must be busy. You got any more comics to show, or you
I
burn
gotta
out
eat
on that?
something.
Oh, you
I'm
got to
gonna
eat,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see what I can fix to eat real quick.
You want to show us how you prepare the food? Turn it
I
into
do
a
that.
cooking
I
show.
do that sometimes. You know, I made like a pizza roll review the other day, and it got like 300 views.
Yeah, he's met the real life Draculara. What are you talking about? What's Draculara? Who is he? Missing Mars? My wife says yes, more food. She's, um,
Hmm.
yeah, you've done shows where you show how you cook stuff, and that's
Ooh. What should
just
I
you
make?
need to make these shows like lifestyle shows, not just showing comic covers. But we're already up to what did we get to? We didn't get to All Star. Do you have All Star comics? We were on Adventure.
Um, Not much.
Adventure.
I don't have a
What's
lot of All
after?
Star
What's
comics.
after Adventure? Adventure, Avengers, Adventure,
Amazing
Avengers.
Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man will be coming.
Oh, okay. I can't remember. I think I have Amazing Spider-Man on DS.
Amazing Adventures will be coming.
Oh yes, Amazing. That's a good
Um,
comic.
yeah.
Astonishing Tales.
Oh yeah, that's coming up too. I like Astonishing. There's a lot of Kazar in there, and I like my
Yeah,
Kazar.
we rebel against Kazar.
Yes.
Uh,
So I'm really not going to cook. I'm just going to eat this. I'll show you. Hold on. Just going to eat this piece of linguiça from last night that was left over. It was a linguiça sandwich I made,
I
but
don't know what linguiça is any more than Draculara, but apparently she says
the
she's
bread
eating
got
this
hard
language.
overnight, so I'm just going to eat the linguiça instead of cooking more.
Not sure his
But that's probably what I'm
trepidation.
going to make is some linguiça. I'll show you what it is. Since you said you don't know what it is.
Well, I've never heard of it, but
So you probably only
Leo
know
will
about
probably
this
tell me.
linguiça if you're Portuguese or if
Oh,
you grew up in California or Massachusetts or Rhode Island, places where there's Portuguese immigrants notoriously, or those 3 states. So linguiça is a pork-based spiced traditional sausage.
oh. My wife says it looks good.
It's got all these spices in it that taste only like linguiça tastes. So, like in California, this is a popular pizza topping, is linguiça. It's part of like the meat medley. When you get a pizza with like hamburger and pepperoni, you'll get little slices of linguiça on it. But I grew up eating this like you cook it, you slice it in half, and like you butterfly it, like a I don't know, like a Italian sausage, and then you cook it on both sides until it's kind of burnt, and then you put it on bread. That's it. But you can also eat it with eggs. It goes in everything. It's an all it's included in every meal.
I just don't know if I've ever heard of it. Cleo might tell me I've already eaten it, but oh, she says she's never heard of it growing up in Los Angeles.
Yeah, there's more Portuguese people in the Central Valley and the Northern Coast because of what they came here for, which was farming and cattle ranching. And so most of the Portuguese people settled in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the Northern Central Valley, right where George Lucas grew up. Like that's why his family, Lucas Ranch, they're Portuguese people. He's related to Portuguese people, George Lucas.
Oh, he is. I never really thought about what his heritage might be.
Oh, you know what I have? You know what's perfect for a snack? I just realized. So I'll show you guys real quick a good snack that I make. real quick. So Ritz crackers. Some Italian dry salami.
And Cleo, if you
And this
want to go
stuff.
out to eat, I've got enough money for a tip, I think, still. So if you want to get ready, we'll go out to eat in a couple, whatever that is. What time is it? Hour and
Olive
45 minutes. Oh,
tapenade. This is like minced up cocktail olives, and it's
okay.
spreadable. So you take the olive, and you take a little olive with the knife, and you spread it on the top of that, like that.
Oh,
Then you take the brie. So I'm showing you my refined snack. These are refined snack foods for a refined palate. So you take the brie, the soft aged brie. You cut a slice off it. You leave the white stuff on the outside, the rind, because it's good, tastes good.
oh,
You put that on top of the olive, and then you take a slice of primo Italian dried salami, and you put that on top of the cheese, on top of the olive. Kind of wrap it a little bit like that, and it's a 2-bite snack.
oh. Fairtuck says, is linguica Italian or Portuguese?
Portuguese.
John Goris says, there's no Portuguese in me. Goris is a Polish name, actually. And Fairtuck says, soupy is an Italian version. My wife says, we recently had some olive tapenade with crackers, but Gratu never remembers most foods after he eats them. I remember you giving me stuff with olive on it, and it was an interesting taste. I liked it. I don't know. I
Hey,
wasn't
while
eating
we're here,
this though, was I?
it's real tasty. It's kind of filling. I don't have a big appetite anyway. I don't burn a lot of calories anymore. Look at this really cool calendar that Jeff from Arizona sent me.
Oh well. Oh,
A
it's
laminated
monster
calendar
shaped.
for 2025.
Wow.
One of our viewers, Jeff, also known as Thomas Fairfowl in the chat, he sent
Oh
me this.
wow.
I got some
Whoa.
viewer mail. I need to make a viewer mail video on my channel coming up soon so I can show some of the stuff
Oh,
that I
that's
received
so
from
cool,
Jeff and
man.
from John Goris. Isn't this cool?
Yeah. He sent you that calendar. Wow. Did he make it?
I think so. Yeah, he laminated. This came from something, and he laminated it.
Oh wow. That was really nice of him.
Yeah, really neat. It's really, really cool. I love it. Perfect for the fridge right here. And then come look over here. So he sent me these really cool little bats that have powerful magnets on the back of them,
Oh.
and they can stick on the fridge. See? And then he sent me this frame that he made. He
Oh.
handmade this frame. Yeah, he made this frame by hand and put this John Goris sticker in here. Then he made a transfer, a digital transfer of John's signature, and then applied it. This is not written on. This is like an actual. This is John's actual signature that he transferred onto some sort of a decal process.
As long as he's not transferring it onto checks.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah,
That's
there
just
you go. Yeah,
that sounds scary.
but kind of
Uh,
cool, huh? I like it a lot. It's really
yeah.
neat.
John Corris said, had an Italian grandma. I'm not hip to soupy. She was from Naples, so. And then Friar Tuck says, Westerly, Rhode Island, famous for soupy. Friar Tuck says, I don't believe world renowned, but locally, anyways. Then my wife says, what good Neapolitan foods were your favorites? And John Corris says, wow, that looks great. He liked that. Yeah,
It's cool. I love it. It's awesome. Thank you
it
very
feels
much,
good
Jeff.
to
I
be.
love all this stuff. I love these magnets. This is great. It's just cool, man.
Yeah,
Thanks
that
for.
feels good to have someone treat your artwork like that, make a frame and your simulated signature. You feel like you're a celebrity like John Wayne when someone does something like
Mhm.
that. Of course, he is a celebrity, you know. And by the way, those of you that haven't seen his film Chirpy, which is not possibly ever available on YouTube, it's on Internet Archive. If you type John Goris Chirpy, but be um,
Is it one of those Houthis that we're going up against?
hey, you know something at this antique store where that we were at yesterday? They have three boxed Snap, Crackle, and Pop figures
Oh, really?
from the '80s, and they have little miniature comic books inside the box, like little tiny, not very tiny. If that's something you're interested in.
Hey, man, this is an excellent soda substitution. You're talking about trying to kick sodas, and
Yes, yeah.
and it's
Well,
difficult to go just from soda to just water or iced tea. Throw a
well,
couple of these into the mix every day. It's got a whole helping of vegetables right here.
you see, I did it, but then I slipped, and then it slipped hard. But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that, but I'll look for it. The one problem is they sold out of the unsweetened iced tea I drank, and so I waiting for them to restock it. I wind up slipping and getting a Dr Pepper or something. Cleo says I like V8, especially the spicy one. Okay, well we'll have to look for that.
All right, so I don't really drink anymore. I might have a beer here and there, like there's some in the fridge, but I just don't drink beer to drink beer to like get the effect of alcohol or anything. It's not there. But this, so I've been drinking this for a couple weeks now. I don't drink this every day, but this C4 Skittles flavor, I feel like I get a buzz off of this. Like, I mean, I feel like I get like an actual buzz. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like
Is it
having.
alcoholic?
No, it's just an energy drink. It's just a powerful,
Oh,
it feels like a powerful energy drink to me. I don't know if it might be the same as these other ones. Like, I feel like maybe it's because it's more. So I drink both of these, but this has probably got more of it in it. I don't know, but I kind of get a buzz off of this.
is this just lots of caffeine in it?
Um, Sport and fitness performance energy drink. It has plastic explosives in it. That's why it's called C4.
I was listening to somebody. I don't know if it was on Alex Jones or where he was someone that was he was someone that knew all these ways to off people where they would never be detected as that they it was just the people would think it's natural, and he's talking about injecting people with caffeine, and then there'd be no sign that they were actually murdered. And I thought that must be a lot of apparently caffeine. If you take enough of it, kills you. Maybe that's why Mormons and Scientologists, I think, don't like caffeine. I don't know. I don't even
They
remember
also
what I
don't
did.
like Mormons. They don't like having sex standing up because it looks too much like dancing. It's just a joke. That's a joke.
I know.
It could
Mr.
go to. You
Mark
could
says
use it for
V8
many
regular is
different
loaded with
religious.
sodium.
You
So
could
the
use it from
dose,
a lot of different. Is it loaded with sodium? Oh,
I
yeah.
guess.
Maybe you should. Yeah, go for the low
Yeah.
sodium version.
My wife says I used
I
to
don't. I
heat
like
up
the sodium.
tomato sauce with spices as a snack. So, Mr. Moore says, yes, lots of caffeine. John Gorris says they have THC drinks available in my area. I haven't tried one yet.
Yeah, we have
Afraid I
those
like
too.
them too much.
This is kind of cool. Look at this old Jack and Jill. Jello box. It's lemon
Yeah.
Jello.
Yeah, I like old packaging. Um,
It's never used. It was never used. It was a flat, and I put it together. You know what I mean? But this
yeah.
came from my mother's collection. This my mother had this for some reason.
She kept it flat because she.
Yeah, it was. It'll probably still fold back to flat. Like it's
Why do
never
you
been
think she
used.
saved it? She liked
I
the
don't
look
know.
of
It
it.
was like this. See, look. It was just like this, and it
Uh,
was in with other stuff that she gave me. Like it came out of her junk drawer. This like came out of her junk drawer. There was an old remote control from like a TV that was like 40 years old that she must not have used for like it was, but she still has saved the remote for some reason.
my wife says I'd rather do that, go low sodium or no sodium because I don't like table salt. I'd rather add my nutritious petrified Nephilim salt, also contains Himalayan salt or gray Celtic salt or Moldon or Redmond's.
Kind of cool. The graphic is
Yeah.
kind of cool.
I mean, have you thought about gluing it shut so it'll be an actual closed box or
I just
no?
haven't done it yet. I just put
Yeah.
it together since I moved here. I found it and stuff when I was unpacking, and so I thought
Yeah,
I'd put
that's
it in the
pretty
kitchen
cool.
and kind of put it together a little bit. But I mean, I could glue it together and make it look like it was an actual box that had
Yeah.
Jello in it.
If you had a whole cupboard filled with vintage boxes, it would look pretty neat.
I don't know. There's not much else to show you in here. You want to see
Oh
if this
yeah.
whizzer still works?
Oh, that's a whizzer with a
Yeah, yeah, it's
face
some
on
sort of
it.
special whizzer. Look,
Yeah. Yeah, those
so
were
it's a
cool.
whizzer that was like a crossover with these toys that were called upsy downsies, and his tongue moves. See?
Yeah. Dowsy.
But like here, so here's like a regular whizzer,
Right. That's like what I have.
and then here's one that came with like a sticker pack. It came with these
Oh.
skull stickers.
Yeah. John Goris likes your Godzilla bust with the 3D glasses.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh boy, I don't know. There it goes. Kind of got to do it 2 or 3 times. Let's try again. Uh,
Oh.
there's already marks on this floor, so I'm not really too worried.
Yeah, I was gonna say it might leave marks.
I can't get it to go fast enough. Let me try the countertop where it's slicker. Hold on. No. Here's one that's in brand new condition.
Oh
Still in the
wow.
original. Still
I
in
was
the
just
original
looking over there. I
packaging.
see one about 10 feet away from me, but I'm too
Still in the
lazy to
original
get up.
packaging, and this one works great. Like I don't think it's ever been used on a sidewalk before. It's like new when I bought this. It's got everything in the box too, all the instructions, all the tricks it's supposed to come with.
There you go.
Wow. There it
There
goes.
you go. Yeah, there you go.
Wow, it's spinning for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't work. Let's try this. So I'm just doing it on this cardboard box. Let's try like this. Oh, stop.
Yeah, the real trick is you have to be a kid that doesn't give a shit about leaving marks on the floor, and then it works great. The more you're concerned about damaging, adult things, then it doesn't work. You gotta just do it like you don't give a shit.
Yes, you're right.
The more you care, the less. You know what that reminds me of? Remember the National Lampoon cover? They had a 3D issue, and they had a picture of a grinning Stevie Wonder with 3D glasses on the cover. Uh, the joke being that Stevie Wonder is blind and wearing 3D glasses, but it was a pretty good issue from about 73, 74.
This toy kind of sounds like going pee, right? Whizzer, like even when I was a little kid, we kind of made fun of this, didn't we?
I don't know that
We
I
did.
did.
I remember thinking it had a funny name
I
because
guess I knew the name of the toy, but I didn't have the packaging for long, and I never saw commercials for it because we were living in Germany. I just knew it was this cool top that I played with. And then later I remembered what the name was when I saw them on eBay. Um, Man, I think there's a senator that looks exactly like that. Man,
look at this guy. Yeah, he looks. Let's see,
I saw him yelling at Trump the other night. Uh,
this
yeah,
guy.
what show is he from?
He's from a Japanese cartoon called Marine Boy.
Oh,
He's
that's a great cartoon.
he's one of
Yeah.
the villains from Marine Boy.
Oh, yeah. There's episodes of that on YouTube. That's something else I need to
Look at this
watch
guy. He's
again.
big too. I mean, he's about I don't know what is it, about 10 inches tall.
John Goris asking about the hippie skeleton with the guitar. That's from Mad Monster Party, but
Yeah,
it's
it
from
is.
about 10 years ago because Cleo was buying those figures for me. I mean, it's a movie from 1965 or 60, probably 66, but it's new based on an old, yeah, that's also, they had a whole line
Mad
of them.
Monster Party.
That,
There's the Peter Lorre character.
yeah, and they had the girl. And there was
Yeah, she's
one that I
weird.
didn't get that Cleo wanted to buy all of them for me, and I said no. Yeah, I didn't get the Dracula, and there might have been a Mr. Hyde I didn't get. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I have Mr. Hyde. I think I got the whole set.
Yeah. Oh no, I have him.
Then there's a bellboy, a zombie bellboy.
Ah, I didn't get him. Oh man, that looks like something. That looks a little bit too much like something out of World War II.
I like him too.
They're all great. Uh, Yeah, my wife says, "Hey, Grots, did I get you the skeleton with the guitar too?" Yes, it's right over here. I remember that I got him
Yeah,
Francesca, but I can't
Francesca. Yeah,
remember
that's a good
what
name.
year. That was right after we met, maybe 2016. I don't remember. It was before the pandemic. Yeah, for sure.
This is another Marine Boy villain.
Are those from when the cartoon was new or from later?
I would guess that these are from the 80s, later.
Yeah, okay. Marine Boy is released syndicated in the U.S. by the same people that did Speed Racer and Astro Boy, I think. Yeah, and but Marine Boy was color, and it was a really nice looking show. It's
That's
kind of
kind of
like
cool.
Aquaman, sort of. What is that from?
It's a Funko. Just says Funko on the bottom. He's dirty. Let's pull him over. He needs to be washed. Yeah, I think that he's from the same Funko line. What do they call him? A spastic plastic, I think is what they
I
called
don't
it.
know. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is also made by Funko. It's really nice. And then this too is also
Do you
same
know the name of
era.
that
This was all
character?
made by Funko before pop vinyls were a thing. Look at
Oh,
this werewolf with a bowling ball, and then he has a jersey that says Wolfgang's Lunar Lanes on the back.
yeah. The Funko Pops were kind of being made. I mean, Funko, not Pops. The Funko stuff was made for more cool people and sold like at
At
Tower
first, yeah, it
Records.
was
And then they turned into Funko Pops, and it was made for like
normies.
NPC types, yeah,
Yeah,
normies.
yep, I agree. This is a really cool bendy of Alfred E. Newman. You don't see a lot of Alfred E. Newman stuff, but like
Yeah.
the I think you have that Batman. Do you have that Batman Alfred E. Newman?
Yes, I got that.
That's cool.
Well,
Yeah.
see, that was made after, Warner Brothers acquired EC and Mad, and Gaines never really merchandised Mad magazine. Only a few things that he put out during the heyday of Mad, and it was kind of surprising in the late '70s when Mad did the board game, and I kind of, I kind of didn't really like it because I thought Mad's selling out when there's a Mad board game. Uh, but I mean, I have the board game, but it just seemed kind of wrong at the time. Because I was very conscious of the fact that William Gaines avoided that, the merchandise. Uh,
Bender. Starting to rain. Look at this Bender figure. He won't stand up.
Cleo says I like a bunch of the embryos. There's a lot. There are some that we like. We have some. We don't call them. We've never called them Funko Pops. We call them embryos. Uh, Now that devil mask on the Bart Simpson figure looks pretty good. I don't.
Yeah, it looks okay, huh? Yeah, I put it on
I
Bart.
think I saw a Bart Simpson. I don't know how big that Bart Simpson figure is, but I
He's
saw
pretty
one.
big, about 18 inches. I found it on the street in San Francisco one day. It's in great
Yeah,
shape. It's like in perfect shape, like new. And it was on the street there, so I
yeah.
just
The
grabbed it.
one advantage is how tall his head is. That's what
Yeah, yeah, he
makes
fit
the.
the mask. Look at his head is almost the size of a human head. Look.
Oh yeah. See, the thing is, the mask is cool, but I'm trying to figure out a way to display it. That's a perfect way to do it.
Yeah, if
Uh,
you can find a plush that is like a good size enough like that, it'll work
oh,
good.
like a teddy bear. That would be
Yeah, a
really
teddy bear.
terrifying on a teddy bear.
I found this ice cream cone on the street in San Francisco as well one day. It came from like some little girl's play set or something. But I
Yeah.
just, and I walked around all over the city and I would find stuff. So I took it home and it ended up fitting perfectly into this astronaut's hand.
I wonder if it would fit in one of those jungle natives from that board game in their hand.
Oh, well, it's kind of big. It's too oversized for the jungle natives. This guy would be fun to include into the board game, though. The Mugato, it would like spice up the game.
Oh
You could
yeah.
change the rules for the Mugato. at this
Yeah, I
cool
don't know if we've seen a
baby Godzilla.
recent what all the toys on the Rex look like recently in detail.
This came from Kevin. This is that vampire's Transylvanian Dracula's coffin. You got to
Yeah, he
pack it
sent.
with Transylvanian dirt. Oh, I should get dirt from that
Wait,
graveyard we were at today.
wait. He sent me one of those too. Is that what it's supposed to be? It's supposed to be the thing you got from Famous Monsters.
I think so. It's something like that. Maybe not that exactly, but I mean, I don't know. I think that if you put dirt from a graveyard in here, this little skeleton will
Alive.
animate and become alive. I should get dirt from that creepy secret society cemetery we're at today. Look at this guy. He's got like the face of a taco, doesn't he? Look at him.
Yeah, he's an
I,
Ultraman guy.
yeah, he is. He's got eyes on a stalk. He's a really cool looking figure. Little Ultraman weirdo.
Yeah.
This guy too. Look at this weird electronic metal Birdman guy. I like these Ultraman figures because when you buy them, they come with because they're meant to be displayed on, sold on these long rack, things a bunch at a time. This is a cheap toy and from China and Japan, but it comes like this, and I leave the card on there, and I leave this little thing on there, and I can just hook it here like that.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Pretty good display. Oh, look at him right here. This one, I like this one right here in particular.
Oh yeah, that guy.
He looks like somebody. He kind of looks like Rashida Tlaib. You know who she is? She's on the squad. She's like a
Yeah.
congresswoman. He looks like Rashida Tlaib. Oh, look
Yeah,
at this. This
it's
came with like
amazing.
some Chinese candy in it, but now it has toys in it, like everything.
Amazing how many members of Congress look like Ultraman villains. Now that you
Oh,
mention.
you're right. We could go look. This looks like that Rose Del Oro from Connecticut,
Oh yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, that woman's something.
I found this at some thrift store in Pacifica a few years ago at the beach, and look at it. It's like this lucite candlestick.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Hey Gary, you're back.
It's kind of neat looking, right?
Hello.
I caught him
What's
in
up,
the
Gary?
middle of
I like that. That's cool.
It's like cheap and like kind of beat up. Like the metal doesn't look like it's a neat design, but it feels cheap. I wonder if this is imported from someplace like India or something.
Beats me, man.
Is it is the acrylic part, is that solid or is it hollow
Yeah,
or
solid
what?
and it's heavy. It's solid acrylic and it's heavy. It's not
Wow.
a tube. It's solid poured plastic, clear plastic.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
What movies are you going to watch tonight, Gary? We were meaning to ask.
Actually, my son expressed an interest in watching Dexter, and so
that's
last week we watched the first disc of season 1, and we're on to the second disc. We're going to keep watching it. But that's kind of a cool little church key.
Yeah, old Budweiser church key.
I have a Coors one.
Should we be talking about this?
Oh, sure. Sure. You know what? I've got to be able to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, it could be used for other
Actually,
things.
I actually had a relapse this last week, which was bad. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't good.
Just once.
Yeah, just once.
Oh man, did you try calling people first?
No, I didn't want them to talk me out of it.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess
I mean,
once every once in a while is not. It's not as bad as being every night.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want them to talk me out of it, so I didn't call them, and I didn't. I should have. That is really a cool mask. What is that? Is that is that a mask, or is that
That's
something else, Meyer?
It's a mask he got from Kevin. I don't know
It's
what it's
I'm
supposed to be.
sorry. I'm sorry, Gary. I was out of the room. It's a new mask. I think it's called the Teenage Monster, and it's a Don Post Studios mask.
Oh, okay. It's not a shock monster. I thought maybe it was a shock monster.
No, it's not the Shock Monster. It's called the Teenage Monster. It's
It's
Trick or
similar
Treat
to a shock monster.
Studios. It's a new mask made by Trick or Treat
That's
Studios.
cool. It looks like it's kind of like they're trying to imitate the teenage Frankenstein
So
Yeah.
almost.
it does look like that. This mask fits really well. It's full head, and it looks really good with like regular clothes. Like you can make it look like you can look like a teenage jock kind of. He's got sportscaster hair that looks really great. Look at it.
Yeah. The shock monsters were even more like Teenage Frankenstein. I always thought that's what Shock Monster was, just an unauthorized
You look
teenage.
like something happened over this is it's gonna leave a mark.
Yeah.
Just gotta comb over that.
Now is that Godzilla head? Is that a mask or is that just a head?
No, it's a full head. It's a full head mask that
Oh wow.
covers your whole head in latex. Yeah.
I like
It doesn't
I
have
like
any
the
eye holes in it. You have to look through a tiny slot in the mouth.
oh wow.
And it's on the
Oh,
I like
top.
the
It's being
I like the
displayed.
3D glasses.
It looks great. It looks just like a real Godzilla head.
That's cool.
I got this in Chinatown about 15 years ago, and it was only $20.
Wow.
And I
That's
have
not
it
bad.
displayed on top of this Mexican Spider-Man candy head.
ooh.
Yeah, that I got it in Mazatlan. So this came from Mazatlan, and it was like $5, and it was filled with crappy Mexican candy.
How
It
funny.
unscrews.
How
It
funny.
unscrews under here. It's just on real tight. And it's a
How
regular,
funny.
like 1-to-1 human head sized Spider-Man head. So it works perfect.
Yeah. Works perfect for that. That's great. I like that. I'm gonna
But
find
yeah,
me one of those.
you
That's
can't
cool.
breathe. This is tight and it goes down around you can't breathe in this unless you cut holes in it. It's dangerous. You could die
Wow.
with this mask on.
I have a I have a small Godzilla head. It's probably about I don't know, maybe about as big as your fist, and the head part opens up and I'm not sure if it's a game or if it's part of a set or something like that. And I put a little glowing battery powered flame inside of it, and it's kind of neat because the eyes glow and the inside of the mouth glows a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. I'd show it to you, but I don't know where it is right now. It's probably in a shed somewhere or something like that. But that's cool. I like that Godzilla head. I'm gonna have to see if I can find something like that. That's who did you say made it? It was
The Godzilla head, I don't know. The Godzilla head was probably mass produced by knockoff companies in Japan and China throughout the 80s and 90s. Yeah,
okay.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
I bought it from like a place that doesn't have a cash register in Chinatown. Yeah.
That's funny.
No,
That's
they don't
funny.
charge tax. They don't ring anything up. You can buy like shurikens and nunchucks and like fire M80s all year round, firecrackers all year round. Ridiculous explosives on sale everywhere. But you
How
have to know
fun.
where to go. There's no signs advertising it. You got to just know where to walk into and what to ask for and what person to ask to buy M80s.
How
And
fun.
black cat bricks of firecrackers.
Well, if you guys have a Sonic nearby you, Sonic is selling their corn dogs for $1 a piece. So my son and I went and got some corn dogs.
Oh, that sounds good. We
I don't have
don't
one
have a
near me.
Sonic, but I love the. You know what? Do you guys have Der Wiener Schnitzel? Do you remember Der Wiener Schnitzel? Do you have that?
I remember
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
but
we
I don't have
So
any.
Der
got one of
Wiener
those.
Schnitzel. Remember how they used to have those chili cheese dogs for $1.19 or something like that, or maybe even 79 cents? Remember? Oh,
I remember
I would
those.
get like
Yeah.
4 of them. I'd get like 4 of them. Yeah.
Those were good. Those were good. The Wiener Schnitzels here are combined with Tasty Freeze and Hamburger Stand.
Oh,
And I needed to apologize to Cleo. I called her Chloe, and I didn't mean to do that. Feel
no,
bad
it
about.
happens. That's all right because we're used to using her other name on here.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize that I had switched the letters around, and I was like, oh no.
No, that happens a lot. In fact, Drew's original name was I think when we got her, they called her Chloe. I think between
Oh,
Phoebe.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you name her after the vampire character in Buffy, Drusilla?
Yes. Yeah. She. Yeah. Yeah. She did. Yeah.
I remember Drusilla. I liked Drusilla. I thought she was a cool character. I liked her a lot.
Yeah. I don't really
Spike's
remember her.
Spike's
I don't.
girlfriend. Remember Spike?
I think I do. I haven't seen. I like the show, but I haven't seen much of it.
I have the Amazing Chan Clan #1.
Oh wow!
The Amazing Chan and the Chan Clan, first issue right there. Yeah, it's a
I
key.
might have I might
It's a
have
key.
something like that.
What does he say? And I just saw. What is that great line from Beneath the Planet of the Apes? What does he say about humans? He said the only good human is a dead human.
The only good ape is. Only good human is a dead human. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
Yeah.
says. That's great.
James Gregory. James Gregory played General Ursus.
Mm.
Yeah. They had
Great
this.
voice. That his
They
voice is great. In that.
they had this
Yeah.
speech on the Beneath the Planet of the Apes soundtrack album. I think because like the same year they just done a patent had just come out and they put George C. Scott's speech on the soundtrack album. So I think that's why they did the speech in Beneath that kind of imitate Patton, but I don't know for sure.
I was amazed to find out, and I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that James Gregory was the same guy, the older detective on Barney Miller. Do you remember that?
Oh, that's what the voice is from.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
The
He
older
played.
guy that was cool, right? I
Yeah.
remember.
He was kind of an older guy. He used to wear a raincoat, and he was just kind of, "What's going
Yes.
on, Barney?" And
Yes.
yeah, it's the
You just
same
called. You
guy.
just did it. I didn't know that. Damn. Thank you, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah. James Gregory.
Yeah, I forgot about Barney Miller. That was a lot of fun.
That was a great show.
I had a
Yeah, it
friend.
was a great show. It still holds up. That's a really good show. It holds up. I watched some of it with my
Yeah.
kids when they were like teenagers, and they enjoyed it.
I
I had
used
a
to
friend.
love Abe Vigoda. Abe Vigoda's character, Fish. Remember him?
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
my friend's
It
father
was great.
looked exactly like Abe Vigoda. Everyone thought he was actually Abe Vigoda back then.
Abe Vigoda, to me, it was funny because his eyebrows were like, I don't know, they were like they took on a life of their own. Abe Vigoda's eyebrows were like, they're just these big, huge, hairy things. And what's kind of funny is every once in a while when I'm looking at my face in the mirror or whatever, and I'll see a stray eyebrow hair, and I'm like, oh no, I'm getting Abe Vigoda eyebrows.
Yeah.
I remember one of the things that I liked about that show as a kid was that there's all these cool adult men that I was like, this is like the coolest workplace, and everybody gets to carry this snub nose 38 special on your belt. So that's
Oh
what I
yeah,
thought was really cool, is that you're cutting up at work with your buddies, but everybody's armed. So I liked that part of the show. I was like, I want to have a job where I can hang out with my friends and carry a gun all the time.
yeah, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, I love that show. I thought it was funny. The the guy, the little Japanese guy. I can't remember his name, but
Yamano.
yeah,
Yamano. Yeah,
and
Yamano.
then the Polish guy Wojciechowicz. Those two would get into it. It was funny. Sorry, that was a phone call that was coming in for me. I didn't want it. So you still there, or am I still there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
we can still hear you and see you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. It just it called me, and I didn't want to answer the phone on that person. So
Oh, hopefully they're not watching.
no, they're not.
I thought it might be likely since we have thousands and thousands of people watching right now.
Thousands
You
and
never know.
thousands.
Well, you just went up to 20, which is, I think, the most we've had all day.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh. I'm enjoying this, Meyer. This is great. Well, I'm getting to see your collection. This is
It's
cool.
real easy. I'm just showing you everything that's out on display. So I could just show you around. It's just
That's nice.
everything that's already out. So it's
I like that
convenient.
Hulk. That Hulk is really cool.
This is a Marvel Select Immortal Hulk.
That's
And
nice.
he comes with like these, he doesn't have any pupils. So I had to draw the pupils on him. And I don't know, they're not done yet. I want to fix his eyes to make him look better.
Cool. I bought the remake of the Hulk model kit that
Yeah,
I think
I did too.
Polar
I had
Lights
no,
made. I
yeah,
bought
it's
it.
bigger.
I bought it with
It's
the
larger, right?
intention. I bought it with the intention of uh, priming it with gray primer and then making him the gray Hulk as opposed to the green one. You know, the old gray Hulk from the early days.
Right.
And I wanted to give him gray pants or I think he was wearing, I don't know if he was wearing brown pants or dark blue pants. He wasn't wearing the purple pants at that time. He was wearing like gray pants or dark blue. And then I wanted to fashion some kind of a shirt. It seemed to me as Bruce Banner, he was wearing some kind of a yellow shirt. And I was thinking if I could find some doll, you know, like a Ken doll from Barbie and you know, find some yellow shirt and rip it up and kind of attach it to him a little bit. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, he had like an orange shirt, I think, an orange shirt that was ripped over his shoulders.
Was it orange? I couldn't remember if it was orange or
I
yellow.
can't remember whether it's orange or yellow. I don't
I'm
remember.
gonna have to do some research,
I mean, it was
but
only one issue, I think, that he was
Yeah.
gray, right?
And they probably got the coloring wrong.
I think so. I think they might have gotten the coloring wrong. But
Yeah.
I just always thought it was kind of cool that particular model kit kind of had the look of the gray Hulk because he had kind of the flat head. He didn't look like the modern day Green Hulk. He looked more like the
Yeah, you're
older
right. He
Gray
looked
Hulk.
like he was drawn by Jack Kirby or Maurice Severin. He looked like he was drawn by Maurice Severin,
Exactly.
kind of.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
didn't look
that's
like he didn't look like the Buscema Hulk. He looked more
No.
like the Kirby Hulk.
Or
yeah.
Herb Trimpe, or maybe Herb Trimpe.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with Herb Trimpe as much.
He was the Hulk artist that was drawing Hulk when I first started reading Hulk, which was
Oh,
about
really?
1974, 75.
Well,
Yeah.
then he must have been the one that I would been familiar with too. I just didn't know the artist's name at that time.
I always pronounced it Trimp as a kid, but then I
Me
hear
too.
other people these days that met him at conventions, and that's the correct
Yeah,
pronunciation is Trimpy,
that's
right?
apparently the case.
Oh,
And I always like the flat-headed version from the mid '60s better too.
did you? Did you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of
that's
the.
how I visualize. I like him the way he looks in the old cartoon from '66.
I've got a figure. We're gonna look at it right now. I have a Hulk figure. We'll look at. It's a set that comes with first appearance Bruce Banner and first appearance Hulk.
Nice. Oh wow. Well, that's kind of cool. That is kind of like the look of the first Hulk. Is that I can't tell with my phone? Is it gray?
Yeah, it's all gray.
Oh
I'll pull it out.
wow.
He's good and chunky, heavy figure, solid.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome. And does he come with a shirt? You know, like an orange or yellow shirt or something like that?
Yeah, he comes with an orange shirt that goes over his shoulders. I'll show you. So, like, if you wanted to do this with that model kit, this is what the shirt. It's like just a piece. Like you really would only need a piece of fabric, like you're talking about. If you could find like a doll clothes that would work or something, because it
Yeah.
really just sits over. Look.
Wow. That would work if I could find even just a doll's shirt that doesn't matter. I could just shred it and then just put it over his shoulder like that. That'd be kind of cool.
Right. These big feet.
It always used to amaze me that the
Good
Hulk's
job.
the Hulk didn't his waistband was always the same. His waistband never
Yeah, no,
seemed to.
you have to suspend reality for a lot of this stuff, but that's a major one. Is why is he always wearing purple pants, and why do
Yeah,
they rip off? Right.
yeah. Well, I don't know if you
You
remember,
look around in here.
and you may have noticed this at one point, but um, during the transformation, I think it was in the first werewolf movie or Wolfman movie that Universal did.
Uh huh.
Lawrence Talbot, transforms into the Wolfman,
Right.
and when he does this, I think he's sitting in a chair, and he's got a shirt on, and he's got pants on and shoes. But when he transforms into the Wolfman, the next thing you see is his werewolf feet walking around, and obviously he either took off his shoes or they somehow came off of him somehow.
Maybe they were busted off or so. I would have thought they should have had his toes. That when they showed that, remember how good that transformation process was on him? It was really
Yeah,
good
yeah,
with
it was
Lon Chaney
excellent.
Jr. The showing the feet busting out through the shoes would have been another good one. They should have done that.
That would have been nice. I think though that if you look at a dog's foot as opposed to a human foot, it would be easy for those feet or for the shoes to slip off.
Yeah, maybe.
I
It's
can imagine.
still not organized in here very much. So, oh shit, I knocked something over. All right, so about 4 hours ago, when we were first talking about comics, you asked about where the collection is. So this is everything except the Golden Age and the stuff that is in like I said, in the negative zone. It's like comics that aren't organized yet. Some of them I don't even want to keep. But this is my collection right here, and they're all marked A through Z, or numbers through. The box that we looked at today belongs right there, and this is everything, the whole alphabet going all the way to Z at the bottom. The bottom boxes are all long boxes. There's only one row of short boxes,
Oh, cool.
and there's 12 long boxes. It's pretty much my whole collection, except for 4 short boxes or 5 short boxes of Golden Age books, which is what all this is. Golden Age right here.
Wow. I don't even have one Golden Age comic. That's the exception of my collection. I'd like to eventually start collecting Golden Age comics, but
Uh, Probably not a smart idea because that's just another addiction that you'll be sinking lots of money into.
that's probably true.
It's
That King Kong figure that you've got up there, um, I found one of those one time at a thrift store, and I already had one. But I mean, how can you pass up a $2 King Kong figure? And
So those were really cheap when they came out new. My son bought one and he painted it white like a Yeti. It looks amazing.
oh,
what
cool!
King Kong is that? Is that from the new movies?
It's from the Kong movie. The Kong,
Oh yeah, right. The
About
the
10
Vietnam.
years ago. Yeah,
the
about 10
Skull
years ago, I think. Yeah.
Skull Island movie, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah,
Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because when they had to make Kong look bigger in order to face Godzilla.
Still more
Right.
horses.
Yeah, I took that one that I bought at the thrift store, and I got this really great idea, and I decided to go to. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't been into it, but I've heard of it.
at at that time, I was looking for a Santa Claus suit because I was thinking it'd be kind of cool to put a Santa Claus suit on King Kong and then have him kind of swinging from our Christmas tree.
Yeah, it
And
would. That's cool.
so I couldn't find a Santa Claus suit, but there was all these Santa Claus dolls and figures and things, that people use for decoration. And at that time they were priced at anywhere from half off to 75% off, and I was like, well, I wonder how much effort it would take to just buy one of these big Santa Clauses and just take off his suit and put it on King Kong, and it worked. I ripped Santa Claus's outfit off, and it took a little doing because it was glued on. But I took his outfit off, and I put his pants on King Kong, and I put his belt on him, and I put the coat didn't quite fit. I had to rip the back of the seam of the coat in order to get the coat to fit King Kong, but the hat fit and everything, and it turned out really good. I was really happy with how it turned out.
That sounds cool.
It was cool. And then if you notice that there is a his hand grips things. I don't know if you notice that, but his hand has like a I don't know, one of his hand has the ability to grip.
Oh, I
And
haven't
so
even noticed that.
I was able to I was able to have him hang on to the Christmas tree and literally hang on kind of sideways, kind of
Oh,
like
that's
he
pretty
was
cool.
kind of like he was hanging down. And then in his other hand, I put a Christmas wreath that was included with the Santa Claus, and I thought this works perfect.
You still have
And
it, Gary? Missing Mars wants to see the Santa Con.
oh shoot, I'll have to see if I can find a picture of it, something like that.
Oh, you don't have him dressed that way anymore.
No, I don't have it. I don't have it that way right now. Right now, I have a. You're gonna laugh. I have a Grim Reaper motionette wearing the Santa Claus outfit. I
Oh,
put a display of the Grim Reaper motionette wearing the Santa Claus outfit, and I have a jack o' lantern. Maybe I can show you that. I have a jack o' lantern with a mistletoe on top, and I haven't removed it since Christmas, so it's still in its place. Let's see if I can locate it here for you.
I gotta plug my phone in.
You see that?
hold on. Yeah. Well, I thought I did.
Oh,
Hold on. There we go. Why is it glitch? Is it supposed to move?
It doesn't have a battery in it, so it doesn't move right now. But he's wearing the same Santa suit that King Kong was wearing.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that Kong for sale, or maybe I didn't think it looked like King Kong, so it didn't appeal to me. I don't know.
I'll have to send you. I'll have to send you one on Facebook or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well, and I was pretty happy with it.
You got anything else you can show us, Gary? Oh my gosh. What are you doing there, Drew?
Be right back, fellas.
All right.
I like the. I like the Western picture there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
out by J.D. Wills. Yeah.
Dang it! Why can't I think of his name? Um,
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. I've been having trouble remembering names. I'm not sure why. I had John Wayne in my head.
If you pay cash or you have a Bank of America card, Zachary O offers you an unlimited choice of fine clothing.
Devastator, what state are you in?
Respected brands to choose without the pressure of a commission salesman or the nonsense of a fictitious comparative price. Now, at Zachary O, a special purchase and sale of sharkskin suits at $49. These are not ordinary sharkskin
Uh,
suits. They are hand-tailored of excellent Italian woolens and should retail at upwards of $75. Zachary O price is just $49, while theirs
back
is
from dinner. What did I miss? I don't know.
$650 slacks, selling at $11.75.
What
Zachary
did you
O's
leave?
modern manufacturing plant makes it possible to cut slacks and do minor alterations while you wait. Zachary O
Meyer, did you take
offers
off?
now
No, he
No,
went
I'm
to
still here. I'm
charge his phone, I think.
yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
100 cars.
Yeah, my phone has to be plugged in. I'm sitting on the couch,
999 Sunday 10 to 5.
resting my
You're
back.
listening to Morning Magic coming to you from 50,000 watt KPOL and KPOL FM Los Angeles.
Well, I'm
You
kind
look
of waiting.
tired. You look
Well,
tired,
yeah,
Doc. You okay?
I've been tired. I didn't even plan to do the stream. I was just gonna, but he's calling you boner daddy accidentally. What state do you live? It's Bone Daddy, not Boner Dad.
I
Uh,
live in Colorado.
yeah,
Boner Daddy.
I accidentally banned Devastator. I didn't think. It says Devastator Omega was banned and their comments were removed. I didn't mean to hit that button. Hopefully he's not an enemy, but sounded like he might have been. So sometimes we're a little too quick with the trigger finger, ladies and gentlemen. Don't like any nonsense here on this program. Uh,
Ken, are you doing okay though? I mean,
I'm doing fine. I'm just very sleepy. I woke up and I was recording music, and then I tried to watch some Night Tiger videos, and I was like, why am I falling asleep? Because it wasn't boring, but I was falling asleep like at 8 in the morning. So then I talked to Myra on the phone when I went out to the supermarket, and I said, well, why don't we just talk on the show? So I've been a little sleepy, but I'm waiting for dinner in 46 minutes.
yeah.
So, no, no, I'm all right. I think I might be getting a little bit of a cold, but what else has been up with you?
Mm, nothing's been happening too much. I've been going to AA every day and just making sure that I stick with that program. And
What's this? Oh, so
I gotta go in a little bit. I'll go next door and eat with the kids in a little bit.
yeah, I'm gonna head out too to get some food. Um,
yeah, I think Gratu, I think I better get going too because my son and I are going to be doing our thing. So
yeah,
I'm
watching
gonna go
Dexter.
watch
That sounds
UFC and eat something over there.
is
um,
UFC is a pay thing.
Yeah, my son subscribes to the whole deal, so he like pays up. He like
Oh,
watches.
okay,
He's
that
got
sounds
everything.
like fun. I've never watched UFC. I don't think. Um, anyway, as far as if if Cleo's, whatever day if she's working Monday, I'll come on and do a show. Maybe I'll do a Ken show in the morning, but I think we're gonna hang out, watch some movies, and eat as well.
okay,
And anyway,
Good hanging out with both you
uh,
guys. I really enjoyed today. Thanks.
yeah,
It was fun going to the cemetery. I hadn't been there before, and I mean it's right around the
yeah, that
corner,
was
so
fascinating.
it was fun. Yeah, and
All
it's good
right,
seeing you, Gary.
all right,
Have a
take
good
I
care,
week.
missed that
everybody.
part. It was good seeing you, Meyer.
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
Good seeing you
Thanks
both.
everybody
I'm
for
going
watching.
to take off. We'll
Oh,
see ya.
so, all right, take
Bye.
care. Bye. I am one of us says, does Night Tiger still have his live show once a week? I don't know if he ever did one once a week. He said he does them sometimes. Um, I think he doesn't do live shows that often. But I was just watching some shows where he showing some books that he'd acquired lately, and I'm just anyway. Um, I'm so tired I can barely see, to be honest with you. But oh, Justin says, thanks for the snack idea, Meyer, and good show, gang. Sorry, destroyer of the apocalypse, whatever, Devastator Omega. I didn't really mean to ban you. I was just trying to see who you were because didn't recognize you. You seem like a stranger. So maybe you could come on with one of your other 200 identities. Justin, thanks for the snack idea, Meyer, and good show, gang. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be seeing you guys real soon. Y'all come back now, you hear?